Let's take out right after her. She must be touched. Where's my mackintosh? Here it is. Here, and my cane. Here. Here. Gotta take out after her. Crazy young'uns. They ain't got no sense these days nohow. Let's see. I can't see her now. Miss Bliss! Ella Mary Bliss! Oh, Miss Bliss! Ella Mary! Miss Bliss! Oh, Miss Bliss! She can't be far ahead of me. Ella Mary Bliss!
Go away, don't follow me.
Holy smoke, there she is. Come on back here, Miss Bliss. Don't you go no further. It ain't safe.
What? What do you mean, not safe?
Listen to me, young woman. You ain't got no right jeopardizing your life like this. It ain't fair to your folks. I mean, that there dam up there ain't safe. I was up only last week looking at it, and there's several spots which is mighty bad. Now, you come on back with me to the cabin, and then I'll take you back down the hill in the rig.
Well, all right then, only life just isn't sweet to me anymore.
Huh?
I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to get away from it all.
Well, all right now. Come along. Listen.
What's that?
Don't know exactly. It's bad, though. Come along. Yep, that's what it is, all right. We're in for it now.
What do you mean, Mr. Miller? What do you mean?
The dam. It's a-busting up. Yep, a-busting up, all right. Nope, we'll never make it.
What'll we do?
Now, you listen to me, Miss Bliss.
Yes?
If anything happens to... You see this here cane?
Yes.
Well, you grab a hold of this now. And if anything happens, just you keep a hold of it. Hang on for dear life. You understand?
Yes.
All right, now. Get a hurry on you. Listen.
Oh.
Here she comes.
Well, good evening, Ella Mary.
Hello, Dr. Adams.
How are you feeling this evening?
Pretty good.
Your leg as comfortable as possible under the circumstances?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, that's good. What are you crying for, Ella Mary? You oughtn't to do that.
I can't help it when I think of poor Mr. Miller.
Yes. I can understand how you feel.
Well, how is he, Dr. Adams?
Do you know what a crisis is, Ella Mary?
Crisis? Well, I think I do.
In medicine, it means that time when we doctors can finally decide whether the patient is going to live or die. Well, I'm expecting the crisis in Griff Miller's case tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. Well, I guess I can't do anything more for you tonight, eh, Ella Mary?
Dr. Adams.
Yeah?
Do you think it might help Mr. Miller if I prayed tonight?
Yes, I think maybe it would. And I think it might help you a heap, too. Don't you think so, Ella Mary?
Oh, yes, Doctor. I know it would.
He's breathing easier, Pete.
Yep, I can see that, too.
I think he's going to be all right. Pulse is better, too.
That's good. The poor old fella.
There. I think that's it.
Oh, yeah. Is that you, Doc Adams?
Yes, Griff, it's me.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember now. The dam. Did it do much damage?
Just to you, Griff. You contracted a bad cold out of it. In fact, I might say it was quite a bit worse than a cold. But you're feeling better now, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I should say. Wait a minute. I just thought that young woman, Ella Mary Bliss, what happened to her?
She's all right, Griff.
Oh.
Just a compound fracture of the femur.
Oh.
Give her time to think things over for a while.
Yep, I guess so. Hello there, Pete.
Hello, Griff.
Now, Griff, you'd better get some more sleep.
Just as you say, Doc. Holy smokes, I'm sure glad Miss Bliss got saved.
Got saved?
Yep.
Don't you know it was you that saved her, Griff?
Oh, shucks. 'Twasn't nothing.
Well, you'd better go to sleep now, Griff.
Just as you say, Doc. Before you go, Doc.
Yes?
Say, will you tell Miss Bliss something for me?
Oh, of course, Griff. What do you want me to tell her?
Well, just tell her... tell her I hope she gets that there young man she's a-pining for, whoever he is.
This is the family doctor. I'll be in to see you again right soon. Goodbye.
From 1932, The Family Doctor on Classic Radio Theater.
Everyone who works for a living knows that illness or injury may keep them from earning a living. Today, more than 9 out of 10 American workers are covered by Social Security, and each one should know that if he becomes severely disabled, he and his family may be eligible for monthly Social Security disability payments. More than 1 million people are now receiving benefits each month under this program. For more information about Social Security disability benefits, write to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California, and ask for a free copy of Booklet 29 called If You Become Disabled.
Thanks for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater. Visit our webpage, classicradio.stream, where you can stream our programs on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me there, classicradio.stream. And also, you can find our programs anywhere on the internet on demand where podcasts are served. You can search through the Apple Podcast app, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, or Overcast. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. That's USA Classic Radio Theater. Support free radio by thanking this station, supporting the advertisers, and as always, tell your friends the great radio shows are back at this spot on the dial. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to moneynow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to moneynow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to moneynow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar moneynow100.com. That's moneynow100.com.
We paid less for our Craftmatic today than we did 20 years ago.
If you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and free information on today's Craftmatic adjustable beds. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Rated #1 by consumers nationwide on ConsumerAffairs.com. Craftmatic beds come in all mattress types, including cool gel memory foam for up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand. Enjoy temporary relief of low back pain, poor circulation, nighttime heartburn, mild arthritis. You'll sleep better in a Craftmatic adjustable bed. So if you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and information. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Discover Craftmatic for less, up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand.
Call 1-800-689-0049. That's 1-800-689-0049. Call 1-800-689-0049. Call now.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call 800-750-7220 to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not. Call 800-750-7220. The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today. 800-750-7220. 800-750-7220.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone, even for no income check loans. Big drop in mortgage rates. Big opportunity for you to save money. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825. Save on mortgage payments. Save on closing costs. Call Zoom Refi. 888-913-1825. Advertising by marketing entity Zoom Refi. Zoom Refi is not a bank or financial company. Calls and other inquiries may be forwarded to third-party lenders who are solely responsible for reviewing, approving, and servicing any loan. Zoom Refi is not affiliated with any state or federal agency and does not provide mortgage advice or help. No income check loans are for investment properties only, and income must be sufficient to service debt.
It's Heidi Summers, health and wellness expert with your local health update. I get so many emails and calls about CBD, the incredible oil from the hemp plant that's being used to provide relief to millions for joint discomfort, inflammation, and nagging injuries. It's the most talked about alternative health breakthrough in years. The CBD product I always recommend comes from CBD Labs, the gold standard of CBD. CBD Labs oil goes to work fast to relieve your discomfort and deliver the results one thought nearly impossible without a prescription. This powerful oil is not marijuana and contains no THC, the ingredient that gets you high. Oh yeah, CBD Labs oil has also been used to help thousands get a great night's sleep. Don't be fooled by all the imitators. Call now and find out how to get a free bottle while supplies last.
To get your free bottle of CBD Labs CBD oil, call 800-650-9814. That's 800-650-9814. Get your free bottle for a limited time. Call now. 800-650-9814. 800-650-9814.
Attention! Do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Millions of Americans like you owe the IRS more than $10,000 and are facing liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, penalty abatements, and other IRS enforcement actions. Newly authorized debt forgiveness programs allow you to settle your debts for less than ever before. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? If so, then call our tax settlement helpline now. You work hard for your money. Protect it, protect your assets, and protect your lifestyle too by calling our tax settlement helpline. Our network of tax professionals will fight for you. They have helped save their clients millions of dollars over the years and can help you save too. Call Tax Settlement Helpline today to see if you qualify to pay a fraction of what you owe. Don't stress over your unpaid tax problems any longer. Call our Tax Settlement Helpline now at 800-830-9110. 800-830-9110. That is 800-830-9110.
If you're fed up with your credit card's high interest rates and your balances are so out of control that they never seem to go down, one call to Consolidated Credit can get the relief you need. Consolidated Credit has helped over 6 million people with credit card debt, and their certified credit counselors are ready to help you. They can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast without destroying your credit. The program works, and the consultation is free. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-214-3104. 800-214-3104. That's 800-214-3104. Consolidated Credit Solutions, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492, Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Not alone.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. We provide authors freedom and flexibility throughout the publishing process, professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. And as always, you will retain 100% of the rights to your book.
I was looking to find a company that I could trust, one that assisted in the editing process completely.
The most important qualities that I was looking for was a publisher who was honest and upfront, no hidden costs or fees, and owning the rights to my own work.
Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores. Call for your free author submission kit.
800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. That's 800-607-0665.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-419-2160. 800-419-2160. That's 800-419-2160.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1821. 855-325-1821. That's 855-325-1821.
You know what's not smart? Job sites that overwhelm you with tons of the wrong resumes. But you know what is smart? ZipRecruiter.com/Hewitt. ZipRecruiter.com ZipRecruiter.com/HEWITT. Unlike other job sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't wait for candidates to find you. ZipRecruiter finds them for you. Its powerful matching technology scans thousands of resumes, identifies people with the right skills, education, and experience for your job, and actively invites them to apply to you. So you get the best qualified candidates fast. No more sorting through the wrong resumes. No more waiting for the right candidates to apply. No wonder why ZipRecruiter is rated #1 by employers in the U.S., and that rating comes from hiring sites on Trustpilot with over 1,000 reviews. And right now, my listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Hewitt. And ZipRecruiter.com/HEWITT. ZipRecruiter.com/Hewitt. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network at live.heartlandnewsfeed.com. This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, A financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Midpress News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
And seemingly only suck human blood out of spite.
According to our findings, mosquitoes usually spit out the blood after a bite. They just really enjoy ruining outdoor activities and spreading deadly diseases.
Researchers added that mosquitoes often bite a variety of vertebrates besides humans, including baby pandas, koala bears, and very small puppies, all for fun. And in tech news, a new Visa talking credit card urges buyers to go for it.
Come on, buy it. You know you want it.
In other news, the utterance of a secret password grants customers access to a long-rumored 18-inch Subway sandwich. It's easy to tell what an area man would look like as a skeleton, and a longtime teacher retires without changing a single student's life. This week's scheduled interview with the surly and forlorn Matthew Modine was cut for time and is doomed to never be seen. For more, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is Free Talk Live, and welcome to yet another episode of the Bizarro World edition of the show here, as coronavirus scare seems to have taken over all of society. It's pretty nuts, and there's a lot of things that are changing and seem to be changing very quickly. If you want to join the show, you can. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We also have the Discord call-in line rooms. They're over at discord.lrn.fm. Joining you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
Stone. And Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people
otherwise known as Nobody.
Good to have you here.
I just decided to borrow that name for a moment.
Good to have you guys here. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for making it here, because it's crazy what's going on out there with people distancing themselves from other folks. A lot of people are super paranoid about this thing. The people who are concerned about it are really concerned about it. But there are also people who aren't so concerned about it as well, because how do you know who to really believe when it comes to this? How do you know? Do you trust the government? Because I don't.
See, I don't trust any of them, is the bottom line for me. And so I don't feel that I know how many people are dead in China. I don't feel that I know...
Yeah, I think it's a balance of how much work or how much sacrifice we're willing to put in based on a theoretical risk, because none of us, I think, have seen anything firsthand. So we're basically going on what's out there, what we can hear in the news from around the world, and a lot of people have died, so I think it's worth something as far as precautions.
Well, people are dying all the time. The question is, from what are they dying? Are they dying because the Chinese government has put them to death because they're dissidents and chalking them up as this mysterious coronavirus? Are they dying because this is a legitimate virus that is taking out the elderly and is a large threat to the population?
Yeah, and it could also be both, in that the Chinese may well have released the virus either accidentally or intentionally and used the existence of the virus to cover up a dissident sweep. And, it's a very large organization. It can do many things at once. So it's, I don't feel I know anything for sure. I don't feel there are any trustworthy authorities out there to ask.
I'd say it's worth the risk.
Very disheartening.
It's worth the risk to come out, what we do here, talking to people, giving people a platform to talk to the world, ultimately is more important than staying holed up. And I think taking some simple precautions is merited, but as far as refusing to come out and do your job is not really warranted in this case.
Well, I definitely appreciate folks who are willing to take some risk. And we've been talking about there's so much in the news to cover here. It's hard to really even know where to start. I know that you wanted to talk tonight about Facebook, and apparently they have been censoring, sort of like what some people believe, I think, is like an automatic algorithmic censoring of various different related stories, coronavirus-related stories.
I've noticed coronavirus-related stories being killed. The story that they killed for me was...
Meaning you posted a thing and it got taken down?
Yeah, as spam, and it was a pointer to the Conservative Journal article on Duncan Lemp.
This was the guy who was shot in his sleep recently by police.
So I put up a link to the article about Facebook censoring things and said, what have you guys lost? What has been censored from you? And everything I got back was Duncan Lemp, coronavirus and or economic effects. There was one about the likelihood that gas would hit 84 cents. That one
wouldn't that be amazing? When was the last time we had below dollar gas? The 90s? Late 90s?
Yeah, I would say probably
that's the last time I remember
90s.
It. Yeah.
I remember 212 in the early 2000s because I was watching gas prices very carefully because I was buying cigarettes in other states and selling them in Michigan. And if gas prices were relatively low, it made sense for me to drive to South Carolina. But if gas prices got relatively high, it made more sense for me to drive to Indiana, pay a lower price or a higher price for the cigarettes, but spend less on gas.
Did you shared a story here with me about Business Insider reporting on this? Did you want me to share something from that story? Should I?
Well, basically, I just wanted to give a couple examples of things that had been censored. So
apparently they're not responding, according to the story here, to requests for comment about this. Multiple Facebook users reporting on Twitter that they found themselves unable to post articles from certain news outlets, including Business Insider, BuzzFeed, The Atlantic, and The Times of Israel. Facebook not responding to a request for comment. Facebook has sent many of its content moderators home, saying they will rely more on automated software instead. So this is essentially a machine that is doing all the work here, and presumably that's what does most of it anyway, so I'm not sure exactly what's different now, except maybe there's just not as many human beings to review review what it is that this thing is picking out. So if you want to comment, you're welcome to join us here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. And in other tech-related news, and this is, to me, a pretty major story, the Seattle Times reporting actually from the Washington Post that the U.S. government is talking with Facebook and Google and other tech companies about how they can use location data gleaned from your phones, your smartphones, to combat the coronavirus. At least that's the cover story.
Well, I'll tell you, there's only one way to combat the surveillance virus, and that is to quarantine your phone. Okay? And that means don't take it with you if you don't have to. Put it in a Faraday bag if you can get one, and you do have to, because they don't care about your consent. They will do this if they can do this, and I'm sure they've got enough dirt on Zuckerberg that he'll do what they want him to do.
They're talking about tracking whether people are keeping one another at safe distances to stem the outbreak. Public health experts are interested in the possibility that private sector companies could compile the data in anonymous aggregated form, which they could then use to map the spread of the infection. Well, how exactly would that work? How would anonymous information about people's cell phone locations be able to help map the spread of the infection? If it's anonymous, then you wouldn't know which of the users have the infection.
The only way I can see would be the way they're detecting this thing is through body temperature. So if there was a way to get your body temperature into your phone, if there were sufficient sensors on the phone for that, maybe, or if there was a USB edition.
I mean, some of the fitness buffs have like those fitness watches or whatever, right? Where that might be able to monitor your body temperature. Yeah, that
would almost certainly be able to monitor your body temperature. But of course, not everybody has those, and you're not wearing them all the time. The thing that I think is likely is that it will be anonymous until such time as you're identified as having the virus or being a person of interest, in which case I think it will be quickly de-anonymized.
Yeah, it's really scary.
Yeah, I am not going to be carrying my phone. That's been becoming my practice for a while now, and I don't trust my phone anymore.
Well, you shouldn't have trusted it in the first place. I mean, they've been able to track those things since before, back when they were dumb phones, before they were even smartphones. They were still dangerous back then. 855-450 free. We can talk more about it, and you can join us on the radio. It's Free Talk Live. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app, and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org. Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward Liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the Liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com. I can definitely say that I have found the best cryptocurrency wallet. Certainly the best named one. I'm Mark Edge, and I love the Edge wallet. I've been using it for the last few months. You can buy, sell, trade, and hold your cryptocurrency securely. I trust my holdings of all the major cryptocurrencies to Edge wallet, and you should too. No long phrases to memorize, just a username and password. Secure your freedom with Edge wallet. Get it now on Apple or Android in the App Store or at edge.app.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you receive the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at AnyPayInc.com. AnyPayInc.com.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
It is Free Talk Live. We're here. We're still alive, thankfully. You can join us if you are similar. Our number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can also join us online over at freetalklive.com. Lots of features await you there. You can talk about whatever you want on the air with us. You can interact with other Free Talk Live listeners on our Discord server, for instance, over at discord.lrn.fm. So feel free to hop in there where the chat continues. There's a coronavirus chat channel in there where there's just posts of interesting news articles and opinions and things like that throughout the day and throughout the night, so you can tune in there to get some of the latest info. In the studio with you tonight, you've got Ian
Stone
and nobody.
Also, have you heard of Intercoin? Intercoin is working to make crypto go mainstream. It's designed to be scalable scalable enough to support everyday payments and even elections without the state. If you missed your opportunity to get in on Bitcoin from the start, then this may be your chance to join what might be the next revolution in money. You can check out intercoin.org, and if you like what you see, pick up some of those coins for yourself. Just as the Internet's a global network that connects local networks, Intercoin is a global currency platform that enables communities around the world to issue and manage their own currency, so they may circulate it among their local population. Intercoin enables fintech innovation on the local community level, leading to stronger communities, greater sustainability, less poverty, and more productivity. You can check out intercoin.org. And listeners must know that Free Talk Live has received $40,000 worth of tokens from Intercoin Incorporated for this advertising. And that has to do with certain SEC rules that apply to Intercoin. So,
can you sell some of those?
I don't believe that's possible due to whatever these SEC rules are.
They're locked coins.
I can't speak to exactly how it works because I didn't cut this particular deal, but my recollection is there's probably some sort of a limit, like there's like a time lock on it or something to where it's some kind of an I don't want to say what it is. Maybe it's a security or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense if you one of the ways you can prevent your coin from inflating itself to death is have early investors with locked their portfolio, and that gives them incentive to do that, which is good for the value of the coin until they unlock it.
So you can join us here. We're going to go to your phone calls and thoughts. Let's start here with Joseph in Lynn, Massachusetts. Joseph, you're on Free Talk Live. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm a second-time caller. I'm glad. I hope you can make it a little louder on hold, keep it a little louder on here. I'm a blind person. I think, Ian, this is a disgrace what's going on. I know about the viruses. Can I give a plug for someone you may want to have on as a guest?
We don't really do guests, but you're welcome to say what you want.
Okay, yeah, he has a website, criticalhealthnews.com, and they have experts on there, and they're on other shows like Coast, and they say all you have to do, it helps, because the virus is going to take you no matter what, some people. It always works that way, like flus, is build up your immune system. Is a doctor that works there, and years of research. And,
I completely agree that it's much more important as our primary concern, our personal health.
What's your name? I didn't get your name. Huh?
Stone.
Oh, Stone. Hi. Yeah, to take out all the vitamins and nutrients, but not to close the country down. I'm blind, and up here in Lynn, all the restaurants, stores, restaurants are only open for takeout. That's ridiculous. You're slowing it down it's just going to make it worse, going to prolong it.
Well, it is important to have a strong immune system. I noticed that my dog never got sick, so I started walking around outside and then licking my feet. And I never get sick or very rarely.
These people, like when Obama was president, whether you agree or you didn't agree, one thing I do agree he did is when the flu season came, he let it ride. I think he told people you got to do this. I mean, I can't take the shots. I'm allergic, or it bothers me. But that's the way it is. I can take some. But doing this, what they did to this country, what happens if they have a shelter in place? What are you guys going to do? And what do people like me do?
I plan to go out.
Yeah, but you'll be arrested.
I don't care.
They're not going to arrest everybody. And arresting people, actually, that would open them up to a lot of liability, not just for the false arrest, for violating civil liberties, but also the increased dangers of keeping people in confinement with other people. They're all getting their food from the same source, and government is not very reliable to be your containment provider.
Well, then again, if the Chinese can use the virus as cover to eliminate dissidents, then the Americans can do that too. Mm-hmm. They're not lily white and pure. They have no problem whacking people they don't like, and I'll mention JFK and Martin Luther King.
Sure.
And
what about this man that you guys said got killed in his sleep? But my other question is, what's his 6-foot bit? I can understand if they want to quarantine people. Okay, you can have a few people eat at the same time. But they're thinking of Boston here, of building a containment center, and I hope they treat people good. If they ever do this again, a bunch of us will be, because I don't like being alone in an apartment like this. It's very hard for me. I have no family.
When you say, what is this 6-foot bit, what are you referring to?
This 6-foot bit, you have to be 6 feet away from somebody or something.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get within 6 feet
is this a government order?
Out and about.
Is this an order or is this a recommendation?
It's a recommendation. It's called social distancing.
Now it's an order in Boston. They're trying to make it an order. If people don't do it, there's trouble. I mean, if you want to.
Massachusetts. I feel bad for you guys, man. I mean, it's not that much better up here in New Hampshire, especially after this governor gangster Sununu has completely cracked down on freedom here, because we also now have the similar restaurant and bar restrictions that you mentioned, where it's takeout and or delivery only at this point.
Nobody has the authority to do that. Nobody has the authority under the Constitution.
And Trump agrees with it. I'm disappointed at him. Trump agrees with it.
Well, Trump is a tyrant just like the rest of them, Joseph. I mean, the fact is, he may be a little bit less experienced at it, but he's got plenty of people around him that have been in government for a long time, and they're telling him what to do.
I think Trump was brought in as a sheepdog. There was a certain segment of the political public that was getting away, that was losing faith in the two-party system. So I think Trump was brought in pretty much as a ringer to...
May I ask you about all the questions, if I may? What do you do if you're going to contain... How can you, in your opinion, do you think that some sort of containment is necessary for the virus, or if people get infected, because it will eventually go away? I mean, when you go out in the crowd, they close all the sports stadiums.
Or maybe it won't. Maybe it'll keep coming back like the flu comes back, like it has a season.
If you were President Ian and Stone, and how would you handle the situation? You're now the president. Let's just role play.
I would shut down the government if I were the president.
That's a great first start. Yeah,
that's what I would do. I tend to agree with what you suggested earlier, Joseph, and thank you for the call tonight. That let the thing run its damn course, and if people end up perishing from it, they're gonna. I just don't think that destroying freedom is
you
worth it.
spin off every government service into its own private version where the people who were participating can continue to participate in a management or equity holding role.
Yeah, and I think you touched on this the other night, Nobody, as a candidate for governor in New Hampshire, pointing out that, hey, let people make their own decisions.
Yeah,
if you want to quarantine yourself, quarantine yourself. If you want to distance yourself from people, then distance yourself. Don't force everybody else to live under this insanity. It's Free Talk Live.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you receive the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at AnyPayInc.com. AnyPayInc.com.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
Are you making sense to the boomer mindset? I'm Holland Cook from survivalspeech.com. 80 million baby boomers comprise 25% of the population and control most of the USA's wealth. As aging parents pass on, they'll control more. Boomers are 46 to 65 years old and regard themselves as midlife. They identify as neither young nor old. They're post-minivan and pre-retirement, and they don't like being called boomers. They think me. Many of the purchases boomer couples make are individual purposes. They've been experimenters all their lives. If you want their attention, tell stories and keep it simple. If something seems complicated, boomers can dismiss it as, I don't need this. And if you're looking for work, you may be applying to a boomer, so relate accordingly. From survivalspeech.com, I'm Holland Cook.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You may dial toll-free here. Join us on the radio. Our number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. FM. Now, it's Ian Stone and nobody in the studio here tonight. Nobody, if you had to describe Fork Fest to somebody who'd never heard of it before, how would you do it?
Well, Fork Fest is a Liberty camping festival. We go out every year, and it's a group of Liberty lovers, or at least Liberty tolerators, who go out. We go camping. A lot of us will run little businesses off our campsites to feed each other and keep each other in souvenirs and drugs and whatever we may need.
Chiropractic.
Yeah, we've had chiropractors there, massage girls, we've had strippers, we've had...
Have there been strippers at Fork Fest?
I think so. Maybe that was just at Pork Fest. If you've been to Pork Fest, the Porcupine Freedom Festival, then I would say that Pork Fest is to minarchy as Fork Fest is to anarchy.
Yeah, I think it's a good description.
Yeah.
Fork Fest, by the way, happens coming up it's sooner than you think. It's like 3 months away.
Mm-hmm.
Fork Fest 2020. It's going to be June 29th until July 5th. It's a decentralized libertarian camping festival, and no one can cancel this thing except for the owner of the park. And so far, from what I understand, Rogers Campground is not closed. Of course, they haven't even opened yet. They're closed during the wintertime. So presuming Rogers Campground continues to accept campers in the summertime, then Fork Fest will be happening, because there's no board of directors to make some sort of arbitrary decision that there will be no Fork Fest, because, well, there is no Fork Fest, really. It's just a bunch of libertarians coming to the same campground and calling it Fork Fest. Taryn Lupo's been calling it Pork Fest Classic, which I think is fantastic. You've called it Band Camp, BANNED.
This one time at Band Camp.
Yeah. So it's fun stuff. If you want to go to forkfest.party, you can go there. There's a link to a Telegram chat room that's pretty active with people talking about Fork Fest 2020. Again, June 29th until July 5th. So we were talking...
The bottom line with cancellation is if you show up for Fork Fest, it wasn't canceled.
Yeah, it's on. Well, hopefully at least one other person will show up in addition to you.
Well, I will be there unless I'm dead.
I'm going to be there as well.
Dying.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Ditto.
So, yeah, Free Talk Live will be broadcasting from the event. We've already got our RV site reserved. So you can reserve your campsite over at Rogers Campground. Just give them a call. During the winter months, they do have limited hours. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I believe, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you call during those hours, Eastern Time, you will likely get somebody in the office who can take your reservation. So again, June 29th until July 5th, Fork Fest 2020, the fourth year, happening after the Porcupine Freedom Festival this time around. You can bring up whatever you want here on Free Talk Live. We were talking about how the government gang in D.C. is in talks with Facebook, Google, and other tech companies to try to get data on Americans' phones' locations. They say this is somehow going to help them compile information about the infection.
It'll help them compile a lot of information.
It's going to be useful for the government, but I don't think it's for the reasons they're saying. This is the excuse. Okay, in the same way that they've always wanted an excuse to have a total police state. Well, now they have it. Now that not everybody, but now that a lot of people are afraid, and I would say irrationally, of the coronavirus situation. I'm sure a lot of people differ with me on that, but that's just, that's my opinion on this. You're welcome to call in about it if you want. But now that a lot of people are in a complete fear mindset, that is when the government can swing in and do its worst. That is when they can take away as many freedoms as they can possibly cut out in one fell swoop. And that's what we're seeing happen. It's been an amazing change in just the last 2 weeks to what you could do before to what you can't do now. And this is another example of that. Oh, well, you guys people are getting sick. There's a few thousand people on the planet that have gotten sick. Now we need to know where you are at every moment of the day, even though they could previously get that information relatively easily by, getting a warrant, which is usually rubber stamped by a judge, or calling the NSA because they were just breaking the law to do it anyway. Now they're saying, well, we just want to work with these tech companies so we can have access to this information at all times about everybody.
I liked the question about what would you do as president about the coronavirus. And I'll tell you, the first thing that I would do would be monetary. The monetary system has been robbing us all for more than a century now, since 1913. And so what I would do is, first, I would direct the Federal Reserve or the Treasury Department to print out 23 $1 trillion bills and to send those bills to the creditors to whom we owe, in theory, $23 trillion.
I think that Mark Edge has actually talked about an idea like that, but you can't have them print bills. They have to mint coins. So you'd have to have them mint $1 trillion coins.
No. Not minting coins, because that requires real. I mean, are you talking about minting coins just out of aluminum or something?
Whatever. Just you put 20.
Okay, because I certainly wouldn't want $1 trillion worth of gold to go into these coins.
No. It'd be made out of pot metal. It'd just be a little coin that was 23 or $1 trillion.
So
or
that could be fine. It could be paper or it could be coins. But basically, you would send it off to the creditors, and then the second step would be to remove all capital gains from cryptocurrency transactions and from gold and silver transactions, so that you could get in and out of those without friction. And thirdly, I would implement a minimum guaranteed income of $1,000 per day.
Okay, and we can go to electnobody.com,
adjusted
to check
for inflation.
So electnobody.com, right?
Electnobody.com.
I've got a story from marketwatch.com. It's financial also, about how the Federal Reserve launches crisis-era commercial paper funding facility. So instead of paying off the creditors or debtors or whatever, they're allowing businesses to take out loans. The government is essentially just giving loans to business. Commercial paper is when a business needs to raise money, so they'll essentially take a loan, and whoever holds the commercial paper is who they have to pay back. So the government is now making it instead of giving it.
Who's giving the loans out? The government is, or the Federal Reserve?
Well, usually there's a market where businesses are rated like A, AAA, whatever, B, C, where businesses will have bonds or.
Isn't that like Dun and Bradstreet?
Maybe. I'm not too familiar with it. I mostly just know the basics of how it works.
Okay, so what's going on? What's changed here? You're saying, is it the government that's doing it? I'm not clear.
The government is giving interest-free loans to business?
Practically. I'm sure it's very close to zero. Most of the lending rates have gone close to zero. Another story about how crypto lending rates are a little higher than the government lending rates. So if you go onto crypto lending websites, you can essentially leverage your crypto using borrowed crypto. So that's about 3.6, or it jumped from 3.6% annually to 6% annually. For Bitcoin interest rates.
Okay, so if the government's just giving out interest-free loans or close to interest-free loans, they're presumably, printing the money to do that? Or where's the money coming from?
They would have to be printing it, because if they were borrowing it, then they wouldn't be doing anything. It would just be money in, money out. So I think they have to be printing it in order for it to have the intended effect. And the problem there is basically that's very close to what I was suggesting, only instead of handing out money to individuals who are the ones who have been harmed here, they're talking about handing out money to businesses, which means that it would benefit one segment of the population, but not the entire population. And, this, to me, I think I think we should kamikaze the dollar. I think we should destroy its value and make it a non-issue, but I think we should do it by liquidating it, by giving dollars to the people until the dollars just aren't worth anything.
So the government, the Federal Reserve, is stepping in to the market for short-term cash, basically, for these businesses. So they're able to essentially act as a backstop by placing buy orders for all of this stuff to give them short-term liquidity.
More coming up.
This is George Norrie from Coast to Coast AM and History Channel's Ancient Aliens. We support the amazing energy, nutrition, and skincare products from Jeunesse. Jeunesse products are designed by leading doctors in their field with natural ingredients and even stem cell technology. These products help your body perform and look better. Shop Jeunesse at gcnlife.com or call 1-844-443-6637. gcnlife.com or 844-443-6637.
I'm here with Scott Useum, founder of OMG Tax. Tell us how your helps our listeners have a problem with the IRS.
My team of lawyers, enrolled agents, and licensed tax experts remove wage garnishments sometimes in the same day. We even have reduced the total debt some of our clients were required to pay through what is known as an offer in compromise.
Can you give us an example of somebody you help?
Oh, can I ever? We have taken a $500,000 liability with the IRS. Guess what? The client didn't pay a dime through the representation known as non-collectible status with the government.
If you owe the IRS more than $10,000 and you want to see if it's possible to pay a lot less, call OMG Tax right now for a free tax-saving consultation.
Call 800-486-8112. 800-486-8112. 800-486-8112. That's 800-486-8112.
Are you afraid to go to the mailbox because of letter after letter from the IRS? Are they stacking on more and more penalties and interest? By now, you know the problem won't go away on its own. Don't let the IRS chase you to your grave with penalties and interest and liens and levies. You need real help now. I'm Dan Pilla. I wrote the book on tax debt settlement, and I help thousands of people solve tax problems they thought couldn't be solved. I can help you too. Call 800-34-NO-TAX or go to my website, danpilla.com. That's danpilla.com. danpilla.com.
Free Talk Live.
They believe, I think, that government can be good as long as you just elect the right people, which, of course, is nonsense. Government can never be good because it's an agency of coercive force. It doesn't matter who's running it. It doesn't matter what the goals of the organization are. As long as it's funded through coercion, as long as it's funded through threats of violence, then nothing it can do is ever moral or justified. They understand the system and they want to work inside it to change it. So, therefore, in order to have their hunger strike that they'd planned, which I thought was a great idea, they went to the government, and what they do?
Ask for a permit?
They asked for a permit. They asked for a permit. It was already over at that point, right? Whenever you ask permission from the government, you might as well expect them to say no. No!
You know what? It sounds like government has this non-cooperation thing down to a science.
Yeah, right?
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever you want here. Talking about everything from the coronavirus to the financial calamity that is upon us as a result of the various different government policies that they've crammed down everyone's throats. That's basically putting a ton of people out of work. I think I saw numbers, maybe it was earlier today or yesterday, saying that 1 out of 5 Americans are now without jobs because if you, for instance, worked in the restaurant business, if you were a server, you don't have a job right now in many states. Now, I don't know how many states have enacted these restrictions. They were just it seemed like they were just popping up all over the place. A lot of folks being told to stay home. They're being furloughed. Oh, yeah, you're not fired, but we just don't need you right now, that kind of thing. So, yeah, you've still got your job, but you're not logging any hours. That's pretty much jobless. And so it's Ian Stone and nobody in the studio here. If you want to comment, you can join us. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. I want to say thanks to Robert Meyer, who is a Free Talk Live amplifier. He is a longtime supporter of this show. Goes all the way back to when the AMP program was only $3 a month. And then a few years after that, we raised it to $5. That's how long of a time he's been amping the show. Robert, thanks for doing that. If you want to amp Free Talk Live, AMP stands for Advertise, Market, and Promote. It's a way for you to get Free Talk Live on more radio stations. And I'm still calling the stations, by the way, in the morning. That's what I do is I call radio stations.
Do you wear a mask?
Nope.
When you call them? Okay.
I have yet to put on a mask during this whole thing.
Yeah.
And
if I put on a mask, it'll be a Guy Fawkes mask.
There you go.
It's got a nice hole in it.
Me too, especially if we end up doing a gathering in public somewhere to violate the state's no more than 50 people restrictions. So anyway,
so if you're in and around New Hampshire and you would be interested in a gathering like that, is there some place we could send people?
It was being discussed to the ForkFest chat room at forkfest.party. You can click on the chat link there and get into the ForkFest chat. That's where the discussion about it was happening.
Groovy. So we can call it a pre-ForkFest.
You could call it a ForkFest pre-party or something like that. Sure, yeah, whatever you want to call it.
We can call it Fork You Sununu.
That's a great idea. Yeah, you could do that.
Yes, nobody can do that.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you, Robert Meyer, for supporting the AMP program. You can join Robert over at amp.freetalklive.com. If you got $5 a month that you can send our way, we will turn it into more radio stations over time by pitching the show to hundreds more stations and hopefully getting on a few dozen more. We can hit 300. We're on over 200 now. 300's doable. You can help us out, like Robert, over at amp.freetalklive.com, and you'll get some perks. You get some bennies, like access to the AMP discussion.
Perks and bennies?
Yeah.
Good God, that's like a speedball.
For only $5 a month at ampamp.freetalklive.com, PayPal, credit card, and Bitcoin BTC. All right, so you were talking about some financial stuff, Stone, and I got to say, I'm not a finance expert, so any kind of explanation that can be given here to help me understand what this what these business loans are?
I've studied economics, but economics is like finance turned inside out. So I have to translate a lot.
So can you just recap briefly what this news is that you're sharing?
I've got a paragraph here that kind of summarizes it from New York Times today or yesterday. Both were efforts. They're trying to keep the credit flowing to businesses and households.
The government is giving money to businesses, basically.
Well, that's the theory of where the money might be going. Taking a page from its 2008 financial crisis playbook, the Fed said it would backstop the $1.13 trillion market for commercial paper, a key funding source used by companies to cover payroll and day-to-day operations. That market, used by firms like Pfizer, Royal Dominion, and DuPont, has started to come under strain as businesses race to fill up their coffers in the face of quarantines, shuttered shopping centers, and empty restaurants. So basically, a lot of businesses are choosing to hoard dollars in their bank accounts in order to have that instead of whatever they would normally be spending it on. And essentially they are the market for that type of stuff
which they kind of have to do because these people are leasing businesses or they're leasing real estate. Okay, they still have to pay rent just like you still have.
Not
to
anymore.
Pay rent.
There was a notice that came out yesterday from the state of New Hampshire. His Excellency, the Governor John Sununu, or Chris Sununu, or whatever his name is. Sununu says that no, you can't now evict anyone for non-payment of rent.
Does that apply to businesses or only people?
Presumably it's everybody. And if somebody doesn't pay the rent during this emergency time frame, you cannot penalize them for it. There can be no fees, associated with that, and they have to be given a reasonable period to pay it back without any kind of penalties. That is a minimum of 6 months once this supposed emergency gets lifted. And if he's doing it, I guarantee you it's happening in other states, because all he's doing is he's taking the wording from the other states that are doing it and signing off on it.
And the thing is, what that's going to do is people think landlords are made of money. They're not. Okay, so they're going to start going bankrupt. Now, they can be somewhat saved if at least their property taxes are being held in abeyance, because
I haven't heard any announcements about that.
See, that's the thing, is he's saying you can't collect or you can't do anything to collect. There are no consequences for not paying, but you still have to pay your property taxes. Well, how are they going to do that? You can't get blood from a stone.
Yep.
I don't think you can. We could test.
I think we're going to see a lot of businesses
we won't bleed you stone.
Go bankrupt.
I wouldn't bleed
ultimately
you.
what's going to happen. A lot of businesses are going to go bankrupt. Yeah. It's going to be hard times. It looks like they're trying to really get to that point where we're going to have a total collapse and society has become so dependent on government to provide their food every day or whatever. People are going to be at their FEMA camps or whatever.
Well, the good news is, and I think that you're right, there are people who are intending that. We've seen stories out of France, I think, that say they're talking about nationalizing industry. I believe, governor of New York or mayor of New York City, one or the other, they're both terrible. They've been saying nationalization should happen. Now, I don't know if
Spain has nationalized all the private hospitals.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to see that in the United States. If we do, that's a terrible thing. It's going to make things even worse, even faster. But there is still the possibility that at the very least, for instance, I saw Amazon's hiring 100,000 workers, for instance. So a lot of these people that are out of jobs are going to be able to get jobs in, other areas that are still doing business. But you're right, Stone. We're going to see a lot of people out of work, and that's going to result in them demanding benefits from the government.
And the numbers don't add up. That's not going to fix it, because 10% of the workforce, or something like 10% of the workforce, does customer service. So and
no one is going out to buy things. No one is doing that.
So maybe that's 15 million people, 30 million people. 100,000 jobs is good, but it doesn't.
Well, all the other grocery stores and these other retailers where there's a lot of activity going on, they are going to be hiring, and they are hiring people. So at least...
Although even Price Chopper, which is normally our 24-hour store in town, they're going to start closing from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.
The stock
even
prices...
their numbers, even though they're extraordinarily busy, my guess is that they can't keep... They feel they can't keep the pipe flowing 24 hours a day. So if they're not able to keep selling 24 hours a day, they should just shut down and cut their expenses as well.
Well, they're going to be stocking. They just don't want customers in the store at that time.
Yeah, well, they're going to be stocking, but my guess is they're concerned they won't be able to stock fast enough, and that's probably why they're doing
Walmart did the same thing. Yeah. Walmart put out a notice saying that all of their stores, apparently including the supercenters, which are 24 hours a day, are now 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Well, these large corporations are highly sensitive to stock market changes. So when their shares drop 50%, that means the revenue, the amount of money their shareholders are getting, drop 50%. They're calling for ways to cut their costs. They're going to be firing a lot of people. I mean, if people didn't want to come into work anyway, or the government's telling people to go home. But when I've worked at a company, I've worked at large corporations before, and when something happens and their stock price drops dramatically, anyone hired in the last 90 days is automatically gone. They're not going to show up to work the next day. They're going to tell everyone, all the new hires, they don't have any liability to keep them on the books, and then whatever the government allows them to lay off is next. And that's
these next 2 weeks are going to be brutal.
That's direct. These companies, when it's a result of their stock, their shareholders, their CEO, all of their financial, the people that run these companies are ruthless. They don't care about socialism, keeping people employed or whatever.
Yeah, and the bottom line is that's what they get paid to do, is be ruthless. Expecting compassion from a corporation is like expecting compassion from a tractor. It's a machine. It's not a man. But we should expect it to behave like a machine.
True. That said, corporations still have the concern for how they look publicly, and so they still want to kind of be seen to be helping in as much ways as they can, whereas the government corporations, they don't care what you think. They're going to do whatever it is they want to do.
They care if you think enough to pick up a gun.
Well, or disobey, because that's another option, and hopefully we're going to see some disobedience, but it's not looking good so far because people are just doing what they're told. It's Free Talk Live. Hour 2's next.
Remember when you first heard about Bitcoin? How long did it take you to realize This little project would soon change the world. Do you kind of wish you had gotten involved sooner? Well, now is your chance to be part of the next revolution in money. Intercoin is working to finally make crypto go mainstream. It's designed to be scalable enough to support everyday payments and even elections without the state. Bitcoin was originally supposed to be a peer-to-peer cash system, the way we would all pay one another without having to trust any third party. But instead, over time, it mostly became a store of value. That's because every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin network must put all transactions into a block, and that block can only hold so much. If crypto is to become mainstream, for everyone to use it in everyday payments, we need a new architecture, one that's as secure as Bitcoin while being far more scalable. Check out intercoin.org to find out more, and maybe pick up some of those coins for yourself.
Is oral health important to you? If you don't like your own teeth, fresh breath, or kissing people, then by all means stop listening. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I became passionate about the product that she created and never want to live without it. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, but I find it does much more. They want you to love My Magic Mud as much as I do, so they're giving you a money-back guarantee plus 20% off. Go to mymagicmud.com and use coupon code FTL20 at checkout. mymagicmud.com, FTL20.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675, silver at $17.35, and Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Midpress News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mint-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Body found in the woods turned out not to be Justin. Local residents found the naked corpse draped over a tree stump Saturday, and as news spread, many found themselves struggling to comprehend how it wasn't Justin lying dead in the forest.
I heard the news, and I still can't come around to it. I just can't imagine that it's not Justin there lying dead in the woods. Are they absolutely sure it's not him?
Friends and family are still urging authorities to double-check the body, or at the very least bring in Justin as a suspect.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
Free Talk Live. Dial toll free. Bring up whatever you want. This is hour number 2 of 3. We've got plenty of time for you to call in, talk about whatever you want, and take control of the airwaves here on Free Talk Live. With you tonight, you've got Ian,
Stone,
and nobody.
Also, you can call in on our Discord call-in lines on our Discord server at discord.lrn.fm. Hop into one of those, and you will sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us. Coming up, Ron Paul and his opinion about this whole coronavirus thing, which I think is relevant because he's a great guy.
My Corona.
He's a hero. Libertarian hero. Great guy.
Great man.
We will talk about that here in just a moment. But let's go to the phones first. Your calls and thoughts. You can bring up whatever is on your mind, although a lot of people obviously want to talk about coronavirus and all the fallout, which is mostly not from the coronavirus itself, because that barely exists from what I can tell. Nobody, you had asked a question on your social media profile the other night asking if anyone knows anyone personally who has not just some post on the internet, but somebody who has told you personally, I have coronavirus. And what was the response that you received?
Zero said, I have coronavirus. A couple claimed to know somebody who did.
You didn't know those people?
They were not people that I knew directly, so I have no way of assessing their credibility.
So let's go to your calls and thoughts. We got Chris on the line in St. Louis. We're seeing a lot of life being disrupted here. A lot of people going to lose their jobs over this, what I would call a severe overreaction and a major move towards the police state. Chris, what do you think? Go ahead with your thoughts.
Yes, I have a really good question here. I was wondering if for anyone that was or is affected with the coronavirus, I was wondering to treat it, could heat be the factor? Because I heard that someone who puts heat up in their nose or steam, I heard that could weaken the virus. Is this true? Is it not true? I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
well, I don't give medical advice.
Yeah, you're not talking to any doctors.
I haven't heard anything about that.
I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard of, they covered on Fox News one drug which is supposed to help it, which is a long available, very cheap drug. And I can't remember the name of it, but I can't offer you medical advice. They'll come and kill me if I do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I would say, there's a lot of opinions online about this sort of thing, and I would say a whole lot of people that don't know anything about this. It's relatively new. It hasn't had, there are very few, studies or nobody's had a chance to really no one's had a chance to look at this at this point.
And another thing I've heard too is about people or a study where they had someone who had who was affected and then recovered. They took plasma blood from them to treat a person who was infected. So I'm wondering, could that be a possibility?
I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities out there.
It's a possibility.
What's true or not is a whole other question. Chris, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Let's go to
more
Larry.
scared of the government than I am of the virus. Though.
Yeah,
I
me
would
too.
I would be very hesitant to, especially being a dissident myself. They might be just as anxious to kill me as they are to save me. So I don't know that I would take whatever they came up with.
Absolutely. Look, the odds are you're going to survive it if you believe the odds that they're talking about.
Yeah,
and we don't even know if that's
true. I would
true.
rather take a 2% chance of death against the virus than, bet my life that the government loves me and wants me to be happy.
I feel the same way. And clearly, the governments are the real threat here. They're the ones who are cracking down. And arguably, people seem to want it. They seem to want to be told what to do. They seem to want to be ordered about, because we haven't seen any meaningful civil disobedience. We haven't seen any, at least that I've heard of. If you've heard of it, let us know. I want to know what's going on out there. I did see a story that in Mexico there was a massive concert that they held recently, sort of in defiance of this. So, Viva Mexico, if that's true.
Viva Mexico.
Let's go to your calls and thoughts here, because you can bring up what you want. Larry is on the line in Indianapolis. Larry, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hello, how you doing, boys?
Hey, Larry.
Hey, listen. Now, this is so contradictory to things that they're saying. And, I haven't had TV for a long time, but I was over at my friend's house today, and I seen MSNBC. These people look like they're some kind of a monster or somebody with their with their one foot in the grave and the other one on a banana peel. I mean, they look horrible. They look like ghouls.
Are you saying that the reporters are not going through makeup?
Are you wearing sunglasses when you watch this?
No, they're grade B actors. I don't watch it, but I've been hearing about it on the radio so much that I did go over to my friend's house and did watch MSNBC and NPR too. They are having everything about this virus lead to Trump being run out of office. So it's so stupid. And the thing about it is, when they finally get through with us, this is why they're talking about, I think all of them are in on it. They are going to have a situation where the testing is going on right now, right? I seen the drive-through testing with the people out there with the gas masks on and a mask over their mouth and nose and eyes wide open where if somebody coughs, it'll get right in their eyes. So these tests are so arbitrary, and that could be the thing that causes you to get the disease. So like you guys were just talking, I wouldn't take nothing. I would just depend on getting out of it myself, because your body can take care of a lot of the things that are happening under this disease. And if you don't want to play the sick role, but I think what's going to happen is people are going to find out if they try to feign sickness, they can get more money. And you know what that means. So
the gravy
so
train.
People they'll be going for that gravy train. Oh, I don't have to work. I'm getting all these benefits. I'm getting free rent. I'm getting my mortgage not being foreclosed on. And you know what that means. That's moral degradation. When you get into something like that, it degrades you morally. Just like the mortgage thing did, when people were getting all these loans they weren't supposed to have. There was all kind of stuff going on. If you was on dope and you got a mortgage, right? I had a couple friends that got mortgages on their property. Wouldn't worth a darn thing. But when they got the loan, on closing day, the dope man moved right in with them. So let me tell you. They did.
Well, yeah, that's what a lot of people are going to spend the money on, when that $1,000, if they come in with this $2,000 check or $1,000 or whatever it's going to be. Right now, the headline at Drudge Report was saying $2,000. They're still negotiating this. So whatever arbitrary amount they come up with, it's going to go right into people's nose. It's going to go right in their veins. It's going to go right in their bloodstream. And some people will buy some toilet paper with it. Yeah.
But they know that there's going to happen, so that's why they're doing this. They want to get you idle, because you know the idle mind is devil's workshop, right?
And get you hooked on the government dole.
Everybody and get you hooked on more dope. They seized about 3,200 pounds of meth from some drug cartel. You think they're going to burn that up? They're not going to do it. And the opioid crisis and all that stuff is going by the wayside. I mean, when you come in...
Oh, it's not going by the wayside. It's going to get worse. Because the reason why people use drugs, Larry, as you probably know, is because their lives, they don't feel like they have anything to live for. They're depressed. They're upset. They, bad things have happened to them. They want to get away from that.
Lack of human connection, they say, is the biggest thing.
Well, now people aren't going to be connected even less than before. I mean, we already had a problem where people were disconnecting sort of voluntarily by getting on their phones and not going out anymore and things like that. And now it's even worse. Now you really are being discouraged from even leaving your home in a lot of cases. And certainly in places like San Francisco, there's actually a 24-hour curfew, from what I understand, going on in cities like that. So you actually can't leave your home. And you want to talk about, okay, now you don't have a job anymore, as we mentioned earlier. Now your business is gone under because you're bankrupt, because you have no customers walking through the door. You want to talk about a bunch of depressed, drug-addicted people who are just going to get worse, going to take on an addiction maybe for the first time, maybe go back to what it was that they were addicted before. I mean, this is
because
bad.
it's success that keeps you clean. If you take away the ability to succeed,
it's bad. Thanks, Larry, for your call and sharing your thoughts tonight. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. This is Free Talk Live. How's it affecting you? Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app, and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
I want to tell you about my favorite cryptocurrency wallet, Edge Wallet, at edge.app. Edge is the wallet I use more than any other, and that was true long before Edge Wallet became a sponsor of Free Talk Live. Edge Wallet allows you to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold your cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Dash, Bitcoin Cash, and more. It's available for both Android and iOS, and you can download it via the Play or App Store or via Edge Wallet's website, edge.app. Secure your freedom with Edge Wallet.
The political world is a maddening cesspool of corruption and lies. Nobody tells the truth. Nobody keeps campaign promises. Nobody obeys the Constitution. Nobody puts the people first. How can we ever escape this web of tyranny? Vote for nobody.
Hi, my name is Nobody. I'm running for governor of New Hampshire because nobody knows how to live your life better than you do, and nobody deserves that kind of power. I want to put you back in control of your money, your lifestyle, your work, your body, and your life. Nobody should rule you but you. New Hampshire convicts many people of so-called crimes that should never have been prosecuted. If elected, I will pardon every victimless crime in New Hampshire history. This includes drug, gambling, prostitution, gun, and driving offenses. Nobody should have a criminal record when they have not harmed anybody.
Wouldn't it be nice to have nobody telling you what to do? Learn more at electnobody.com. electnobody.com.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Talk Live. You dial in, toll free, bring up whatever you want here. Our number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. Coming up, Ron Paul. He's got himself a weekly column over at the Ron Paul Institute, and this week, appropriately enough, he's decided to write about his opinions on this here coronavirus, as he calls it, the coronavirus hoax. We'll tell you more about that. With you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
Stone.
And Nobody.
Hey, I want you to know about Bitcoin.com. There's no better time than right now to start learning about cryptocurrency. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to do you any good if the power grid goes down, because, you do need to have access to the internet to use it. But presuming that that still continues, it's a really useful technology. I'm a huge fan of cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. More so, I think Bitcoin Cash is more useful as an actual currency these days. The Bitcoin prices, the BTC, the original Bitcoin, it's like over $1 per transaction now these days. Just recently.
It's insane. And the bottom line is until Bitcoin hits parity with Bitcoin Cash, I will continue to consider the market to be irrational. Yeah. People are banking on Bitcoin being some sort of digital gold, and it's not. The Bitcoin can be consumed by one thing, which is sending Bitcoin transactions. And that's so right. the aggregate value of Bitcoin has to be related to the transactions that it can send, and it can't send enough transactions to justify its value.
Yeah, it's got a ceiling on its number of transactions that is very, very low. So it's already hitting that ceiling, basically. Is
so basically, until the more able coins exceed BTC in value, and the whales who have been propping BTC up get up off it and realize that they can't make digital gold happen, I will consider the market to be irrational.
So somebody in the chat room, Etar, says BTC hate live. This is not hate, at least in my case. I don't hate Bitcoin. I love the idea of Bitcoin. I am a longtime supporter of Bitcoin. I sell Bitcoin on the internet on localbitcoins.com on a regular basis. So I still support the idea of Bitcoin. I'm just saddened to see what has happened to it because of this mismanagement on the part of its programmers.
Yeah, and my church definitely regards Bitcoin as a sacrament. As a matter of fact, if you donate to my church, one of the premiums you can elect to receive is Bitcoin.
So if you donate dollars.
Yes, you can donate dollars, and we'll give you back a premium in Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash. Because dollars are, from our point of view, haram. When you accept dollars, when you save dollars, you're accepting the system as it is, and by
This is a way out. This is a way out.
This is a way out. If we all shorted the dollar, if we stopped accepting the dollar, the government could not operate. They could not do the things that they do. It's the dollar hegemony that props them up.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's a great investment compared to the dollar. I mean, as soon as the dollar gets inflated the way they want to, they're going to be sending money out to anyone who asks for it. So, I mean,
they're cranking on that printing press, man.
It's going to be just as good as toilet paper the way they're cranking out toilet paper, too. So they're going to both have similar purposes, and then other more scarce resources that everyone agrees or a lot of people want to use and hold and trade. Those are going to be what people are going to turn to for real value, something that you can appreciate, that's not going to go bad over the months and years. Gold, silver, Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's something I would also say is there are times, I mean, the government can't break into your house and jack your Bitcoin unless you give them the keys or you give them the password or whatever, or you're completely unsecure. But at the same time, they can take the power grid down. They can take the internet down for days at a time. There is an internet kill switch, and the president has access to it as far as we know. So the thing that you're going to need, if and when that happens, is precious metal you can hold in your hand.
Yeah.
Because nobody can take the value out of that. You feel the weight, you feel the value in your hand, and so please diversify.
I tipped a guy with a gold back today.
Gold backs are great. They've got a high seigniorage. I want to see people trading in full-bodied silver coins as well, and full-bodied gold coins, because
it's hard to do that with gold because it's so expensive,
Well, it is, and that's the nice thing about gold-backed cryptocurrencies, stable coins.
Are there any good ones, though?
I don't know. My understanding is that the guys at AnyPay are doing a gold-backed stable coin.
I mean, they have AnyPay Gold, but it's not something they're focusing on at all. It was more of like I don't know if they're going to put more focus on it into the future, but as of right now, it was just sort of like a test thing that they did, and maybe they'll do something with it, maybe they won't. But I don't know if right now is there really like a good gold-backed crypto that people can rely on and is actually useful.
Well, anybody can create one. I mean, in the Stellar universe, basically all you have to do is list yourself as somebody who makes a market in something, and then say, if you bring me a gold back, I'll give you a token that represents a gold back. And if you bring me back that token, I'll give you your gold back.
Right. Well, one of the biggest problems with these gold-backed cryptos is they rely on centralized authorities to do all that stuff. Let's talk to Tim. He's in Springfield. By the way, you can go to bitcoin.com. That's what I meant to tell you earlier. Bitcoin.com to learn the basics about Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, cryptocurrency. Now's a good time because all the prices on pretty much every crypto, it's all down. Tim in Springfield, you're on Free Talk Live. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a good point to make about the coronavirus.
Okay.
I saw that there was 111 deaths in the United States, and 54 of those came from Washington, with 23 of those being at the nursing home. So I'm thinking maybe they can contain this a lot better than they think. What is your point?
Well, it would not surprise me, because if you look at how the Chinese reacted to their initial outbreak, they did every wrong thing that you could possibly do. They shut down, they arrested doctors for telling each other about it. They were literally arresting doctors who thought they had found a new form of SARS. And one of those doctors is now dead, and he's becoming a big symbol of the resistance in China, because, you know, he and his people were arrested for telling each other the truth about the coronavirus. So if China had not done everything they could to hide the fact that there was a problem, maybe China would not have turned into the disastrous hellhole that it did.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if you look back at the 2009 flu pandemic in the U.S., where 3,400 people died, it looks like people are a lot more aware of it. There's a lot more publicity. There's a lot less transmission this year, so hopefully it'll be less than the 3,400 that died in 2009 from the flu. So it's similar, yeah. It's just the reaction is going to be a lot more deadly than the actual virus itself.
Tim, thanks for the call and your thoughts tonight. I appreciate it. Our toll-free number here, 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. You can bring up what you want here on Free Talk Live.
What is it costing you in vet bills for that convenience of just pulling open a bag of
formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways?
How do you feed your dog to derive not only energy, but a good coat, bright eyes, and a great attitude?
Come to Dynovite for help.
DINOVITE.com.
I found his raw meat diet on Dynovite.com with just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dynovite and the Super Omega on top of it.
Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Ground beef, white rice, eggs, including the shells, and the Dynovite supplement, and then the Lico Chops.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
It just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit.
Adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
Their skin is so much better now that they're on the raw diet. I don't even give them the kibble anymore.
DINOVITE.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. What do you shop for that you could otherwise buy at Amazon? Pretty much everything, right? Amazon has competitive pricing and they deliver, and that's a big plus. If you could plan ahead in your shopping, would you be interested in saving up to 33%? There's a catch. You have to do your shopping in Bitcoin. But imagine those savings. It's like a huge raise. All you have to do is go to saveatpurse.com. We've saved thousands, and you can too. Plan ahead and save. Saveatpurse.com. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Hi, I'm Derek J. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. Open phones, as always. You can bring up anything that you want. Our number here is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Hop into one of those. You'll sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us. Tonight it's Ian.
Stone.
And the nobody formerly known as Rich Paw.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to spend, earn, store, and exchange digital money in seconds. Divvy says you'll be able to send money around the globe in only a swipe and instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat currencies like the dollar in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. There's no need to wait, though, as Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with their multi-tiered masternodes, allowing anyone to earn by supporting the Divvy network. When the new Divvy wallet launches, because of Divvy's relationship with Western Union, Divvy will be in 200 countries, including the United States. You can learn more at DivvyProject.org. That's D-I-V-I, DivvyProject.org. Ron Paul has got an article out, finally, about this coronavirus thing. He's calling it the coronavirus hoax. It is attributed to him on his own website, ronpaulinstitute.org, posted on Monday. I'm just going to jump into this.
Okay. Now, for the people doing the TLDR, he's not saying that the virus itself is a hoax, but that there is a hoax surrounding it.
Sure. Governments, he says, love crisis because when the people are fearful, they're more willing to give up freedoms for promises that the government will take care of them. After 9/11, for example, Americans accepted the near total destruction of their civil liberties in the Patriot Act's hollow promises of security. And just as an aside, yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. People did give up their freedoms. They believed all the stories about the Osama bin Laden and, you know, the so-called terrorists and all that, and how much of it was true, we still don't really even know. And then only later did they start to kind of look back and realize that maybe the government wasn't telling them the truth. Maybe those weapons of mass destruction didn't really exist. Maybe we've been lied to the entire time. In fact, there was news within the last year about some secretive video interviews of military men who were essentially admitting that the whole war in Afghanistan is a complete sham.
Yeah,
from top to bottom.
And that's the thing is, there's a thing in psychiatry called Cassandra complex, and it's based on a Greek myth about Cassandra, who was too beautiful or had hubris or, you know, whatever those Greek heroines always did. So she was cursed by the gods to know the future but never be believed. And that's what it feels like sometimes
as a
to be a libertarian.
Yeah,
is,
sure.
You know, we predict these things and they happen, and we predict them and they happen.
And Ron Paul's been doing it a lot longer.
Everybody's telling us we're crazy.
It's ironic, says Ron Paul, to see the same Democrats who tried to impeach President Trump last month for abuse of power demanding that the administration grab more power and authority in the name of fighting a virus that thus far has killed less than 100 Americans. Declaring a pandemic emergency on Friday, President Trump now claims the power to quarantine individuals suspected of being infected by the virus, and as Politico writes, quote, stop and seize any plane, train, or automobile to stymie the spread of contagious disease, unquote. He can even call out the military to cordon off a U.S. city or state. State and local authoritarians love panic as well. The mayor of Champaign, Illinois, has signed an executive order declaring the power to ban the sale of guns and alcohol and cut off gas, water, or electricity to any citizen.
Completely unconstitutional in all cases.
The governor of Ohio just essentially closed his entire state. Well, and this was a question that you asked nobody the other day. I don't know if it was on the air or off, but about Sununu, who's the governor here in New Hampshire. You asked, what is the constitutional so-called authority for him to simply be able to decree things?
Yeah, and I have not found it in my reading of the Constitution. I have not reread it since the beginning of this crisis or faux crisis. But I challenge you, if you think Chris Sununu is doing the right thing, please call in and quote to me chapter and verse what gives him the authority to do any of it.
Just to be clear, you're talking about within their own system, because I don't believe that even if there was Constitution, Bill of Rights 1.23, whatever, that says the governor may declare at any time anything he wants in the interests of controlling people, even if it was in there, that wouldn't be okay, because it's if the idea of authority is fake in the first place. But you're just asking what in their own system.
There's two levels of tyranny. Okay, the tyranny writ large is when they break their own rules,
which they do all the time.
Tyranny writ small is when they follow them. It's still tyranny,
right?
But it's a smaller tyranny than the tyranny of we're just going to do whatever we want to do because we've got the guns.
That's what this is.
Yeah, these are megalomaniacs, and they're going to take as much power as people are willing to prop them up with. I mean, everybody that supports them, either by paying their taxes, or going out and doing some work that's vital for the government to stay in operation, providing them with services, giving them the tools they need to step on people's necks.
And at the same time, killing people. I mean, Duncan Lemp the other day. I'm going to keep coming back to Duncan Lemp because, they just shot him from outside his home.
While he was asleep.
While he was asleep. Was that a warning? We can kill you in your sleep. Don't speak out. Don't say anything. Well, it didn't work on me if that was the intent.
The chief fearmonger is back to Ron Paul here. The chief fearmonger of the Trump administration is without a doubt Anthony Fauci, the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health. Fauci's all over the media, serving up outright falsehoods to stir up even more panic. He testified to Congress that the death rate for the coronavirus is 10 times that of the seasonal flu, a claim without any scientific basis. On Face the Nation, Fauci did his best to further damage an already tanking economy by stating, quote, "Right now, personally myself, I wouldn't go to a restaurant," unquote. He's pushed for closing the entire country down for 14 days.
And he certainly has the right not to go to a restaurant.
But forcing everyone else to not go is
that's a completely different matter.
And this isn't the first year that we've had a particularly strong virus spread through the population. I'm looking at Wikipedia for the 2009 flu pandemic, and it's not an unusual thing for a novel strain of virus to get loose and kill people. In 2009...
what makes this one different? Is it just the reactions?
Well, it is particularly...
Well, it said it's a new disease that was hitherto unknown.
So were some of these other ones.
Yeah, this is worse. I mean, it's got a higher burn ratio, essentially, so it's killing people faster, it's spreading more, so it's not the standard 5 to 10% death rate. So normally I think people die about 5 to 10% from pneumonia and flu and things of that nature.
Well, it's lower than that in most age categories. It's only a higher death rate in the highest age categories.
Well, that's where most of the deaths occur.
Yeah, but still, I mean, as I speak feelingly as someone with 90-year-old parents or parents in their 90s, there must be some equivalent to octogenarian, but I don't know what it is.
I think a lot of people, a lot of younger people...
I want to keep them.
Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of younger people aren't even going to notice that this is anything different from a normal flu. So what they're doing is they're taking all these precautions to try and stop old people from dying faster than they normally do, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, that's the claim. The reality of it is we don't need any of these precautions. If you're worried about your parents, tell them to stay home. If we had freedom, right? Like if there weren't these government goons shutting everything down, destroying the economy, taking more power, if it were just the government was not there and we just had to figure out what to do on our own, then it would be like, okay, well, Mom and Dad, they're saying that older folks are more susceptible, so why don't you stay home? You get the credit card, call in to wherever you want to get, food from. Dude. They'll deliver it to you. You can sequester yourself, and all the rest of us, we're going to go about keeping this economy going.
Yeah, let the rest of us go out and work, because somebody has to provide for these people.
Right.
Yes. So give them an MGI. I'm down with it. I never thought I would say it, but I'm down with it. But they have to be able to spend it somewhere. They need to be able to get stuff.
Hold that thought, Stone. More coming up here. We got more with Ron Paul. Your thoughts welcome as well. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. This is Free Talk Live.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you could move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry my pillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-870-0305 and use promo code GCN. That's mypillow.com or 800-870-0305 with promo code GCN.
Have you ever watched a video on the internet and found yourself waiting for the skip the ad button? The reason this takes a few seconds is because the video delivery companies get to collect impression commission, and the viewer never sees the advertisement. The company still pays full price to run the ad. Does this sound like a scam to you? Is there any wonder why internet ads are so ineffective? For over 100 years, radio has been a proven source for companies' messages. Radio listeners are engaged and want to support the companies that sponsor the shows they're so passionate about. Simple companies like window treatments, security, pillow companies, and more have been able to break away from the big box stores, building multi-million-dollar businesses. Find out what radio can do for your business. Call 877-996-4327 or advertise at gcnlive.com. That's advertise at gcnlive.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You can join us here. Toll-free number 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms. They're over at discord.lrn.fm. And, of course, you can support Free Talk Live in a variety of different ways. One way is just by, following the show, subscribing or following our various different video channels like Twitch or DLive. You can go to twitch.lrn.fm or dlive.lrn.fm. These are two different video streaming platforms on which we offer a free video service where you can watch the show. You can do it live or later on. It's up to you. But you can follow us there, and we hit larger numbers, which is a good thing. The more numbers we have, the more people might tune in to see or hear the ideas of freedom where they're not getting this anywhere else. I suspect, there's a lot of media out there, but most of them are lapdogs of the government. They will do whatever it is the state agents say. They will parrot the news releases from the local police or the federal government or whatever. Oh, yeah, they might not like Trump, or they might not like whatever the Democrats end up picking. But they sure do love the state, and they love to just kowtow it and toe the line for the state. We don't do that here on Free Talk Live. So if you want to help us out, just follow our show in a variety of different ways. Of course, you can also subscribe to our podcast over at feeds.freetalklive.com. And you can follow Nobody over on his website, electnobody.com.
Yeah, absolutely, because nobody should rule you but you.
Indeed. So let's continue with your phone calls and thoughts. We got more from Ron Paul coming up here, and I know, Stone, you wanted to get in. Did you have a thought that you wanted to get in at the very end of the last segment? But
I was just going to go over the numbers as far as how this compares to other pandemics,
give us a
other flus.
Quick rundown.
From the CDC.gov, the 2009 H1N1 pandemic from April 12th.
H1N1, was that the bird flu?
I think it was swine.
Swine flu, okay.
Swine!
Yeah, April 12th, 2009 to April 10th of 2010, there were 12,469 deaths that were attributed to that.
Okay, and where are we at now with this coronavirus?
I think we're about to cross 100.
No. So it was 12,000 in the United States?
Yes, 12,400 plus in the United States died.
But that was over a year?
Yeah, over a 1 year period. It looks like we're a few months into this one, and we're about to cross 100. So
100.
A lot more died from the previous one, but we haven't had the exposure.
Sure, anything could happen.
And if
there's been exposure,
I mean, the scientific consensus seems to be that this is much more infectious than the common flu.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying, but the numbers don't reflect it yet.
Well, Italy's getting torn up.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Italy is torn up. And interestingly enough, that's the one country where the Chinese and the Cubans are lending support, and they're getting tore up bad.
Well, Italy,
that's kind of fascinating when you think about it.
From what I understand, historically has had a much more open border, accept immigrants policy than most other countries, and that could be attributed to. I mean, that could cause more sick people to get in there if they're more willing to take people in. They've got extensive coastline, so basically anyone could sail into Italy. So that could be a factor. And Spain, it looks like, has got a lot of cases, a lot of deaths happening. So it looks like countries that are having a lot of immigrants come in are being affected more. So there could be a case for closed borders now.
But it could also be a sign of the coming of vermin supreme, because what's Italy shaped like?
A boot.
Yeah,
a boot.
Maybe.
A boot. The boot is on his head.
Yeah, there's no case for closed borders, just as there's no case for cracking down, just as there's no case for any of this stuff. I'm sorry, freedom is more important than safety. It's more important to be able to make decisions for yourself than it is to have this ridiculous plan of some government bureaucrats deciding for you how you're going to live. If I want to take a risk, I should be free to make that choice.
It looks like Italy's closing in on 3,000 deaths. So they're approaching how many people died in the United States from swine flu in 2009 in Italy right now. And it looks like they have a very high exposure rate. So it could top out, hopefully, in Italy. We'll see if everyone gets exposed. They build
There's
an immunity.
60 million people, by the way, in Italy. 2,000 deaths. That's almost no one.
Nearly 3,000.
Now, by means of comparison, there were 60 million. 60 million was the population of Germany at the beginning of World War II, and they killed 13 million in the Holocaust.
So wait, what you're saying is the government is way more dangerous than any of these things put together.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
oh my
definitely true.
God,
Yeah.
yes. If a disease killed as many people as your average government, people would be having fits in the streets.
Right.
Good point.
I mean, look, I'm looking at this coronavirus map right now at ArcGIS, ARCGIS.com, and it shows a total confirmed 35,000 infections. Remember, we're not talking about deaths here. We're talking about that's Italy. Sorry, that's just Italy. So total global, I don't know what the total global is, but it's not that much more than 150,000 maybe or something like that infections. I mean, you're talking about
But there's another side
nothing.
to this, which at least in the United States, test kits are very scarce because they wouldn't let the private sector people have been waiting for government permission to release test kits, and it has not been coming. So there may be a lot of people. One theory is that a lot of people, the 13,000 people that died of the flu this year, that a lot of them didn't die of the flu, but nobody knew that coronavirus existed, so they just took it as an atypical flu.
Either way, I'm sorry, I don't think. Look, we don't shut down society over the flu.
No.
And it shouldn't be shut down over this either.
No, and the bottom line is, as a Darwinist, and you know, one of the estimated prophets of my church is Charles Darwin, and it's important that people do what they think is right, and that if they're wrong, well, they have a higher chance of dying. And that's part of nature.
And that's what's supposed to happen.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
So let's just take the warning labels off everything and let Darwin sort it out.
We'll be a stronger society if we did. Let's talk to Jordan in Austin, Texas. You're on Free Talk Live, listening online at LRN.FM.
Hey, yeah, guys, I was just trying to figure out why everybody is afraid of a virus that they're only putting people on 2 weeks' notice to stay away from, and then expecting everybody to go back to their normal lives. Like, what is a 2-week hiatus with a virus that no one has like an antivirus for really going to do for the country?
It's called the immune system. I mean, the human immune system is evolved around fighting these things off. I mean, we get sick, and the virus will circulate in the population, going from sick person to create newly sick people.
I think there's a specific answer, though, to what he said now, at least by government thinking. So this is what they're saying. What they're saying is they want to flatten the curve. Okay, so what that means...
Of the infections?
Of the infections. So they want to slow the epidemic down. Now, why do they want to do that? They want to do it, they say, so that the medical facilities don't get overwhelmed by the number of patients, because there's only so many doctors, and no matter how much money you're willing to spend, if there aren't any doctors to hire, your money isn't going to do you any good. It can't buy doctors that don't exist. So that's what they say they intend, is to flatten the curve, and maybe more people
and
even
also
get it in the long run, but they get it over a long enough time frame that the medical system is able to care for them.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but what if the
Anyway, so
he just
in
dropped
2009, the flu back in 2009, the difference is old people are getting really wrecked by this. And who are the doctors? I'd say half the doctors are probably a little bit elderly because they get in there, they get old, and yeah, you've got a lot of residents, a lot of younger.
Well, not just that, but very recently in the 1990s, they cut all the medical school enrollments by 17% because the AMA said there was going to be a glut of doctors on the market. So as a result of that, we've got a huge shortage of doctors.
So they decide centrally how many doctors there will be rather than the marketplace actually deciding.
Yeah, exactly. The AMA does it through their licensing capability. And of course, it's basic economics that the more people they can keep out of their profession,
the higher the price.
The more money each of them makes.
Right.
So they are just raping us, and they're using the government as the muscle to do it.
Yeah, so in this case, it's going to be really tough to have people that are willing to go into your hospitals. In a socialist system, these people aren't going to want to go into work. They're going to want to stay home. The doctors are going to want to stay with his family.
People here don't want to go to work.
All the old people.
A lot of doctors quit after Obamacare.
Yeah,
a lot of that happened.
This is going to be a catastrophe for the socialized healthcare system.
We got more coming up here. 855 450 free. More from Ron Paul. Let's get to an actual doctor with some opinions about this coming up here on Free Talk Live. Hour 3 is next.
Remember when you first heard about Bitcoin? How long did it take you to realize this little project would soon change the world? Do you kind of wish you had gotten involved sooner? Well, now's your chance to be part of the next revolution in money. Intercoin is working to finally make crypto go mainstream. It's designed to be scalable enough to support everyday payments and even elections without the state. Bitcoin was originally supposed to be a peer-to-peer cash system, the way we would all pay one another without having to trust any third party. But instead, over time, it mostly became a store of value. That's because every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin network must put all transactions into a block, and that block can only hold so much. If crypto is to become mainstream, for everyone to use it in everyday payments, we need a new architecture, one that's as secure as Bitcoin while being far more scalable. Check out intercoin.org to find out more, and maybe pick up some of those coins for yourself.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Today, she used 5 counterfeit coupons on a weekly shopping trip to the Kroger for a savings totaling $14.81.
Once you've made a fake coupon and you've had a taste of that power, it's hard to stop.
Mayor Hallinan also apologized for her first response to the controversy when she blamed Jared the paperboy for stealing her coupons and replacing them with the fakes.
I don't know what to say. She could have ruined my career. I hope she goes to jail forever.
And in what many are saying is the ultimate indignity, Mayor Hallinan's photo has been put up on the Kroger's so-called banishment wall in between such undesirables as the Fredericks boy and infamous gum thief, Mr. Ivins.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
Welcome to Free Talk Live. Oh, hey, Stone. You want to bring us in? Go right ahead.
That's pretty much it.
I thought we were already in. Are we outside?
We're inside.
Okay, good.
At the
Good.
moment.
I didn't think I was that high.
Not yet. It is hour number 3 here on Free Talk Live, and as always, you're invited to join us. We got Ron Paul not on the lines. He's hard to get as a guest, but he has written an article.
Maybe he's just playing hard to get.
Maybe he's good at it then. Ron has written an article. It's posted over on the Ron Paul Institute website. His opinions about the coronavirus situation, which is mostly the government's doing. The people calling themselves the state, they are cracking down on freedom, and they're using this virus, which, doesn't seem to be that much more dangerous than many of the other viruses we've dealt with over the last few decades. In fact, there's an interesting chart posted. Stone, you were sharing some numbers from like the 2009 H1N1, and then there's some other ones within our lifetime. But there was actually an interesting chart somebody posted in the on-air chat on the Discord for the Discord server. eTors posts this, and I saw this the other night. History of pandemics, looking at hundreds of years.
I think it was 1918 was pretty much the worst one ever, if I recall correctly. And that
which one was that?
And that I think killed about 3%
that was the
of the
World War
population.
I ramp up.
Okay.
And a lot of that was because there were all kinds of men in the in camps going through boot camp. And so that is a perfect environment for disease to just rip through you. And then they'd go home on leave before they deployed and give it to everybody at home.
Yeah, so when compared to HIV AIDS, 25 to 35 million, the third plague, 12 million back in 1855, the Antonine plague, 5 million, year 165 to 180.
But you notice that to get to really big plagues, you have to go pretty far back in time.
True.
Our medicine is so much better now.
But HIV AIDS was number 1, by the way, with 25 to 35 million, and that's not going back in time. That's 1981 to present.
That's true. I didn't know that many had died of AIDS.
Asian flu, and we didn't shut down society over AIDS. Okay.
No.
Asian flu, 1.1 million.
Of course, then again, you aren't going to get AIDS from somebody coughing on you.
Yeah,
this is true.
I have to play the devil's advocate either way because I'm the pope of an agnostic church. I don't know anything.
And we're not done yet with the coronavirus. There's no doubt. It's just getting started. But when compared to these other ones, it's literally at the bottom of the pack. Okay,
yeah.
It's not at the total bottom. SARS had 770 deaths in 2002 to 2003. MERS had 2012 to the present 850 deaths. Coronavirus looks like there's an asterisk next to this. I don't know what the asterisk means.
Well, the big asterisk next to any coronavirus number should be, we're comparing numbers at the beginning of a global pandemic to numbers at the end of a global pandemic. So there was a time when all of those diseases you listed had only killed 100 people in the United States. And they all managed to grow from there. So I'm not convinced one way or the other. I want to I want to look at things from both sides and let people draw their own conclusions.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure, is this representing, this must be deaths, right? History of pandemics. I'm presuming these are showing me death numbers and not
infection
numbers.
What's the source on that?
Sources: CDC, WHO, BBC, Wikipedia, historical records, Encyclopedia Britannica, put together by visualcapitalist.com. It's citing 7.9 thousand, so 7,900 for coronavirus, citing 200,000 for swine flu, 2009 to 2010. Did 200,000 people perish from swine flu?
Maybe worldwide.
Or did 200,000
I don't
people...
know. You could cross-reference that with Wikipedia, which probably has a death rate, and that'll give you...
Yeah.
If it's approximately... that sounds like... I don't know if this is infections. To guess. I would cross check it with Wikipedia and see if it's in the it's probably in the ballpark of deaths or in the ballpark of infection. So in that case,
this is deaths. I think this is deaths because it says here are some of the history's most deadly pandemics. So anyway,
that should be deaths they're talking about.
Let me go back to Ron Paul here because he's an actual doctor and has an opinion. Like doctors tend to do. So he's talking about this government goon named Anthony Fauci. He's the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health. He has been all over the media stirring up falsehoods, saying he wouldn't go to a restaurant. And Ron Paul says, over what? A virus that has thus far killed just over 5,000 people worldwide and less than 100 in the United States? By contrast, tuberculosis, an old disease not much discussed these days, killed nearly 1.6 million people in 2017. Where is the panic over tuberculosis?
Seriously?
That's what he said.
How many in the U.S.?
I don't know.
Wow.
I'm sure you can look it up. If anything, what people like Fauci and the other fearmongers are demanding will likely make the disease worse. The martial law they dream about will leave people hunkered down inside their homes instead of going outdoors or to the beach where sunshine and fresh air could help boost immunity. The panic produced by these fearmongers is likely helping spread the disease as massive crowds rush into Walmart and Costco for that last roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
The madness over the coronavirus is not limited to politicians and the medical community. The head of the neoconservative Atlantic Council wrote an editorial this week urging NATO to pass an Article 5 declaration of war against the COVID-19 virus.
That's ridiculous.
Are they going to send in tanks and drones?
Good God.
To wipe out these microscopic enemies? People should ask themselves whether this coronavirus pandemic, and he puts pandemic in quotes, could be a big hoax, with the actual danger of the disease massively exaggerated by those who seek to profit, financially or politically, from the ensuing panic. That is not to say the disease is harmless. Without question, people will die from coronavirus. Those in vulnerable categories should take precautions to limit their risk of exposure. But we've seen this movie before. Government overhypes a threat as an excuse to grab more of our freedoms. When the threat, which he puts in quotes, is over, however, they never give us our freedoms back.
Absolutely true.
Same old story. Different year.
Yeah.
Now with more fear. And I think the social media is a major factor in that fear factor where people are more frightened than they've been of these other previous instances?
Well, I think that up until now, governments haven't had the tools to control social media. Mm-hmm. But as soon as social media took editorial control of itself, okay, which is what I call it when Facebook starts making content-based deletions.
Which we talked about at the beginning of the show tonight.
Yeah. And also, things that they acknowledge doing, viewpoints that they won't let get out. So it was a matter of time then before the controls of that fell into the hands of the government. And
there's some
my guess is the reason that these algorithms were malfunctioning is because people were hacking on those algorithms. Why were they hacking on those algorithms? Probably because there were certain things the government wants suppressed. And it's highly unlikely that Facebook would refuse to cooperate in a so-called time of emergency. So if there's one thing we need to learn from this is we need to get into we need to get places where Facebook can't censor us and where Twitter can't censor us. We need to find different
There's
spaces
Mastodon.
online.
You can go. They're already out there. Mastodon is one of them. It's a decentralized Twitter clone, basically, that anybody can spin up a Mastodon server if they've got the tech know-how to do that. In fact, there are already thousands of Mastodon servers out there around the planet right now. So you don't have to spin up your own. You could join someone else's. But if you want to have total control over it, you can start your own. And it's very much like Twitter, and it does the same things that Twitter does with the hashtags and the @symbol tagging and all of that. And of course, there are plenty of other options out there that are competing with Facebook and Twitter, and many of them are free. And now Discord is a centralized system, but it's a good one where you can go and interact with other Free Talk Live listeners over at discord.lrn.fm, and you can call in that way as well. Plus, there's also the good old-fashioned meeting up in real life, which, of course, the government's now making it harder to do because you can't go to any restaurants or bars and actually meet people anymore. There's more on the way. It's Free Talk Live. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynovite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynovite.
Everything we tried failed except the Dynovite.
Pick up 2 bottles of Super Mega Fish Oil.
Get the 3rd bottle free. Packed with omega-3, DHA, and EPA fatty acids.
Super Mega is great for your dog's immune system, healthy skin, and soft, shiny fur.
Dogs love it. Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynovite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward Liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the Liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Join the LRN.FM Discord for live chat 24/7 at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You may join us here. The toll-free number, 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Joining you tonight, you've got Ian
Stone.
And nobody cosplaying as Hopkite Pierce. Except my bathrobe isn't red.
Your bathrobe isn't red?
Sorry, I just washed my lips and I can't do a thing with them.
Any Pay Ambassador program is something you're going to need a good pair of lips for, because you're going to need to talk to business owners about cryptocurrency like Bitcoin Cash and Dash. But now is a great time to do that. Well, if they're still in business after this insane government crackdown, then they're going to be looking for alternatives to cash. They're going to be looking for alternatives to credit cards, because with cash and credit cards, you're constantly touching other people's stuff, right? With cryptocurrency, it's completely...
Don't touch my junk.
It's completely touchless, meaning that when you go to a local business that accepts crypto, They bring up the sale on their tablet. They give you a QR code. You scan it with your phone. You don't have to touch their tablet. They don't have to touch your phone. It's a completely touchless payment system. And AnyPay can help you get these businesses started accepting crypto like Bitcoin Cash and Dash. And when they do, and when you get credit, you'll get credit for it if you let AnyPay know over at AnyPayInc.com. So you let them know when you've installed AnyPay's Cash Register app on your favorite local business's tablet, their point of sale system there. And then AnyPay will hook you up with the AnyPay Ambassador status, which gives you passive income for every purchase made in Dash and Bitcoin Cash at those businesses. Now, that's a pretty awesome incentive to get people started into cryptocurrency acceptance. So what you do to get started is download the AnyPay Cash Register app for yourself, so you can try it out. You can set up your crypto wallet addresses in the back end. You can test it, see what the payments look like, get some feel for, how it works. Because if you don't live here in Keene, New Hampshire, or Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where this is in regular use in real life every day, you probably aren't that familiar with how easy it is and how slick the system is. So you want to get familiar with it, and then you want to install AnyPay Cash Register app on your favorite business that wants to start taking crypto, and then let them know you did it at AnyPayInc.com. That's AnyPayInc.com. As we go to the phones here, we got Harley on the line. He's on our Discord server. Hello, Harley, in New York.
How are y'all?
Hey, what's on your mind tonight?
Oh, I just wanted to see how we're surviving the world as we know.
Well, you were not cutting out like you are now when I screened your call earlier, unfortunately. So what I would recommend that you do is check your Discord settings and make sure your voice activation bar isn't set too high. That's one of the settings that can really kill a good Discord experience. So
I'll change over to my phone.
Actually, you sound okay right now. If you just want to keep talking, go ahead.
Well, I'll give it a shot. My microphone's shut. But I just wanted to call in and try to give everybody a positive comment.
Damn it.
Even though it is the end of the world as we know, that REM song should go to the top of the charts.
But I feel fine.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you switch to your phone. It'll probably sound better that way. I thought it was going to be better, but it's not. So stand by, Harley. We're going to come back to you here. Let's talk in the meantime to David in New Mexico. David, you're on Free Talk Live on the TuneIn app. Go ahead.
Yeah, update on that Albuquerque City Council deal. They were having their meeting when I called you last, and the news is they did pass the emergency powers to the mayor that they were trying to pass.
Oh, and, more power! All right, what sort of new powers?
More power! More power!
What sort
Feed me!
What are the new so-called powers that he has aggregated to himself or herself?
Well, what they got away with was just the shutting down basically any business that he wants to shut down, and shutting down roads and reassigning monies that taxpayers voted to go one direction to use for whatever they think they want to use it for. That's what they got away with. But what's more interesting is what they tried to get away with. And first of all, let me prefix this. This city council meeting that was held, they only scheduled it 3 days before they actually held it, which is a violation of their own open meetings law that's on the books, and they're getting sued for it, by the way. And then the next thing they did is they only gave the bills that the city councilors were to vote on to the city councilors to read on the same day as they were supposed to vote on it.
Oh my!
Yeah, and then with the same short notice,
that's like DC level. That's like DC level tactics. Washington.
Yeah,
DC.
They're sneaking this exactly. Like we got to pass it so that you can see what it says in there.
They don't care about their own rules when their own rules are inconvenient. That's what all the magic word defenses people. Oh yeah, if you go and talk about the fringe on the flag, they all assume that the government's going to play by its own rules, it never ever does. So no matter how good it is on paper, it's not going to work.
And on short notice, the same short notice, they locked the public out of the meeting so that nobody could comment to the city councilors that were going to vote on this stuff and did pass it. They didn't have to face their constituents at all. The only way the constituents could comment on it was to send something by email or whatever they had set up, and then you don't know whether the city councilor is. I mean, they don't care. You can speak to them to their face and they'll vote against you, but at least you know they heard you. Whereas if you send them an email comment, they don't even read that stuff, and so they got out of that. And
if nothing else, they should be sitting in chambers and reading all those emails aloud onto the record.
But right, so they passed this emergency power or expansion of emergency power to the mayor, and another notable point is that one or two of the city councilors, and this thing passed 6-3 on party lines, and two of the city councilors tried to amend the language that they were using. One amendment was successful, and it's notable because the language prior to the amendment said that they gave the power to the mayor to regulate the kind of products sold in stores and the quantity of products sold in stores, which, like I said on the other call, that a gun is a kind of product, and then also you can limit a gun purchase to one a day or one a month or whatever, and that was amended out of there, and it was narrowed to health related products, not just any kind of product. That's important because this emergency powers was added. It wasn't created new. It was added on to the original emergency powers to the mayor was enacted 50 years ago during Vietnam riots in Albuquerque, and they passed it back then 50 years ago so that the mayor had the power to stop gun sales and ammunition sales and stop liquor sales and stop gasoline sales and shut down roads in the city of Albuquerque.
So they're expanding that. They're expanding the thing that they did 50 years ago.
Right. They're leaving intact the unconstitutional previous ordinance,
right,
and they added to it so that they can do it not only under natural disaster or riot, but now they can do it under health emergency.
Right. And that just goes to show what Ron Paul was saying here. And thank you, David, for the call. I appreciate it.
This is a naked power grab, if nothing else. That's clear.
And the fact that the thing still exists from 1969 that they've now added to. Remember? So Ron Paul was pointing out, you add a thing to government, you expand its power. It doesn't just let that go. When the so-called crisis is over, the power continues. They continue to aggregate to it, and the only thing that can stop it, besides violence, which I don't support, is mass disobedience and
shorting the dollar.
More coming up. Free Talk Live.
I can definitely say that I have found the best cryptocurrency wallet. Certainly the best named one. I'm Mark Edge, and I love the Edge wallet. I've been using it for the last few months. You can buy, sell, trade, and hold your cryptocurrency securely. I trust my holdings of all the major cryptocurrencies to Edge wallet, and you should too. No long phrases to memorize, just a username and password. Secure your freedom with Edge wallet. Get it now on Apple or Android in the App Store or at edge.app. The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with AgristHosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. The LRN.FM's social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
It is Free Talk Live. You can bring up what you want here. Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. If we get the chance, coming up, movie theaters are now asking Congress for a bailout.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, we'll tell you about it on the way here. And that's also an interesting thing because some things are changing real fast in the world of movies that we saw coming on the horizon. This has just hastened its arrival.
See, I would love to see the vultures running Hollywood dethroned. I think there's a lot of very bad people.
We're only talking about movie
that
theaters,
business.
not Hollywood itself.
Well, not Hollywood itself, except it's through its control of the theater system that Hollywood controls what you see. You saw how hard it was to put an independent film into a theater. You literally
it was actually pretty easy. I gave them $250 and they put it on.
Right. But nobody like picked it up to play it, even though it would be free.
I don't have the connections, right? So you got to know people.
Exactly, and that's the theater system, and that's part of that. That's the rot. Independent theater owners would likely compete a lot more to have something different than everybody else has.
Yeah, I think that's true, and we can get into that a little deeper here in a few moments. It's Ian and Nobody in Stone in the studio. But let's go to your phone calls and thoughts. Harley, I think, is back with us, and hopefully he's got a better connection. Harley, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, and you're calling from New York.
I'm coming through good.
Go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's definitely crazy times we're living in.
Yeah, and where are you calling? Are you upstate New York? Are you like the city?
Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls, okay.
Yeah, and I listen online all the time, or usually through podcasts, but I've been listening to you guys for years. Last time I called in was a couple of days after the infamous raid on a certain someone's house. But anyway,
boy, who? Christopher Cantwell or this office?
Us.
The studio, the
okay.
FTL studio.
Yeah. All right. So what about what?
Oh, just the overall situation as I see it is, if this thing is real, if good old Dr. Ron Paul is wrong and it's not a hoax. There's a plan that was pulled off the shelf for biological warfare. That plan was sitting on the shelf for a decade or four.
Mm-hmm.
It's been tweaked every year, but every event that's happened in the last week and a half, every day something's ratcheted up. This state closes that. This state, to me, it just speaks to the fact that there is an overarching plan, and whatever alphabet agency is leading it, whether it's FEMA, DHS, who knows, they're out there, and that just tells me that this pandemic is real. For example, look at the thing that Trump just put out. Was it yesterday or today? I mean, stuff's happening so fast. I don't remember when, but Trump approved and tried to make it sound like it was his idea, the Andrew Yang $1,000 a month thing. How crazy is that?
Well, now they seem to be trying to one-up each other on the number, on the amount. So I don't know if it was Bernie who said it should be $2,000 or what, but yeah.
Okay, I would say to play devil's advocate here, though, in the context of suddenly firing like 30% of the U.S. workforce for nothing they did wrong, changes like if the government's gonna dump $1.8 trillion into the freaking stock market, then why can't they give $1.8 trillion to the people?
They can, and it won't make a
that
difference.
Would be less offensive to me.
Yeah.
It wouldn't, and it would ease the blow for a lot of people.
What, for like a week? For 2 weeks? I mean, how long are you going to get by on $1,000 in a situation like this?
Well, $1,000 is a lot better than zero, and the thing is,
remember when George Bush gave out $300 checks?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Oh yeah,
it was a tax rebate or something.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. So here we are again.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, look at it this way: the Federal Reserve just made money free. The Federal Reserve is giving out 0% interest rates.
One of the best things you could do with that $1,000
is
buy a gun.
The dollar's ending. The dollar's over.
Yeah, I think that's a good prediction. Honestly, I mean, they're just going to keep pumping it up. They're going to keep printing it out. They're going to keep on bailing out their buddies, the movie theaters, or maybe not the movie theaters.
Over. Buy anything you can with it and buy it now.
Yeah, spending it.
For example, those people that bought all that TP, man, that stuff's going to be gold in like a month or two.
Bidet works.
Maybe we need a TP-backed crypto.
Well, bidets are on the rise, by the way, as far as bidet sales are going in the United States. So Americans are finally upgrading to a, I don't know how many hundreds of years old concept for
yeah, there's a lot of different types.
Hygiene.
Well, I noticed, Mr. Landlord, that we don't have one next door.
Hey, Harley, anything else you want to share tonight?
Ian?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ian, have you ever personally used a bidet on yourself?
We have one here at the studio. They're fantastic.
Does it kind of, bother you in any negative way in the nether regions there?
Ian's got a warmed one. It'll warm the water up for you. Most of them are cold water, but his is like a special Japanese one.
I mean, unless you're bothered by being clean, then no, it shouldn't bother anyone who's not bothered by cleanliness.
Ian, you got to hook nobody up, man. He needs one.
Well, he's
got higher bargaining position now that he doesn't have to pay rent. He
can come over here any old time.
Yeah, I'll buy my own toilet seat.
Yeah.
But thanks.
There you go. Hey, Harley, thanks for the call tonight, man. I appreciate it. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. James is in Arizona. You're on Free Talk Live. Hello, James.
I'm out. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hello.
Stoned. Hey, Stoned. I think that Rich Nobody Paul has more likelihood of dying from the coronavirus than getting shot by the pigs or the government. But I don't want to talk about him any more than I already just did, even though the damn fool not that you noticed. I'm assuming you would agree with me that taxation is theft, right?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it interesting that none of you noticed that he called for a Bitcoin tax for universal income because of
he didn't call for that.
Human being.
No, thanks for the call tonight. He did not call for that. He was not talking about a Bitcoin tax for universal basic income. What nobody was referring to And he's gone. Nobody's. You can put your headphones back on. But he was referring to the idea of a voluntary universal basic income, some sort of a cryptocurrency based thing. I know the founder of Intercoin, Greg from New York. He's a very big fan of this idea, and he believes it can be done on a completely voluntary basis.
Yeah, I mean, basically, what you would do is have a crypto currency where the means by which it is created is every morning one of them appears in the wallet of every verified human, not corporation or business. But
now that's the tricky part. How do you verify a human with a cryptocurrency? That suggests there's going to be some kind of central management or verification
not
process.
Really, because what you would do is you would use something very similar to the PGP Web of Trust.
Explain that.
Well, the PGP Web of Trust allows people with PGP keys to sign each other's key. So basically, when you sign somebody's key, you're saying, I know that this key belongs to a person that has the appropriate name and controls the appropriate email address to match that. And the more people that have done that, and people may they have what are called PGP notaries, and they might ask you to show them government ID.
What's to stop a fraudster from signing a bunch of other fake PGP keys that he created?
Basically, there are algorithms for that. I don't know what they are
These are things that people are going to have to get figured out. But
definitely,
there are people interested in this.
A lot of development work would be required.
Yeah, and if it's done voluntarily, then I got no objection to it. If you want to join it, 855-450 free, like freedom.
This is George Norrie from Coast to Coast AM and History Channel's Ancient Aliens. We support the amazing energy, nutrition, and skincare products from Jeunesse. Jeunesse products are designed by leading doctors in their field with natural ingredients and even stem cell technology. These products help your body perform and look better. Shop Jeunesse at gcnlife.com or call 1-844-443-6637. gcnlife.com or 844-443-6637.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-377-1456. 800-377-1456. That's 800-377-1456. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
Would you like to get back that full head of hair from years past? Now, there is Reveal. Beverly Hills celebrity dermatologist Dr. Nathan Newman took nearly a decade to develop Reveal from natural botanicals to return to a full-body head of hair. Reveal for men and women with a 30-day money-back guarantee at gcnlife.com or toll-free 844-443-6637. 844-443-6637. Reveal at gcnlife.com.
A local grandmother is beginning to realize that her family never even looked for a better nursing home. A man leaves a father-daughter dance with a different girl than he came with, and an earthquake late warning system goes off in Haiti. Watch as yet another precious fraction of your life passes mercilessly in front of your very eyes. This is the Onion Week in Review. Shortly after discovering he had locked himself outside of his suburban home Thursday, fully nude claims adjuster David Ronzo delivered a moving and thought-provoking treatise on the frailty of the human condition to a slowly gathering crowd of his neighbors. Ronzo, who initially panicked when he realized he was naked, soon turned and faced confused passersby and delivered a stirring oration on the grim facts of mortality, along with the indomitable nature of the human spirit. In other news, a man is arrested for stealing over $50,000 worth of beards from Hank Williams Jr. A pretty lady is playing hard to follow, and a dog named Murph lives up to his name. For more, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is the Onion News Network.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
It's Free Talk Live. You may dial toll-free. Bring up anything you want here. Our number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. That's 855-450-FREE. 3733. Joining you in the studio tonight, it's Ian,
Stone,
and nobody.
All right, so you can bring up anything you want. The Discord lines are open and available to you over at discord.lrn.fm. Free Talk Live is brought to you by Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. We were actually just talking during the break about Open Bazaar, which is a decentralized website's not the word, a decentralized system for people to put products available for sale on the internet. So if you've been frustrated by the fact that eBay, for instance, has been pulling down advertisements and sellers who are offering things like hand wipes or hand sanitizer or toilet paper or masks, for that matter, or Amazon taking down sellers like that. You were talking earlier, nobody, about decentralizing things, decentralizing social media. Well, what about decentralizing the sales of products on the internet without having to go to the dark web? Because that's still centralized on the dark web sites, because there's still somebody who's running those dark web centralized servers. Open Bazaar seems to be a truly decentralized solution.
I've tried it out.
Well, the one thing that I would like to see be different about Open Bazaar is I would like to see it be more about advertising the things you want than the things you have. And reason
so you put what ads up? You mean?
It's much safer to buy things than to sell things in general.
Okay.
You know,
so you're saying, therefore, if you were to say, I wanted to buy an illegal thing like cannabis in some states, then a seller, without having to advertise the fact that it was a seller, could then feed that demand.
Yeah, could then reach out to you.
You can
or
do that
in an extreme case.
Wait, hold on. You can do that?
You can put up a listing as the seller and say you're selling dollars, and then, or whatever it is, Bitcoin, whatever it is you're selling, and then you say you want whatever you want
in return for it.
So you would put in the escrow of Bitcoin. I think it only does like Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, maybe a couple others. So you would open a listing.
That's actually an interesting way to get
selling Bitcoin, for example, and you're only taking whatever it is you want. Smallpox-infested blankets or whatever.
There is a surprising...
I don't want any of those. Nobody wants those.
There's not a lot of toilet paper available on Open Bazaar right now, but there is a quilted Northern 9-pack for $45.
Good Lord.
At the moment. Let's see. Let's check for hand sanitizer.
I just wandered into Walgreens the other night while they were stocking, and, they had plenty of toilet paper. So
you lucked out. From what I understand, was as soon as they get the stock in, like within 30 or 40 minutes, it's gone.
Well, that can only go on for so long because it's not like people are using this much.
Right, they're putting it in a closet.
They've only got so much room in their basements.
Right.
And the supply chain still works. The supply chain is still running. I'm not hearing anybody say that the factories aren't working at full speed. So there's tempest in a teapot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how well utilized Open Bazaar is. Now, Stone, when you say you've tried it, does that mean you've actually purchased something through it, or you've just loaded the software and kind of floated around in it like I have?
I've sold the cryptocurrencies in the aspects of the trades we were talking about. Yeah, so I've traded away crypto to get things on OpenBazaar.
So someone responded to your advertisement saying they wanted your crypto and were willing to give you the thing you wanted for it.
No. From my recollection, it's been maybe a year or more since I've used it. It's very low volume compared to more centralized structures. So
that has been the biggest challenge, of course, is moving volume from the centralized structures. We were talking about cryptocurrency like Bitcoin earlier, getting business to leave, getting traders to leave the centralized exchanges and go to decentralized exchanges for cryptocurrencies. Very, very difficult. It's usually something like this situation where it's forced upon you, where change is forced upon people because of some outside influence, where now they have to try something new. So, like, for instance, I think they were touching on it last night, but think about all these parents that are out of, like their kids are out of school because schools are completely closed down for some number of weeks. Now's going to be a time, I suspect, where a lot of parents
go through a lot of toilet paper.
No, what I was going to say is that they were going to possibly look at other educational options for their kids because they are in a situation. I'm sorry?
Daycare options more likely.
I mean, that's what a lot of people are looking for. But the fact that you've got your kids at home, there's maybe no end in sight for how long that's going to happen. At some point, some parents are going to be like, well, let's look into homeschooling.
Optimistic.
Yeah, I am optimistic. I'm definitely optimistic.
Read educational stuff and talk to your kids about it. If you can get interested in whatever it is they're studying, you can get them interested in whatever it is they're studying. And you don't have to understand it perfectly because they'll love nothing more than being right when you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, Stone, that I am optimistic, and I am. I mean, that's why I'm doing the things that I do, because I am optimistic, and I think that we can make a difference.
People are sending their kids to these government indoctrination camps. They're
because they don't know any better. They don't know any better. That's where they went to school. It's there for them. It's something they've already paid for. They've been paying for, right? So let's go ahead and send the kids there. They don't have to think about it.
And the culture is geared for it because we have an industrial revolution culture going into the information age. And that's exactly the last thing that we need, but it's exactly what the public schools perpetuate, is the idea, that what should happen is you should have an employer and he should take care of all your needs and you should work for him, which is feudalism.
They call it the Prussian system. The Prussian education system is designed to turn out these worker drones, but and it is perpetuated, and it has affected most of our lives. I went to a government school. I don't know about. I know you went to like a military academy.
I went to government school, military academy, a place called Blair Academy did you go to, by Exeter, and then back to a government school.
Yeah. Stone also went to a government school. So, I mean, most people did go to these government
schools,
these government institutions for indoctrination. But now they're literally telling you can't show up. And so I think a lot of people are going to look at other options. And you know what? If you're a homeschooler, this is your opportunity to talk to people in a way that they may be more receptive now than they ever were in the past to the idea of alternatives to the government system that they've been stuck with their entire lives. And the way I kind of see it is, the old saying, you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a corollary to that, and that is that you don't realize how bad a thing was until it's been taken away from you. You know what I mean?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, for example, that pause there, I was trying to remember the next line of the song. Don't know what you got till it's gone.
But the lyrics were gone from your mind.
It's been taken away from you.
Yeah, let's go to Mike. He's in Gold Bar. He's in Gold Bar, Washington, listening to KBKW. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, you guys. I'm trying not to complain about things. Actually, Boss Bill has made everybody's calling in and blaming everybody for this and blaming that in on our morning talk show. And him and I are kind of friends business-wise in the old days. So, but I got to complain about the city government where KBKW comes from, Aberdeen, Washington, Kurt Cobain town. So last time I complained because they bought a $27,000 Mr. microphone so people could hear them at the city council meetings. And I'm thinking, why don't you stand up and speak up and use your diaphragm? And, $27,000 to amplify.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous.
Hey, her body, her choice. Let her decide on the diaphragm.
So a couple of days ago, the new mayor is on the radio. They love to come on the radio and hem-haw around about what this homeless problem's costing them, and we're trying to get funds for this. And the ex-mayor, and I've known him since I was a little kid, 30 years as a mayor, he calls in the talk show to talk to the new mayor, and he says, you know, Pete, we got to get some money. We got to get some more funding and raise some funds with however we can get money, the way the cities get money. And he goes, we got to get these people in, we got to get them some medical. We're talking to the homeless people that they've spent almost $1 million on now, and they still are homeless.
Gee.
And then the mayor agrees, and they say, yeah, we have to get them into treatment, blah, blah, blah. Well, I like to call places and find out what it costs for treatment. It just happens to be that the people that they're going to raise this money for, it's all free already by the state. They don't have to pay for medical, and they don't have to pay to go to treatment. It's paid for. So what is the city going to do with that money? They're going to enjoy it and maybe, you know, buy a new video projection system to go with the sound system.
Yeah, there you go.
But here's the bottom line. There are so many vacant houses that have been left in Aberdeen. They could have bought all of those people, like, here, you three live here. It would have been cheaper to buy the houses that are empty in that town.
Somebody should show them up by doing a private initiative to do just that.
They won't allow it. They won't even let you build a tiny home or anything there if you were, you know. And the thing is, it's really kind of sad because
it's tragic.
It's just become this. It's become a racket, and I got to go with Mr. Olson earlier. He's right. These people are so. I'm ashamed of the town I grew up in. I never could live there again. But if you need a place to live, they still have like 75 empty tents they haven't put up yet that they're giving to homeless people with the battery-operated microwave. So Aberdeen, Washington is a really good go right now.
I kind of approve of the people just taking those houses that are under bank account, bank
I
control,
agree. Thank you, guys.
government
Thanks, Mike.
control.
Appreciate the call tonight. We will continue tomorrow. I believe we've got a Mariana's edition where, from what Mark says, by the way, they canceled his plane ticket, so he's stuck there. But they've got toilet paper in the Marianas. See you tomorrow.
Remember when you first heard about Bitcoin? How long did it take you to realize this little project would soon change the world? Do you kind of wish you had gotten involved sooner? Well, now is your chance to be part of the next revolution in money. Intercoin is working to finally make crypto go mainstream. It's designed to be scalable enough to support everyday payments and even elections without the state. Bitcoin was originally supposed to be a peer-to-peer cash system, the way we would all pay one another without having to trust any third party. But instead, over time, it mostly became a store of value. That's because every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin network must put all transactions into a block, and that block can only hold so much. If crypto is to become mainstream, for everyone to use it in everyday payments, we need a new architecture, one that's as secure as Bitcoin while being far more scalable. Check out intercoin.org to find out more, and maybe pick up some of those coins for yourself.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
Coming up next after the news, Hour 1 of the latest.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. and Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty, with a smile.
Win on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across this great country of ours and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you with us for this edition of Sports Byline, and I am sure this is going to be an hour that you're going to totally enjoy. I've known Chris Berman since he started at ESPN back in the late 70s, early 90s. And matter of fact, I was at ESPN just briefly helping them with the NFL draft for a couple of seasons, as well as a correspondent and a reporter. And so I have followed his career. I respect him so much. And his style was something that really caught on at the right time. I think fans out there, just a little bit like John Madden, how the fans really related to John Madden, they related to Chris Berman. And, of course, Chris is one of the founding fathers of ESPN. He has been an anchor on SportsCenter on ESPN since 1979, joining a month after its initial launch. And he also hosted the network's Sunday NFL Countdown program from 1985 to 2016. And he has also anchored Monday Night Countdown, U.S. Open Golf, the Stanley Cup Finals, and other programming on ESPN and ABC Sports. And, of course, now he is semi-retired. They bring him out for certain special events, but he has stepped away in a primary day-to-day situation with ESPN. He has also called play-by-play of Major League Baseball games for ESPN, which included, of course, the Home Run Derby until 2016. He is a six-time honoree of the National Sports Media Association's National Sportscaster of the Year Award, and he was instrumental in establishing ESPN's lasting popularity during the network's formative years, and we will be sure to talk about that. And then in 2017, as I said, he announced that he would be stepping down from several NFL-related roles at the network, but he would remain at the company. And so we will talk about his life, we will talk about his career, and we'll do that this hour with Chris Berman. Be sure to check out the award-winning Sports Byline USA website. There's a lot of neat things there that you can do. One, you can listen to my program or any of the great programs on the 24-hour Sports Byline network by going to the home page where it says live stream, listen now. It's right at the top of the home page. And, of course, you can take part in our fan poll question, vote on it, let me know what you think about some of the issues in sports. And, of course, you can email me anytime at ron@sportsbyline.com. Chris Berman next on Sports Byline.
Your business ideas need a room to run wild, but there's no room for error when you're raising the bar. A reliable partner can make a real difference. That's the role of a realtor. An irreplaceable expert who represents your values. A reassuring voice of reason helping you research and reach the right decisions so you can run your business without running the risk. Is your agent a realtor? Look for the R. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Smile and wave. Ooh, somebody got herself a present. Just picked it up at Sprint, the Samsung Galaxy S20 5G smartphone. It's 5G ready. Plus, it has a revolutionary pro-grade camera. I just took video and multiple pictures of you with one tap. Look, that is so cool. Switch to Sprint and you get it for just $0 a month. You're kidding. $0 with an 18-month Sprint Flex lease. And with Sprint's 100% total satisfaction guarantee, you can try out the network and see the savings for yourself. Where are you going? I'm headed over to Sprint.
The next generation of Galaxy has arrived at Sprint, and it's 5G ready. Get the new Galaxy S20 5G smartphone for just $0 a month at Sprint. Visit your local Sprint store, sprint.com, or call 800-SPRINT-1. Phone $0 per month after $41.67 per month. Credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line of service. Include credit if cancel early. Remaining amounts due. Exclusive tax. 5G coverage will be limited in select cities. See sprint.com/sprint 5G for actual coverage and availability. Guarantee applies to new lines of service for 30 days. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Shaq Sports Hour. Sports fans, we're talking all-time most heartbreaking moments. You're on.
Shaq, I sent my husband to get an Epson EcoTake printer, and he bought the wrong printer.
Ooh, that's bad. But as far as sports...
He bought one with cartridges.
Yeah, cartridges are a pain,
The
but...
EcoTank is cartridge-free. Comes with a ridiculous amount of ink.
Your husband owes you big time. Let me talk to him.
Already taken care of. He's giving me a foot massage right now. Say hi, dear.
Hey, Shaq. Nice. Sports Hour. Sponsored by Epson EcoTank. Just feel and chill. Get your Epson EcoTank at Staples today.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Chris Berman joins us on Sports Byline. Chris, of course, is one of the founding fathers of ESPN, has been an anchor for SportsCenter on ESPN since 1979, joining a month after its initial launch, and hosted the network's Sunday NFL Countdown program from 1985 to 2016. And he has also anchored Monday Night Countdown, U.S. Open Golf, the Stanley Cup Finals, and other programming on ESPN and on ABC Sports. Also, he calls play-by-play for Major League Baseball games for ESPN, which included the Home Run Derby until 2016. He is a 6-time honoree of the National Sports Media Association's National Sportscaster of the Year Award, and he was instrumental in establishing ESPN's lasting popularity during the network's formative years. And in 2017, ESPN announced that Chris would be stepping down from several NFL-related roles at the network, but would remain at the company. You know, you hear all of that, Chris, about your life and your career. What amazes you the most about what you've done and accomplished?
Well, first of all, I just thought you were reading that about somebody else, Ron. And you and I have known each other just about, if not 79, certainly 1980 or 81.
Right.
So I didn't realize either of us were that old. What amazes me the most? Now, that's actually a good... I'm not amazed that ESPN made it. I mean, that's a longer discussion, if you will. It sounds like easy to say now. But you and I know what the landscape in our business was in 79, 80, 82, 83. But I'm amazed that cable and ESPN made it that big that quickly. I'm not implying that I'm big but by 1990, again, now that's ancient history to a lot of people, no one thought that cable would be on a rocket ship. And ESPN being one of the, dare I say, pilots. We weren't alone. We started in 79, CNN 80. You could go down the list. But I think that we got that established from an idea that people scoffed at and dismissed, until they said, it's actually fun to watch, that it got that big that fast, or cable grew that big that fast. Other than that, I don't want to sound like a company trumpet, and then I'll be quiet here for your next one, but You know what it's like to be around. You don't have to be young by birth certificate. You can be young at heart, but young, energetic. We really all feel we're working for the same thing. We all like sports. It's like we all enjoy this. So there's a commonality in conversations in the hallway among the 80 people at the beginning, or even 4 or 5 years in, 300 people, you know. Even if someone's in programming and someone else is a camera person and I'm Chris Berman on the air, we all kind of, you can talk sports. It's almost, it's like listening to the same song. And so when you put together creativity, energy, a sense of purpose, and fun, you know, living it, I'm not surprised that we went forward like that. But there were a lot of other factors around us that aided us in the speed in which it did. But I look back at that. I cannot see somebody, Ron, yourself included, you know, from far away, Bay Area, but, you know, we knew each other. I can't see anyone that I worked with in the 80s and 90s and not smile. Like, even if they don't work with us and I see them somewhere, you know? And that's a good feeling, isn't it?
It sure is. Let's go back a little bit. You grew up in Irvington, New York. You graduate from Brown University with a degree in history, and you were also the sports director of the school's radio station, WBRU. Where did the bug bite you for both broadcasting and sports?
Before that, you know, we all play sports in high school, and then that's the end of the road. You know, we're not good enough to go on. We're good enough to think we are for about a week, and then, you know. So I thought I knew, 12, 14, 15, like, this would be fun, okay. And then we even had a little radio station at Hackley School in Tarrytown, New York, which if you screwed in the light bulb, you could hear it, you know. But you know the way that goes. But I played goalie on the varsity soccer team, but I didn't play football, which might surprise people. But so I announced the football games. At home, we had a little line there, and you know, a road. You put it into your cassette recorder, and you played it, and maybe 30 people heard it. So what? Now you go to Brown, which now at the time, not every university in fall of 1973 had a very powerful radio station. And I mean, everybody had a radio station, but there were varying degrees, right? So WBRU in Providence was 50,000 watts, so that's real. And I got involved with that right away, not to take a course. I majored in history, American history. And I knew that, boy, this is really fun. And so that progressed, and then you end up calling the last couple of years the football and the basketball, even some baseball just for fun. Football was listened to, and we had a road game, and for sure. And I had the bug, and I knew I wanted to do it. And as you know, in 1977 of May, when I graduated, the avenues. Oh, I want to be on TV. Yes, so does everybody, but other than you're not going to land a team's job, and they're not like it is now, a lot of teams might be on TV, baseball, let's say, twice a week, right, Ron? So, and there weren't everybody's local cable, so that every little area had their own regional sports. You were trying to get on, if your goal was to be TV, it was really the 6 and the 11 somewhere, weekend or on you know, at a certain size market. Well, you don't start there. You start small radio. So I worked in radio in Rhode Island and Connecticut, a year at each stop, which was great. And then I, luckily, at 24, got on TV in Hartford on the weekends, the NBC affiliate, only Saturday and Sunday. So in other words, I had to keep my radio job. It was a part-time gig, and paid $23 a show on Saturday night and $23 on Sunday night. And that was the after minimum, and I earned it. So ESPN was in Connecticut. It was about to start. I heard about it. I went over for an interview. And, okay, I said, well, why don't you just, rather than a tape, I've only been on a couple of months, just tune in on the weekend, see what you think. And they got back to me and said, would you like to be our junior member? You know, we have essentially to do the show at 3 in the morning Eastern, which is 12 out west, and about 10, 12 minutes, it's all sports, and then say goodnight. Well, where do I sign up? And I was at the right place at the right time. I was 24, I had long hair, I had a mustache, as you did in the late 70s, and they were too foolish to get rid of me. Now I'm 63. So, but the bug was young, and who knew what opportunities would happen, Ron? So, other than a little bit of the football show, which was rudimentary at the time, I pretty much was the late guy. I had fans on the West Coast, if I went out there, that I figured nobody's watching. Well, those were the ones who were watching. The East, I was a mystery. What do you do for a living? How come I never seen you, you know? Well, unless you're feeding the baby, you're not up at 2:30, right? But it's worked out okay.
We have about a minute before we have to break here. As you indicated, you got on television on weekends at Hartford's WVIT television as a weekend anchor. And in the minute that we have here, you go back and if you look or you think about those early television broadcasts of you, what is it that makes you smile and frown about those?
Well, the frown is obvious. I mean, you don't really know how you're looking at the camera. Am I looking down? Am I looking? Oh, my God, I can't read the teleprompter. That was an interesting one. But if I look back early, I see that I loved it. If I watch those, here's a young kid that loved it, and I wasn't trying to overshow it, not a expression, but wasn't trying to act it. Anyone watching would at least see I'm having a good time. I'm trying to get it right, and I'm enthusiastic about it. Over the top, some, yeah, maybe, but it wasn't an act, especially when you're on every day. They can see through that, and I'm kind of proud of that. Anybody, I know we're going to go break here. Anyone that says if you really boil it down, you changed a whole lot from your early few years to I think that would be false, and I wouldn't be happy with that. I hope that's not the case.
Chris Berman has joined us on Sports Byline. Of course, everybody knows him as Boomer. And when we come back on the other side, we'll talk about those early years of ESPN, their grounding philosophy. And we do that as we continue across the country and around the world. Good to have you with us on America's sports talk show, Sports Byline.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Chris Berman has joined us here on Sports Byline USA. Of course, he started early in the early days of ESPN. Chris, when you think back, what would they tell you at the very beginning of ESPN was the philosophy? What were they trying to do with ESPN?
Well, my specific job, Ron, being an anchor of this new show called Sports Center, which is nowhere near what we see now, this was going to be a bridge between, in most every case, taped sporting events, but you were going to do the equivalent, at least for my job, of the nightly news, which, you know, Walter Cronkite, I mean, I'm not trying to compare me or any of us to him, but in other words, Walter Cronkite had a half hour and he did all the news in the world, right, as we remember. You guys, once we were into year two, all the shows were 30 minutes, or gals, but you guys are doing just sports news for 30 minutes. And deliver it the way you deem fit, but be clear, be accurate, and people are tuning in because you're tomorrow's newspaper, and you're just doing sports. So, boy, it was like a kid in a candy store, Ron, because, like I said, you mean just sports in 30 minutes? Walter Cronkite only gets 30 minutes to do the entire world. So that was what we were, and don't worry about what time you're on, because if you're on at the midnight, that's 9 out west, and there's people in Hawaii or what have you, right? So the philosophy was sports fans are tuning in to watch it. They don't have anything like this. It's a national sports report. You can be tomorrow morning sports page. We got pictures. In the early days, not that many pictures, right?
Right.
But and you were part of it. You were, I mean, you were one of our quote stringers on the NFL story line by line, which is a whole other story. But just we're giving a national report. How cool is that?
One of the things, Chris, that I remember is in those early days is there was a lot of rodeo and lumberjack games on the air.
Well, if you look back in retrospect, Ron, yes, there were. But, okay, 24 hours. You don't have money. You're not going to get the rights to anything substantial. Not 24 hours times 7 days a week, right? So, but here's what I will say, and then I'll branch off to it. All the stuff we had on wasn't slapstick comedy. Now, you and I may not care about rodeo or midget car racing or whatever they called them, and I don't mean tattoo, you know, I mean, you know, the small, whatever it was. But those were legitimate competitions for those who cared about that sport. There was a winner and something happened, and let's see it. Now, the early days, our biggest stuff, well, college basketball became something for us. Remember, even in the 80s, the games weren't on. The early rounds, even of the tournament, weren't on, let alone a Tuesday night game in the Metro Conference, which was one of our early conferences with Louisville, right? Let's say they were in the Metro then. By the way, they had Darrell Griffith. By the way, they won the national title. If you got ESPN, you saw them about 7 times on Tuesday nights against, Memphis State or St. Louis or whoever was in the league, Drake, whoever was in the league at the time. So we had college hoop. We had Sports Center. We had Canadian Football League, where Warren Moon was playing then for Edmonton. We had the sport that became most popular from the early days, like we laugh, but not at this, Australian rules football. Remember?
Yep.
36 guys on a field at the same time. You have to be kidding me, with the ref with the hat, and people liked it. So, were they flocking to it? No. But again, how many channels were on at that time? If you bought cable, you got a maximum of 36. Well, we're the only one showing any sort of competition or something. And we had taped college football. Yes, the games are played 2 days earlier, and here they are. But you didn't see them, did you? You didn't see North Carolina against Clemson living in the Bay Area where you are. So on Tuesday night, you're home. You know who won. But put it on for an hour. Enjoy yourself. And that's kind of the way we did it. But if you're going to announce me, did I ever announce darts? The answer, yes.
Let me go back a little bit here because, as you pointed out already, 1979 ESPN launches. But when you look back over the expanse of time from 1979 to where we are today, what was the moment when sports and entertainment came together? Because it used to be just, this is the score, this is the highlights, and then it crossed over and it became a sports entertainment business.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if there's a moment. I think because cable, partly, because air travel, 80s, the country was obviously not literally, was becoming smaller, right? You had slowly but surely some access to games in different parts of the country, and so I don't know that it was entertainment, but other than a score in the agate, and let's go to Major League Baseball. I mean, other than score in the agate of a West Coast score, if you're living in, I don't care if it's New York, New Orleans, or Minnesota, the West Coast games, Giants, Dodgers, you get them a day later in an agate. Oh, they won Tuesday night. Well, it's Thursday morning, right, in the newspaper. Well, you might get it from us. So that's not quite the question you asked, but I would say it started to be a more form of entertainment and daily discussion of more than just your home team. I'm talking at the workplace, at schools, what have you. And so we were a part of that. For us, it's a question you're probably going to come to and ask, but I'm going to this as an answer. The NFL was, if it wasn't king right away when we went on, it certainly became, and baseball was huge too and still is. But for our network, in 1987, we got rights to the NFL, meaning it was a Sunday night game, only the last 8 weeks of the season, and we got to start this show called NFL Primetime. Now, but what I'm trying to tell you is when pro football came to us, they were looking at, wow, this is going to go into some places and it's going to be on, and we're not even everybody, we're going to have another national game and stuff. And then, by then, it was entertainment. I'm dancing around it not because I want to. I don't know the answer, but when we put football on in 1987, it was entertainment for us, and we had hit the big time. I just think the coverage of sports, which you've been a part of, and the shrinking of the country, in quotes, all aided to it being more entertaining as that decade went on. I don't know if you agree or not.
Well, we have 90 seconds before we have to break, but you know, when you take back and go back to 1993, you were described as the leader of the ESPN team and one of the most recognizable sportscasters in the business. That can be a very heavy mantle to be able to carry, but you always carried it gracefully. How hard was it for you?
Well, it's hard if you try to be someone you're not. That doesn't mean that everybody thought I was great or good or enjoyed it, or God, that guy's too loud, or I wish he'd, although everybody loved the nicknames and that kind of stuff, but everybody is not 100%. It wasn't hard because I felt I was talking to me. People like me, and people who watched us and worked with us were like me. Now, for whatever reason, I might have moved toward the front of the aisle, the front of the stage. That didn't make me better than anyone else, but I certainly had a platform, and was the football guy and got to do baseball, and I was on SportsCenter every night. So if I was the quarterback, I accepted it, but I accepted it on behalf of people that felt about sports the same way as me. They just may have not been on the air. That sounds like a corny answer, but you're going to have to believe that's what I felt, and I felt I was speaking for everybody in the building. So if I took a couple extra shots, that's fine, but in most cases, hey, I know your station, I know that guy. I was proud to wear it. I didn't look for that job.
Chris Berman with us, and when we come back on the other side, we'll talk about his style, his catchphrases, and his nicknames for players. And I can just tell you that Keith Olbermann once said, the true test is when Chris is on, turn down your TV and open your window. You will hear him. The microphone is nothing but a prop. And also ESPN executive Norby Williamson said he is our most important person. He is the face of ESPN. That is not something that's easy to carry, but I can tell you, having watched Chris for all these years, he did it with great grace. We continue on Sports Byline.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Do you love cats? Join me, Petra Luna, at Cat Crazy Channel on YouTube. Every Tuesday I host a new episode and we cover everything related to cats. Go to catcrazychannel.com and find out more. Why does your cat want to sleep on your head? Should you declaw your cat? Raise your cat IQ. At catcrazychannel.com we cover it all. And remember, cats rule.
It's time to play Vomit or No Vomit, brought to you by Nauzene.
Colin, it was a long night of shaking your shamrock, and now the corned beef and cabbage you ate is sloshing around sickeningly in a frothy sea of grain beer. Do you A, vomit, B, swallow the pink stuff, C, take fast-acting Nauzene?
I need Nauzene.
Correct. Nauzene's 4-minute formula quickly relieves stomach discomfort from overindulging.
Get Nauzene now in the purple box at Walmart or your favorite store.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
New ways to get the word out about your business.
Staples has all the podcast supplies you need to get the word out about your business, your pet project, or whatever else you have on your mind.
And now, select podcast supplies are 20% off at Staples.
Save 20% on select mics, desktop mic stands, tripods, and pop filters.
So get the word out and save this week at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 3/28/20. In store only while supplies last.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. Indeed will also give you this sticky frog, which will suddenly leap and stick to the face of the perfect hire. Okay, there's no sticky frog. But skills tests, that's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Visit Indeed.com/promo today and get a free sponsored job upgrade on your first posting. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Chris Berman has joined us here on Sports Byline USA. Let me ask you about your style. Everybody has one. I don't know how it comes about, but when you look at your style, how do you think it was developed?
Well, first of all, honestly, I'm an excitable boy, to quote Warren Zevon. But it was developed because we had airtime, unlike anyone else. So, as we talked about earlier in the program, Ron, I'm on at 2:30 in the morning, right, for the first 3-4 years, doing a half-hour sports. That doesn't mean you have slapstick comedy or slap an egg on your face, but you're a little bit giddy anyway at that time, right? So we were just youngsters having a good time. My style was always upbeat and energetic, I think knowledgeable. I tried to do my homework and still do it that way. You want to make sure you pronounce the names right. You ask questions. And understand that not everybody roots for the same teams that you do, but they root for a team, and so be respectful of them. They're watching. They want to hear how their team did. And so a lot of it was, though, that I had all this time, and if you're trying to make a name for yourself in this business, and you're on every night, which I pretty much was, they're going to see through you if you're not you. Now, they may not like, 100% aren't going to like exactly you. They would do it differently. Look, Bob Lee and I are two different people. I have the utmost respect for him, and I've worked with him for 39 years. He and I, in the hallway, would be different, right? So he's him, and I'm me. Doesn't make one better than the other. It makes one different. You do it in the best way. You be yourself. And part of myself was, being on at that time at night, a couple of nicknames slipped out. Now, we used to nickname baseball players for fun when we were at college. We were sports fans, read the box score, have a beverage. I'm sure it was Perrier. I'm sure it wasn't anything else. And a couple of them, in this specific case, to my style, a couple of them in 1980 just came out by accident at 2:30 in the morning. Either Frank Tanana Daiquiri or John Mayberry RFD. Okay, I know it's one of those two because they go back to Brown, right? And I almost thought in my head, you just said a 4-letter word. Like, what are you doing, right? But it's 2:45. You did it, and I got in my ear the little earpiece we wear. The producer would watch. I mean, it was pretty much like that, and then I continued the segment and finished it and went to a commercial, and the camera person was laughing. And I went, okay, maybe it's not so bad. And why don't we try a couple the next night? And it was organic. And, the various other things of what's known as my style, it's all comes from enthusiasm. We could go all the way, or back was really Red Barber, Ron. And that was his call of Al Gianfrido's catch of Joe DiMaggio in 1947. That was not his catch. I wasn't trying to do a catchphrase. He went back, goes to Gianfrido back. He makes a one-handed catch against the bullpen. You've heard it a million times. I heard that on the radio one night driving home, and as a tape of old sports. I'm going to try back tomorrow night. If it's no good, I won't do it. So a lot of this was we had the canvas to paint. Some of our paintings were finger paintings. They weren't Rembrandts. But as time goes, we all become better. And we all have to be a self-judge of ourselves. That kind of stuff's good, or Chris, that kind of stuff's not that good. So I kept throwing it out there, and people kept liking it. In the end, we're in the entertainment business, aren't we?
No doubt about that. And the one thing I will tell you is only one person can be an original, and you were an original. And we all know after that, people started doing the same thing. The one, too, that I like was rumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Well, it's descriptive, right? Now, that's on the football highlights, like, somebody gets hit at the line of scrimmage, or let's say there's a fumble, right? And I would imitate Keith Jackson with a fumble, right? And a big defensive lineman picks it up and heads toward the end zone. Well, what else would you describe if you're not looking at me rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, because that's about what they did. Oh, my God, I got 18 yards to score my first touchdown since I was in Pop Warner, And that's about what it was. But a lot of those things and the quote sound effects are just kind of having fun with it. As long as you do it when they do it, and as long as you don't do it for the main purpose to be noticed. Now, yes, I'm noticed for it, but I'm doing it because everybody's having a good time doing it, not because, look at me, I'm Chris Berman. I said rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, or, he could go all the way. Or it's funny, popular the last 15 years, and with young people now, they always say, can you say it? Say what? You mean whoop? Yep, they love that. Well, that's the Three Stooges. So, yeah, some of the stuff I invented my own, but some is just let it roll. And a lot of it will be enjoyable and use those.
You adopted the persona of your alter ego, the Swami, to make predictions on Sunday Night NFL Countdown, and I always thought that was creative, and I knew it was natural, and everything that you ever did was natural. It wasn't false in any particular way. But tell me a little bit about the development of the Swami.
Well, how it began is easy. It was another product of us having a lot of airtime and too little tools to work with, right? So it goes back to the early days. On the fall in 1979, The Late Show, and it was, why don't we do like a prediction of 3 or 5 games, mixed with a little bit of a couple of items of pro football, and then therefore here for week 4 in the NFL, I picked Detroit 20, Green Bay 10, and so forth. And we did it on Friday nights. Which was the right way to do it, and it became a little group effort. It wasn't something that said, hey, you want to do pro football for 5 minutes? So this was part of the show that we did at night. And back then, I talked to the graphics folks. I said, look, if I'm picking Tampa Bay and you want to put the score in orange or the team name in orange, go ahead. You want to put the Minnesota in purple, go ahead. You have fun with this segment, even though it's not, quote, format. Audio guy, I would tell, so Linda was the, Chiron, or as we called it, graphics. Audio, Dick, you want to, when I make this, you want to put it in reverb for 5 seconds, even though you're not supposed to do that? Like, let's just see how that goes if we're making some big upset pick this week of whoever it was. It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Even a couple camera moves. Why don't we do this until I get to the picks and then, hold it still? But if you want to not make it shaky, but in other words, everybody felt part of it behind the scenes. We were having fun. And I think the second or third year I did it, well, that was the 49ers year in 81 with Montana and Dwight Clark and et cetera. And I had an unbelievable year record just because I picked the 49ers every week. Nobody believed in them. I did for some reason. And my percentage was unbelievable, and then I had a following. It didn't mean I was better or smarter or whatever than Jimmy the Greek. Hell no. But I had a good year early. And then I had a different following. Now, of course, you're not 68% every year, are you? No. So, but that's how it began, and it became my kind of newspaper column ending in predictions every week for 38 years on the NFL. It was another organic start, is what I'm trying to say.
I've got a lot of questions, and I want to get to as many as I can possibly get to. But one of the things that you did so well, and this is me as a professional having witnessed it and having an understanding of it, is no matter what sporting event you were doing or if you were in the studio, you made your broadcast partners in the broadcast effort comfortable, and you also, didn't try to overwhelm them in any particular way. And as big a personality as you were, I always admired and respected that. How did you pull that off?
Well, thank you for that. And coming from someone who's been in the business that long, I really appreciate that. You, especially if you have analysts, look, they know tons more than you on the playing of the game. But if the analyst has a bad show, it's not a good show. It's not about, look at how good I am, and then, okay, they're on for 35 seconds or whatever. No. So, because, and I think you know because you're in the business to do it, a conversation between two or more people on the air, right, is then a conversation that kind of includes the person watching at home. If it's a comfortable conversation that they're watching, the person can't speak watching you on the TV in their living room or where have you, but they feel a part of it. And I thought that, and the Sports Center shows that we did, the two of us, a back and forth, it's a team effort. It's just like sports. So it's not about, I was better than him or her that night. No, a group, a conversation and a group effort is going to be so enjoyable. Why would you work against it?
And let me ask you, with the 3 minutes that we have left here, over your years of covering sports, talking to athletes, talking to owners, what sense of appreciation do you have for what they do? Because, nobody can relate to hitting a 95-mile-an-hour fastball or hitting a clutch three-pointer, and you've had an opportunity to interact with people that do that. What sense of appreciation do you have on that, Chris?
I think in a lot of cases, Ron, they're sports fans, not 100%. Some follow their sport, but they're not, necessarily hockey fans, for example. But I think in the end, a really good athlete, just like a really good doctor or lawyer or teacher or what have you, enjoys a little form of entertainment. And the athlete who's playing also enjoys their sport and other sports as a form of relaxation, and they can see who's got an angle, if you're on every night like we were, and who has an axe to grind and who doesn't over time, right? So I think through the screen, we, not only me, but a lot of the folks at our network, earn the trust of those playing the games. I really feel that in my heart, that we understood not how to, run off tackle, but respected what they did, and they foul up like we do on the air. And if you point it out in a fair way, that's fine. I think they understood that we respected how good they were and what they were trying to do, and it wasn't genuflecting, but it was just be fair. And I think that shines through the set. Again, we had the pulpit every night. That was unusual.
We have about 40 seconds left, and I know this is a difficult question, but as you think back over your career, all that you've seen, is there any one particular moment that's engraved in Chris Berman's mind?
Well, there are many, obviously, but I'll go to one. I was fortunate enough to be the voice, along with Buck Martinez, and in the stadium when Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's unreachable star, of 2,130 games played consecutively. And that was September 6, 1995. There's a lot more to it than that. We have a short time. But if you want to say one thing, that was more than sports. It was more than baseball. It was like America. There's somebody packing his or her lunch every day and going to work. Yes, it's baseball. It's not the coal mine. But reporting into work every day, doing the best he or she can, and then never calling in sick and just doing it even when you didn't feel great. And that night, I still get goosebumps thinking about it.
I want to thank you, Chris, for your friendship, but it's been a long friendship and one I respect and I admire, and I appreciate the time. Take care, my friend, and let's get together if you come through San Francisco.
I look forward to it. Thanks, Ron. Always a pleasure being with you.
Chris Berman. Again, Chris, one of the founding fathers of ESPN. He has been an anchor for Sports Center on ESPN since 1979. And, of course, he has been honored a number of times as an outstanding sportscaster. I'm Ron Barr. We continue on America's Sports Talk Show.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
That's going to wrap up this very entertaining hour with Chris Berman. Boomer, that's what they called him, one of the founding fathers of ESPN. He's been an anchor for SportsCenter on ESPN since 1979, and of course, he announced recently that he'd be stepping down from several NFL-related roles at the network, but he would remain at ESPN, a 6-time honoree of the National Sports Media Association's National Sportscaster of the Year Award, and he was instrumental in establishing ESPN's lasting popularity during the network's formative years. Check out sportsbyline.com, and remember, you can listen to us anytime online. Just hit the Listen Live button at sportsbyline.com. I'm Ron Barr. Thanks for being a part of America's Sports Talk Show.
Hi, this is Ken Taylor. Join us every weekend on Sports Byline for Outdoor Guys Radio, radio for the sportsman's lifestyle. We bring the best of the great outdoors to your radio dial every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Pacific here on Sports Byline and sportsbyline.com.
You're listening to the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That limited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across the country and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you with us for this edition of Sports Byline. We're going to be talking a little basketball, a little baseball this hour. Tell you who with in just a second, but I urge you to check out the award-winning Sports Byline USA website. You can always listen to us anytime, anywhere in the world on the internet at sportsbyline.com. Right at the top of the homepage, there's a live stream Listen Now button. Just go ahead and push it. And all the great shows on the network 24 hours a day, 7 days a week are right there for you. And while you're on that homepage, let me draw your attention to a couple of things. One, we have a number of the great interviews across the network, not just from this show, but across all of the shows. And as you know, if you've been listening to the Sports Byline Network, we have a variety of various interesting interviews and also programs. If you're into ultimate fighting, then we have a show for that with the interviews. If you're into golf, if you're into outdoors and also into fishing, you'll find shows for that as well. So again, just go to sportsbyline.com and check it all out. And while you're there as well, we have the fan poll question right there on the homepage. We started that immediately when we started the network back in 1988 because I wanted to see how you fans felt about some of the issues in sports. So again, check it all out at sportsbyline.com. Damon Stoudemire, you certainly know that name, point guard who played 13 seasons in the NBA, 3 of those with Toronto, but 8 with Portland, and then finished up with Memphis and San Antonio. He was drafted in the first round, 7th overall by Toronto. He won Rookie of the Year honors, and he had an outstanding All-American career at the University of Arizona playing for Lute Olson. He grew up in the Portland area, and he was raised by his mother and also his grandmother, and that's a very interesting story in itself. So we'll talk to him about that. And then right after that, some baseball talk. Brett Boone, former second baseman who played 14 seasons with Seattle, Cincinnati, Atlanta, San Diego, and Minnesota. He was a 4-time Gold Glove winner and a 3-time All-Star. And football has its Manning family, basketball, the Curry family, and I guess Brett Boone and the Boones are part of that iconic name in baseball as well. His dad was a great catcher in the major leagues, and also he had a grandfather that played as well in Major League Baseball. So we'll talk a little bit about baseball and that family tradition with Brett Boone. So we're ready to crank it up. Good to have you with us. Damon Stoudemire next on Sports Byline.
Your business ideas need room to run wild, but there's no room for error when you're raising the bar. A reliable partner can make a real difference. That's the role of a realtor. An irreplaceable expert who represents your values. A reassuring voice of reason helping you research and reach the right decisions so you can run your business without running the risk. Is your agent a realtor? Look for the R. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Smile and wave. Ooh, somebody got herself a present. Just picked it up at Sprint, the Samsung Galaxy S20 5G smartphone. It's 5G ready. Plus, it has a revolutionary pro-grade camera. I just took video and multiple pictures of you with one tap. Look, that is so cool. Switch to Sprint and you get it for just $0 a month. You're kidding. $0 with an 18-month Sprint Flex lease. And with Sprint's 100% total satisfaction guarantee, you can try out the network and see the savings for yourself. Where are you going?
I'm headed over to Sprint.
The next generation of Galaxy has arrived at Sprint, and it's 5G ready. Get the new Galaxy S20 5G smartphone for just $0 a month at Sprint. Visit your local Sprint store, sprint.com, or call 800-SPRINT-1. Phone $0 per month after $41.67 per month. Credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line of service and accrued credit. If cancel early, remaining balance due. So thanks. 5G coverage will be limited in select cities. See sprint.com/sprint 5G for actual coverage and availability. Guarantee applies to new lines of service for 30 days. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Shaq Sports Hour. Sports fans, we're talking all-time most heartbreaking moments. You're on.
Shaq, I sent my husband to get an Epson EcoTake printer, and he bought the wrong printer.
Ooh, that's bad. But as far as sports...
He bought one with cartridges.
Yeah, cartridges are a pain,
The
but...
EcoTank is cartridge-free. Comes with a ridiculous amount of ink.
Your husband owes you big time. Let me talk to him.
Already taken care of. He's giving me a foot massage right now. Say hi, dear.
Hey, Shaq. Nice. Sports Hour. Sponsored by Epson EcoTank. Just feel and chill. Get your Epson EcoTank at Staples today.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Damon Stoudemire joins us on Sports Byline, point guard who played 13 seasons in the NBA with Toronto, Portland, Memphis, and San Antonio. And, of course, he was drafted in the first round, 7th overall by Toronto, and he won Rookie of the Year honors. And he had an outstanding All-American career at Arizona playing for Lute Olson. You know, I know, Damon, that you were born in Portland, Oregon, and it was your mother and your grandmother that kind of raised you. And the one thing I know in talking to African-American athletes is the strength of the black woman in the family. Tell me a little bit about both your mother and your grandmother.
Oh, well, I'll start with my mother. She was a strong person. She had, she worked a lot, but she did everything that she could do to make me feel rich, so to speak. I always say this, I never knew what it was like to be poor because she always made me rich, by sacrificing everything that she did and what she might have wanted to do for herself for me. And that's, buying me things, me going on basketball trips, all of that. And so I just, the thing about it, I respected my mom so much. And I respected how she did things that I never wanted to be a burden on her. As a kid, and, in my case, even sometimes as an adult, you get in trouble. But I never wanted to be a burden on my mother. So I'll give you for instance, of a day in the life. As I go along, get into 7th grade, even more like 5th grade, my mother would wake me up, and then she would go to work, and then I would have to walk to the bus stop, or I would have to walk over, my grandmother's house in the morning to get ready for school. I would have to pick myself out the bed when a lot of times once she would leave the house, I really had the option to just go back to sleep because she wouldn't have never known. Now she would have figured it out eventually because the school would have called. But I'm just saying, I never wanted to be a burden on her with that. So my mother was a pillar of strength, and, she sacrificed everything she had to make it better for me. And I would say with my grandmother, it's crazy because early on, I spent a lot of time over there by default. And half of that was because she was the free babysitter, and so as a grandparent, obviously, she wasn't going to mind, so I would go over there and, we did everything together. We played cards. And the one thing about it is I tell people this, my grandmother had a lot of values, but just like most grandparents are, she always gave you a story leading up to the value. She never scolded you when you did wrong. She never scolded you. She would always give you a story to make you think, make you think about what you just did. But, my grandmother, she was a great woman. And, I just remember her being like, as a young guy, my best friend, in a lot of different instances. We did everything together. And she used to sit on that porch. And I tell you, when we sit on that porch, we ate watermelon. I used to have to go to the store for her and do different things. And, I'd never mind. She was just a great woman. I can't say enough about her, but she was just always there for me. She always made me peanut butter and jelly sandwich when I came home from school. Like, she knew what I wanted. And the one thing I know everybody can relate to, at least a lot of people, I'm not going to say everybody, you could not touch that television from 10 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon because that was soap time. So she was going to watch The Price is Right at 10, Young and the Restless at 11, All My Children at 12, One Life to Live at 1, General Hospital at 2, Days of Our Lives at 3. And it's amazing that I still remember that. And it's probably still the same rotation on those stations now.
It was your uncles that directed you to sports, and they were kind of mentors in your life as well. You began playing basketball at Irving Park. Tell me what those games were like.
Irving Park. I would say this. Matt Dishman is where I started. Irvington Park is where I graduated to. But Matt Dishman, I'll give you a example of both of those because I grew up in the same era as Terrell Brandon. All-star guard, played about 13 years in the NBA also. Terrell was a little older than me. Okay, and I'll double back. We both grew up in Matt Dishman. And as you got older, you went to Irvington Park. And I'll tell you, Irvington Park was like the best park ever. Everybody went there in Portland. And I remember this like it was yesterday. I remember when Clyde Drexler got drafted and he came up to the park. I'll never forget it. Everybody was like, Fly Slamma Jamma, Clyde Drexler. And Maurice Lucas. Maurice Lucas used to throw camps up at the park, like Blazers would throw free camps up at the park. But that's where, you played ball. That's where you got better. That's where you got your butt whooped for the first time. It might have been where you got your first kiss. It was just a lot of things going on in that park. And, that park is going to forever be indebted in my heart.
The other thing, too, is your favorite player was Nate Archibald, and I know you patterned your game like his game. What was it about him that attracted you to his style of play?
He was left-handed. He could score. He did a lot of great things, and people always told me stuff about him, and he led the NBA in scoring. Obviously, I was a little too young for that at that time, but, Nate Archibald was just, he was a great ball player. And, one of the things was he was left-handed, and then, you had Isaiah Thomas. And, I tell you, as I got to high school, I'm going to tell you, one of my favorite players was Kenny Anderson. I love watching Kenny Anderson play. I thought Kenny Anderson was one of the best college guards I ever seen, in terms of his ability to get to the lane, score the ball, pass the ball, and do everything. I thought he was a great guard, but I really liked him because he was left-handed. Now, all those guys were a little bit bigger than me, but I definitely tried to take some of all their games and put it into mine.
You were a two-time Oregon High School Player of the Year, won a couple of championships as well. How did you get out of the state of Oregon and end up at Arizona?
Oh, well, I wanted to get to leave home. I wanted to grow up a little bit. I wasn't, I would say this. In all fairness to Oregon, and even Oregon State was the better team at that time. But I would say this, in all fairness to Oregon, is that Oregon didn't look the way it did right now. I think that as a kid, you didn't always grow up wanting to play for the Oregon Ducks. I think that it was Ralph Miller. You had Gary Payton was at Oregon State. I probably went to more Oregon State games than I did Oregon. But at the same time, too, if Oregon looked the way it did right now, I'm not so sure I wouldn't have went there. I'm going to be honest with you. It just didn't look that way. You know, they played in the Pit, which was a great arena, but it was just a little different at that time. And in the back of my mind, I felt like I just needed to get away and, grow up a little bit and be put in some uncomfortable situations to become not only a better basketball player, but just to try to grow up as a young man.
You certainly did play for a great coach in Lute Olson, and I would put him in the category with John Wooden and others like that, Mike Krzyzewski. Tell me about the first time you ever met him.
Oh, well, Coach Olson, I say this all the time. He was an imposing guy. You know, he's a big guy when you meet him in person. I don't think people know that. So Coach probably stands about 6'3", 6'4", and he was always sharp looking. He obviously, the hair was always intact. He always had the nice shoes on, the nice watch. He just looked the part. And, me and him for the first time, I was a little nervous, to be honest with you. Seeing him on TV, knowing the type of coach he was, knowing the type of players he coached. But, quickly, as I got to know him, he became not only my coach, but he became like a father figure to me, in terms of, the strength that, he had, the convictions that he had. And, some of those, I don't see that in college basketball now today. I don't know a lot. I've never been around a lot of these coaches, these head coaches. But, Coach Olson was a guy that, for instance, he, no matter what was going on, practice could be difficult, hard, or whatever, he was going to eat with his family at night. Like, he never, regardless of the moment, it was never too big that he was not going to go be with his family. Bobby Olson, his wife that passed away, she would come to practice. She would come to practice sometimes. Like, Coach was committed to his family. Like, that was important to him. Everybody places different values on things. The basketball part was simple, because he knew the basketball part, but I always looked at him from the standpoint of, regardless of what the moment brought, he was never too big to not only be with his family, but to just talk to anybody else that needed that talking to at that time. And that was big for me, and watching him do that.
Hold on just a second, Damon. Damon Stoudemire has joined us, point guard who played 13 seasons in the NBA with Toronto, Portland, Memphis, and San Antonio, and he was drafted in the first round, 7th overall. And when we come back, we'll talk about his NBA career as we continue with you and Sports Byline.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them, but do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Damon Stoudemire has joined us here on Sports Byline USA, of course, All-American at Arizona, and then was drafted, as I said, he was drafted 7th overall in the first round by Toronto. I know that was kind of an interesting start to your career because, if my memory serves me correctly, when they picked you, the fans weren't too happy. It was up in Toronto where they had the draft, and it was a booed selection by the Toronto Raptors. How did that make you feel?
That didn't bother me at all. Wasn't nobody going to steal my moment at that time. And plus, they just hadn't seen me play, I guess. They didn't really understand the effect I could have. That's how I looked at it.
And you were the first pick ever of the Toronto Raptors in the NBA. Tell me a little bit about that franchise in those early days.
I would call it more of a mom-and-pop organization at that time. Everything we did, it was kind of geared to family. I can in particularly remember during Christmas one time we played in Detroit and they let the families ride the plane. I thought that was big. Everybody knew one another. It was brand new. So, everybody was trying to do the right thing, and we were overextending ourselves doing things in the community, that nature, trying to get people, to accept the basketball brand and accept the Toronto Raptors.
When you look at those early days in the NBA, obviously you had some idea, having watched the game being played at the NBA level, and then you get into it yourself. What did you find? What were your first impressions of professional basketball?
Well, when I got in there as a player, first of all, I was in awe, maybe for about the first half of my rookie year, just playing against guys I had always watched on television. I think that to me, anybody'd be lying if they didn't say that they were in awe after you've been watching these guys play on TV your whole life. So, I was in awe a little bit. It didn't really affect the way I played, but still sometimes I have to pinch myself, that I had actually made it to the NBA. So for me, even up until about my first 5 years or so, I mean, it was exciting. It was exciting to get up and, go to shoot rounds and, play games at night. That was exciting for me.
You set the record for three-point field goals made by a rookie with 133, and I'm just wondering, the three-point play is an interesting one. Was that something that was comfortable for you? Did you have a lot of confidence in taking that type of shot?
Oh, yeah. I have been a three-point shooter pretty much my whole life, so, I love shooting the three. So, I mean, that was definitely, for me, a comfortable shot. Even when I came into the league, the three-point line wasn't as far back as it is now. I want to say it was only about 21 feet or so. So in reality, that's like a mid-range jumper compared to what it went to, so.
When you take a look at somebody like a Steph Curry and you think about that record being set at 133 and you look at what he is doing, what type of appreciation, being a guard and being somebody that shot the three, do you have for what he's done?
You got to have an appreciation for what Steph has done. I think probably, I tell people this, it's not the fact that he can shoot. I mean, I played against his dad, so his dad can shoot. I mean, so I mean, it's not surprising that he's doing the things he's doing in terms of shooting the ball. But what's amazing to me about Steph Curry is he makes bad shots at an alarming rate. Like some of the stuff that he does in terms of taking shots, sometimes he takes a lot of bad shots, but he makes them too. And I think that's what's amazing to me about Steph Curry.
After you started off in Toronto in February of 1998, you were traded to the Raptors. And I know when you go back to your hometown and you're playing for one of the pro teams, it's kind of a two-edged sword. How did you approach that experience?
I really didn't know how to approach being traded. I was excited to be traded to Portland, but once I got there and the excitement died down, now it's really just the day-to-day. I didn't really know how to appreciate it. I didn't know how to get that common ground, so to speak, and it took me a while to get comfortable there. It's difficult. I would say that it's difficult going to play at home because there's a lot of demand and expectation on you as a player, but then there's a lot of demand and expectation on you as, the person, because you basically grew up with everybody that you're seeing with on a daily basis. So everybody kind of, in some kind of respect, everybody kind of feels like they know you. And so it can become a burden. It can become, sometimes, issue if you're not able to balance that.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is I remember doing a couple of games up there in Portland when you were playing up there. I always had a sense that it was an unsettling time for the whole organization, and that's never good for an athlete who's looking to know what their role is, to looking to have walking through the doors into the arena each night. Am I correct in that observation?
For me, I tried to do the best I can in a situation where, when I really think back on it and I look at it, and it's the fault of no one. But I get traded to Portland, and Coach Dunleavy is the coach. He likes half court. Like, he never had a guard like me. Like, so, from jump, if you really take away the excitement of it, I was never a fit for that style of play anyway. So, what I tried to do is I just tried to make the best of the situation. I tried not to complain about things that I didn't have no control over, and just kind of navigate through things and, just kind of get through it, man. And you know what, you learn to just take the hit. You're a pro. That's what they pay you the money for. You take the hit and you keep it moving, man. And, you only worry about things that you can control.
Last two stops in your pro career was Memphis and also San Antonio. When you got to that point in your career, how did you look upon how you were playing and what you wanted to do with the rest of your career?
The funny thing about it is you get to that point. I had played for 10 years when I get to Memphis, so you try to be honest with yourself. At that time, I had never had a major injury, so I was still good. I still had speed. The last couple of years in Portland, I had, my play had picked up a little bit, but I get to Memphis, and right as we get into the heart of that season, I tear my patella tendon. And in my mind, I had never been injured before, so my mind was playing tricks on me. And what I did was, I came back playing too fast. So I never really adjusted to being injured. And that was kind of like the beginning end of my career. Now I ended up playing another 3.5, 4 years or whatnot, but I was never the same player.
Damon, was it hard for you to take off your uniform for the last time?
Nah, it wasn't hard. I love the game, but it wasn't hard because at that time in my heart of hearts, I didn't feel like I was good enough no more in terms of playing, so I was good with that. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't trying to fight it. Like, I'll tell you this, honestly, it was easier to take my uniform off then, and maybe a couple years later I felt like I was ready. I just didn't attempt to come back.
When you look over your long career and very successful career as well, is there a particular moment that's kind of etched into your mind?
I look at the early Portland years. I'm going to say 98 to about 2001. That's in my mind because I seen like how the team was put together, and then it came to a culmination. And although we didn't get to the championship, we didn't get to the NBA Finals, in that little 3.5, 4-year period, we got the 2 conference finals. And I just felt like if we would have kept that team together long term, I felt like we would have eventually won a title.
Also, when you think about playing in the NBA as long as you do, I'm always impressed with people that play double-digit years. How were you able to maintain the intensity? Because that's such an important part, especially for somebody that is a point guard that kind of controls the tempo of a game and a team.
Well, the one thing I was always in shape. I was always able to keep my body right, from a fitness standpoint. I knew how to get the best out of myself, but I also knew my teammates in every situation. I was always a well-liked guy on my teams, and guys kind of gravitated to me. So that was always my way of being able to know my personnel, know the guys around me. And, you know, the game never got old to me. It never got stale. And when it did start to get stale, that's kind of when I left it.
You've now transitioned into coaching, and you've already done coaching at Rice, the Memphis Grizzlies, University of Memphis, even at Arizona, your alma mater, and now you're the head coach at Pacific. Tell me a little bit about the program you're taking over.
Well, it's a program that it has a lot of tradition. You know, Coach Thomason, he was here for, I think, 27 years, and he did an outstanding job. And, you know, they went to NCAA tournaments and things of that nature. And, you know, the thing about it is that I don't like to talk about, I would never talk about me being the head coach here at Pacific now. I would never talk about the things that have happened and transpired over the last year, you know, because that was a difficult time for everybody. But what I would like to say is that as new coach, I want to get back to Pacific being looked upon as a school where guys play hard, you know, guys have integrity. You know, and we're gonna try to get that Spano Center back to being full. You know, because I can remember when I was, you know, just coming up when I was in college, and then I would say in the early 2000s, and then even so, you know, just as recently as the last 4 or 5 years, when you would turn on the Pacific game, and I'm telling you, boys, that gym was packed. And so what I'm trying to bring is a culture of accountability. You know, I'm trying to get it to where our guys are the toughest, strongest, most well-conditioned athletes on the floor. So those are the things that made me successful growing up, and those are the things that I want to instill in our young men.
Damon Stoudemire with us again, point guard who played 13 seasons in the NBA with Toronto, 8 with Portland, Memphis, and San Antonio, and then he was drafted in the first round. 7th overall after having a great All-American career at the University of Arizona. And he went on, and I kind of got to tell you, this guy could light it up from the outside, and also he was blazing fast down the court. We continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on Sports Byline.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Do you love cats? Join me, Petra Luna, at Cat Crazy Channel on YouTube. Every Tuesday I host a new episode and we cover everything related to cats. Go to catcrazychannel.com and find out more. Why does your cat want to sleep on your head? Should you declaw your cat? Raise your cat IQ. At catcrazychannel.com we cover it all. And remember, cats rule.
It's time to play Vomit or No Vomit, brought to you by Nauzene.
Colin, it was a long night of shaking your shamrock, and now the corned beef and cabbage you ate is sloshing around sickeningly in a frothy sea of grain beer. Do you A, vomit, B, swallow the pink stuff, C, take fast-acting Nauzene?
I need Nauzene.
Correct. Nauzene's 4-minute formula quickly relieves stomach discomfort from overindulging.
Get Nauzene now in the purple box at Walmart or your favorite store.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
New ways to get the word out about your business.
Staples has all the podcast supplies you need to get the word out about your business, your pet project, or whatever else you have on your mind.
And now, select podcast supplies are 20% off at Staples.
Save 20% on select mics, desktop mic stands, tripods, and pop filters.
So get the word out and save this week at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 3/28/20. In store only while supplies last.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. Indeed will also give you the sticky frog, which will suddenly leap and stick to the face of the perfect hire. Okay, there's no sticky frog. But skills tests, That's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Visit Indeed.com/promo today and get a free sponsored job upgrade on your first posting. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Brett Boone joins us on Sports Byline, the former second baseman who played 14 seasons with Seattle, Cincinnati, Atlanta, San Diego, and Minnesota. He was a 4-time Gold Glove winner and a 3-time All-Star. And certainly football has its Manning family, basketball the Curry family, and Brett is part of an iconic name in baseball, the Boone family. His grandfather is former Major Leaguer Ray Boone, his dad former catcher and manager Bob Boone, and he's the brother of Major Leaguer Aaron Boone as well. He has written an interesting and insightful book. It's called Home Game, Big League Stories from My Life in Baseball's First Family. You know, when I was reading through the book, I started smiling, wondering what those dinner table discussions were like in your household.
Oh, they were unbelievable, you know, and it was great because Aaron was kind of my sidekick, and, you know, we could defer stuff to each other. You know, Gramps, he was... Grandpa was just so old school and so proud, not only of his generation, what they accomplished, but in general, he was just proud of his family, proud of his generation, and, it was great. I mean, Dad would say, hey, Steve Carlton's slider was this and that, and Gramps would, Steve Carlton wasn't as good as such and such. And Aaron and myself would sit there and just goad him. You know, and just say, hey, what do you think about this? You know, and it was really cool, and it was, you know, stuff at the time you take for granted, and, you know, you think, oh, it's no big deal, it's Grandpa and Dad and Aaron and Brett, but when you look back at it, it's like, no, this is iconic stuff, and it was cool stuff, and, you know, at a point in the book, one of my favorite points is, the day Grandpa died, I flew to see him, and he was on, you know, tons of medicines, and he couldn't talk. And he had a chalkboard, and he looked at me, and he wrote on a chalkboard, he said, this Jake Peavy guy has got a chance to be a good pitcher. And he said, and you're correct, Barry Bonds is better than Ted Williams.
You know, what you say your grandfather said about baseball, he was a kind of a throwback type of guy, and then knowing your dad as I do, what was the overall theme about baseball, the way it was, the way it should be played?
Growing up, I had no pressure. I really didn't. You know, everybody thinks that, you know, I grew up in that family, you know, and I look back now and what a blessed life I had. But there was no pressure. You know, Dad never taught me one thing about baseball. It's just I was a baseball rat, and that was my passion. It's all I ever wanted to do, and he supported me wholeheartedly. It's like my kids now. You know, I've got 3 young boys, and, you know, they love baseball, but if that's what they pursue it, and I'll support them. If they pursue something else, I'll support them in that capacity.
No, I was just going to say you started in Seattle, of course, with the Seattle Mariners, and then got traded to Cincinnati. But you did come back to Seattle, and you were on a team in Seattle, that 2001 team that won 116 and 46. I remember watching the club all during the course of that season. What was the essence of that team's success?
You know, I came off a 1999 team. I think we won 106 games in Atlanta, and we were a great team. The ability was off the charts, the talent, and I never believed in team chemistry. I said, you know, you get the best players and you just roll over people. 2001 changed my opinion of that. We had great players on that team. We had MVPs, we had batting champs, and, you know, with Edgar and Olerud, and but we weren't the greatest team ever, but we thought we were. You know, for the first time I said there is something to this team chemistry, because everybody on that team, we knew, you know, 7th inning, we're down by 2. We knew we were going to win that game. And it was something I can't explain to people. It's just we knew. And more times than not, we came back and won the game. You know, I really look back at that year, and I cherish it, because And even when I was going through it, I was, I'd take a shower after the game and I'd look at myself in the mirror and go, this is a special year. So really appreciate what you got, because it doesn't happen every year.
How difficult was it then when you got to the playoffs, the ALCS, and the club did not go into the World Series?
I look at that year and it was so bizarre, because it's like, okay, we won 116 games. We're the best team in the world. And then 9/11 hit and we had a little pause. I'd love to have an excuse for it, but the thing I look at is the last 50 games of the season. The press and the guys in the clubhouse, you usually have 10 or 15 guys in the clubhouse after every game. And then in the postseason, you'll have 50, because it's nationwide. So when we were, on pace to break the record, we had 50 guys in the clubhouse every night. You're going to break the record. You're going to break the record. You're going to break the record. And then we finally, when we won 116, it was like, oh, finally we're done. We're done with all the questions. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. We got to go to the postseason. We got to go to the playoffs. And we beat Cleveland, and then New York beat us. And for the first time all season. And I think if you look back at our record against New York that year, we killed them. And all of a sudden they beat us in the postseason, which is the most important thing. And I don't think either team played well. It's just that New York played less bad than we did, if I could put it that way.
I will tell you this, and over the years when I was in a clubhouse and you were playing with the team, the one thing I appreciated about you was your sense of humor. And it was talked about, you were famous for your humorous behavior, and at one point you took up not one but 3 lockers, one for you, another with a nameplate above that read Boone's Friend, and a third with a nameplate that read Boone's Friend that was scattered with about 100 baseball bats. Tell me where that came from.
No, it was Boone's Friend, and Boone's other friend. That were the 3. And I did that for my teammates, and I have the reputation of being this brash guy and this and that. The guys that know me know who I really am. It was kind of a shtick for me, the bat flip and the Boone and all that stuff. It was fun, and I embraced it. And, I'd come to the clubhouse every day. I said, Boone's here, we can start. And then the whole clubhouse would be relaxed. And they'd be like, all right, here we go. And that was my role in the clubhouse. It wasn't a serious side of me. When I took my clothes off and, like I said, took a shower and looked in the mirror, I knew how hard big league baseball was, and I was very humbled by it. But at the same time, I had a role on that Seattle Mariners team where, they expected me to be a certain guy. And it was tough to do. On a day-to-day basis, I needed to be the same guy and walk in and have that aura about me. And at points, it was tough to do because, when you're kicking butt or when you're losing and you're not doing well, it's tough to put on that same face. But, I thought it was my priority to do that for my teammates. And we had several guys in the clubhouse that had their roles. Mike Cameron had his role. Edgar Martinez had his role. And my role was kind of to run the whole show. So I did.
One of the things that always surprised me about your performance was that at 5'10", the power that you had, where did that come from, Brett?
Well, I've always had that power. It's, I would say, when I got back to Seattle in 2001, I went to Edgar Martinez, who was one of the greatest right-handed hitters of my generation. I just said, how do you teach me? How do you become you? How do you win batting titles? How do you do that? And I sat down and we just talked the game. And he became one of my best friends, and to this day he's one of my best friends. And he just taught me how to think through the process. And not so much physical, but how do we think the game? And how do we, our goal always, Edgar and myself as well, is when we left the on-deck circle, our brain was clear of everything. We'd already thought about this for 3-4 minutes. We've got every scenario in our head. Who's pitching? Who's not pitching? Who's in the bullpen? Who's hitting behind me? Who's hitting in front of me? And when we leave the on-deck circle, our brain was to be clear. And he taught me a lot about that. And that's when I really excelled, is when I started thinking on a different level. And it's all about your brain. Your brain is the most powerful tool you have. All of us have a certain amount of fast twitch muscle fiber. That's what it takes to be a big league player. But then what separates, certain people from other people is your brain. And I'm a firm believer in, if you think you're great, you are great.
Yeah, two players that I respected, Mark McGwire and also the great Willie Mays, both had the same philosophy about hitting. At least they told me that. See it and hit it. Was it that way for you as well?
Not at all. Not at all. I remember Ken Griffey coming up in the minor leagues. I thought I was the greatest player of all time. And I got to the big leagues, and I saw Ken Griffey Jr., who was the same age as me. So I got to the big leagues, I think I was 22 or 23, and he's walking around the clubhouse with his hat on backwards. I said, Kenny, what's this guy got tonight? And he'd look at me and go, Booney, I don't know. I just see ball, hit ball. And I'd be like, all right, must be nice, for the avatars of the world. And then Edgar would kind of give me the finger, like, come on over here and I'll tell you what he's got tonight.
I know in this book called Home Game that you touched on something, and I was glad to see you come out and say something about it. It was Jose Canseco accusing you of steroid use. That really did bother you, didn't it?
It did, but, in the time, everybody was accused of everything. If you hit a homer, you had to be taking steroids. That was the uneducated version of the game in the late 90s and early 2000s. And Jose came out, I think his book, 80% of his book was very accurate. But then I think he had to fill up some pages. So he started assuming or guessing what people were doing. And he came out and he said, we had a conversation at second base, and when he was with the Angels, I believe it was 2001, in spring training, and he hit a double and he had a conversation with me. Now, for the record, I've never talked to Jose. The most I've said to Jose, I played against him for a few years, was, hey, Jose, what's up? Hey, Booney, how you doing? And he put that in the book, and I just started laughing. It's like, well, how do I really fight this? I can't, because at the time, everybody was accusing everybody. If you got in shape, you had to be on steroids. And he put that in the book, and Matt Lauer came out and did the research for me, so I didn't have to do anything. And, he put Jose to the task, and he had Matt Lauer was on the morning show or the Today Show or something. He said, well, you accused Brett of doing this, and you never got to second base that spring training. So what's your explanation? And then he started backtracking. Well, maybe it was as we were running off the field. It's like, yeah, that's what I would do. Hey, Jose, don't tell anybody that I'm taking steroids as I'm running off the field on defense. To a guy I don't know.
A final question for you. I know on January the 4th, 2006, you signed a minor league deal with the Mets, but a few days into spring training, you announced your retirement, citing a lack of passion for the game. I know you've always been passionate about that game. How hard was that for you to do?
Oh, that was incredibly hard, and I didn't tell my dad, I didn't tell anybody, and I was going through a really tough time in my life on the private side, and I just remember going out to, practice and going through the drills and just going, I don't need this crap anymore. I've been blessed and I've been successful in this game, and I made a lot of money, and I'm going home. And then a year later, I decided, I needed some closure, and I signed with the Washington Nationals in 2008. I went to spring training, and it was very hard. Physically, I was at wit's end. And Jim Bowden called me at the end of spring training and said, where are you at? I said, I need to go, AAA for a couple weeks and see if I could still do this. And I went to AAA, and I had fun, and it was cool being with those guys. And, I held my own. I think I drove in 10 runs in 12 games and didn't hit any homers. But Jim called me, and he said, where are you at? I said, well, here's what I think I can do. And just because of my experience, I can hit 280. I can give you 10 or 12 homers, but I can only play 4 days a week. And he said, that's better than what we have. I said, okay, but hold on. I'm going to fly home and I'm going to discuss this with my family. And I went home and I decided to retire officially in 2008. And, I had some closure. I finally knew that, I can't do this anymore. I was okay with it. But after the, 2006, when I retired from the Mets, I was in a different place, and I was going through a lot of personal stuff. And, when I was clear-minded in 2008, I retired, and I was okay with it, and I had closure, and it was the right thing to do.
Brett, I want to thank you very much. Congratulations on the book. Give my best to your dad, and you're welcome back here anytime. Take care, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me.
Brett Boone with us. Again, the name of the book, Home Game, A Big League Stories from My Life in Baseball's First Family. We continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
And that's going to wrap up this hour as we talk with Brett Boone. Some baseball talk, the former second baseman who played 14 seasons and, of course, comes from that iconic baseball family where his grandfather, his father, and his brothers all played Major League Baseball. And check out his book. It's called Home Game, Big League Stories from My Life and Baseball's First Family. And Damon Stoudemire dropped by, point guard who played 13 seasons in the NBA with Toronto, Portland, Memphis, and San Antonio. He was drafted in the first round by Toronto, and he won Rookie of the Year honors. That was after playing his college ball at the University of Arizona for Lute Olson. And always check us out on the internet at sportsbyline.com. I'm Ron Barr. Thanks for being a part of America's Sports Talk Show.
Hi, this is Rick Tittle. Tune in every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Pacific Time for the Video Game Review. We'll review games, we'll give away a brand new game, we'll talk cheat codes, new releases, and your calls as well. That's right here every Sunday night on the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675, silver at $17.35, and Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, A financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host Ron Barr.
And good to have you with us for this hour of America's Sports Talk Show. I love reading. I like reading politics and current events, but I also like reading sports books. And you can imagine, being in this job, how many authors send me their books with the hope, of course, of being on our show and being interviewed. And I love to do that. So we're going to be talking to a couple of authors. I'll tell you about their books in just a second, but be sure to check out the award-winning Sports Byline USA website at sportsbyline.com. We just overhauled it, got a lot of new features there. You can listen live or you can podcast not only Sports Byline, but any of the shows that are across the 24-hour-a-day Sports Byline network. And I like hearing from the fans, by the way, but what's more important is if you're going to write me, email me, please sign it, because I don't mind responding to you, whether it's a criticism or a suggestion for a guest. I just want to know who I'm writing. I just don't like to say, Dear So-and-so. I need to know explicitly who it is. So, again, if you want to write me with any suggestion for a guest or whatever, go ahead and do so. Go to the website, and if you click on my bio, right at the bottom is a link to email me. Pete Williams has been with us before. His latest book is called The Draft, A Year Inside the NFL's Search for Talent. And this is an interesting book. It follows a handful of new hopefuls through the ups and downs of the 2004 college football season, and the pre-draft process culminating then with the 2005 draft. And whether it's 2005, 2006, 2010, 2020, whatever it is, the same thing happens every year when it comes to NFL hopefuls. And the draft is the ultimate insider's look at all the games within the game of how teams put their rosters together through the draft, or how the agents lure and lose players, and how the dreams are born, and some of them even die. And then right after that, Greg Wyshynski is going to be with us. You're going to really laugh at his book. It's called Glow Pucks and 10-Cent Beer, The 101 Worst Ideas in Sports History. And he's known for mixing humor and insight in covering professional, collegiate, and amateur sports. And this book is really a very funny look at some of the most controversial and funny moments in sports. And he pokes fun at some of the sport's biggest disasters, like when Carl Lewis attempted to sing the national anthem, and he describes Lewis as a slowly suffocating llama. And the book also harkens back to some well-known debacles, like the time the Philadelphia Eagles fan booed Santa. Do you remember that one? So we're ready to crank it up. Pete Williams is set to join us. We do that as we continue with you on Sports Byline.
Your business ideas need room to run wild, but there's no room for error when you're raising the bar. A reliable partner can make a real difference. That's the role of a realtor. An irreplaceable expert who represents your values. A reassuring voice of reason helping you research and reach the right decisions. So you can run your business without running the risk. Is your agent a realtor? Look for the R. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Smile and wave. Ooh, somebody got herself a present. Just picked it up at Sprint, the Samsung Galaxy S20 5G smartphone. It's 5G ready. Plus, it has a revolutionary pro-grade camera. I just took video and multiple pictures of you with one tap. Look, that is so cool. Switch to Sprint and you get it for just $0 a month. You're kidding. $0 with an 18-month Sprint Flex lease. And with Sprint's 100% total satisfaction guarantee, you can try out the network and see the savings for yourself. Where are you going? I'm headed over to Sprint.
The next generation of Galaxy has arrived at Sprint, and it's 5G ready. Get the new Galaxy S20 5G smartphone for just $0 a month at Sprint. Visit your local Sprint store, sprint.com, or call 800-SPRINT-1. Phone $0 per month after $41.67 per month credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line of service and accrued credit. If cancel early, remaining amounts due. Swiss tax 5G coverage will be limited in select cities. See sprint.com/sprint 5G for actual coverage and availability. Guarantee applies to new lines of service for 30 days. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Shaq Sports Hour. Sports fans, we're talking all-time most heartbreaking moments. You're on.
Shaq, I sent my husband to get an Epson EcoTake printer and he bought the wrong printer.
Ooh, that's bad. But as far as sports...
He bought one with cartridges.
Yeah, cartridges are a pain, but...
The EcoTank is cartridge-free. Comes with a ridiculous amount of ink.
Your husband owes you big time. Let me talk to him.
Already taken care of. He's giving me a foot massage right now. Say hi, dear.
Hey, Shaq. Nice. Sports Hour. Sponsored by Epson EcoTank. Just feel and chill. Get your Epson EcoTank at Staples today.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Pete Williams joins us on Sports Byline, and he has written a book about something I have always been interested in, and I know many of you fans out there have as well. It's called The Draft, a year inside the NFL's search for talent. And Pete is a well-respected writer. He's written for the USA Today and Street & Smith Sports Business Journal. Why did you decide to take this one on, Pete?
Yeah, Ron, I've always been fascinated how a player's draft stock can change dramatically from January 1st till the draft itself, even though he's not playing any meaningful games. And I kind of wondered how the evaluation process took place. And when I found out, it's actually a year-long thing, because teams go out to look at the class one last time at college campuses, and sometimes that very same day they'll start evaluating guys as they'll be tested and put through the bench press and the 40-yard dash and such. And then it becomes a whole year-long thing from the summer where they break down tape, and then, of course, watching the college football season in the fall, and then picking it up again with the postseason all-star games, the combine, and everything else. So I wanted to look at it from that perspective, as well as how agents recruit players, how college teams sort of caught in the middle, make some sense of it all, and then, of course, from the players themselves as they deal with this onslaught of people suddenly interested in them.
You know as well as I do that there's perception and reality in life, and certainly in sports. So what's the perception, what's the reality of the draft?
Well, I think the perception is that the NFL teams just sort of after the season pick this up and start evaluating talent. I think there's another perception that you can evaluate a team's draft efforts, immediately afterward. And you see all these draft day report cards, and both of these couldn't be further from the truth. As we we're just talking about, obviously it's a year-long process, and then, the fan standpoint, they look at guys who are drafted, and they know them as college football players and what they did there, but there are a host of other factors that go into whether a great college player is going to translate into a great pro player, whether he has the physical tools, the makeup, whether whatever scheme and system he played in college translates into the NFL, and we see it time and time again where a great college player doesn't make it in the NFL, and then some unsung guy from a Division II school or a small Division I school becomes a star. And there's just sometimes no rhyme or reason to it.
Is there three distinct aspects of all of this? And what I mean by that is the player's career in college, the combine then in February, and then the ultimate drafting in April?
Yeah, that's part of it. What the teams will tell you is that 70% of their evaluation is pretty much done by January 5th, which is to say when the college bowl season ends. And then what they they get a lot out of the Senior Bowl for those kids that are eligible to play in that game and elect to do so. That's a week of practices and some pretty intense ones at that. And so for a guy like DeBrickashaw Ferguson, the offensive tackle, will probably be a top 5 pick. He went and played in that game, which was unusual for a guy of his caliber. The Matt Leinerts of the world did not. And so they take that, and then the combine is a much smaller part of the puzzle than people think. Obviously, it gets a lot of publicity, and now it's on the NFL Network even more so. But really, all of these things are pieces, and bombing at one doesn't necessarily ruin your draft stock. But if you're able to do well at all of them, of course, that's going to put you in great position.
You obviously in this book have looked at both sides, both from the player's perspective and also the NFL/team's perspective. Let's talk about the players for just a second. Tell me a little bit about how they feel about their season, what they try to do to establish themselves, put themselves in the pecking order, get themselves ranked as high as they possibly can for the upcoming draft.
Well, during the season, most of them just focus on football itself. They recognize, because they're dealing with agents constantly, their cell phones are made public, the agents get a hold of them, and what players try to do during the season is to delegate maybe a family member or a close friend of the family to deal with this, and then at the end maybe they interview agents toward the end of the season, or in some cases right after the season. So they have to have an agent in place, because this whole business of getting ready for the combine, these pre-combine training centers, have really become a big business in the last decade. Kids drop out of school right after the bowl game, and they go off to Arizona or Florida, or heck, they have them in New Jersey now, and they train all day long for the combine tests, whether it's the bench press, the 40-yard dash, the Wonderlic, the interviews themselves. That's what they spend January and February doing. They go to the combine, and they go back to these pre-combine training centers for anywhere between a week to 3 weeks, depending on when their so-called pro day is. And then after that, April rolls around, and in some cases, teams want to bring them in for additional interviews. So it is a what I call a draft season that's really nonstop from January 1st to the draft itself.
I think you and I both know that one of the important aspects is maybe what your 40 time is and all the other tests, the physical tests that they give you. But how does the selection of the agent and who you pick, how can that affect or alter what might happen to you in the draft?
I'm not sure, Ron, it really is as big an impact as it is, say, in baseball, where if you go with Scott Boras, for instance, he's known as such a notorious negotiator that teams just avoid him altogether. And the other difference there is in baseball, the sky is the limit in terms of bonuses for first-round or second-round draft picks, for that matter. And so with football, it's all pretty slotted. You have salary caps and such. So really, the negotiations there are pretty straightforward. Where the agent makes a difference, it all comes down to, again, what they call the pre-combine training solution, what trainer the agent has access to, and this is what the agents sell the players on. It's their network of sources. Hey, I can talk to all these NFL people. They can tell me what I need to get you to do, whether it's physical, whether it's what you need to show them on the football field, whether you need to get bigger, whether you need to lose weight or whatever. And so, yeah, if the agent has that, then that helps. But of course, there are 20 or 30 agents who can legitimately make that claim. And I'm not sure the agent makes as much difference as they like to think they do.
The other influence, Pete, that I'm interested in is the coach of the team that you happen to play for in college, and also maybe the school/system that they played under. I mean, if you come out of Stanford, that's known as a passing school. If you come out of USC, maybe that's known as a running back school, that sort of thing. And maybe what the coach might say to a scout or to a particular team where maybe he knows the head coach of that team and they're thinking about drafting a particular player. Does that factor into the evaluation process as well?
It does, and I could use my book as an example. I focus a lot on Al Groh at Virginia, and Groh, of course, very well traveled in the NFL, coached under Bill Parcells at 3 different stops, and with the hiring of Eric Mangini and with the Jets, Groh has now worked with 7 active NFL head coaches, so you can imagine the network there. They play a pro style in the sense they run a West Coast offense, they run a 3-4 defense, and one of the players I focused on for the book was Chris Canty, who was a defensive end at Virginia. His draft stock fell a great deal as a senior. He went from being a first-round pick to ultimately drafted late in the 4th, in part because he blew out a knee. He rehabbed it well, but then suffered a detached retina 3 months before the draft in a bar fight. But he was drafted late in the 4th round. Bill Parcells was revamping the Dallas Cowboys defense into a 3-4, which Canty, of course, had played at Virginia under Al Groh. Parcells and his staff, in talking to Groh, very confident that the bar fight was an anomaly, not indicative of Canty's character, and they were okay with the medical, and it looks like they got quite a bargain in Chris Canty in the 4th round.
You know as well as I do, Pete, and you bring up a good point. It used to be the players' capabilities, and if they had any blemishes on their personal side, they would overlook them to a great degree. But it seems like NFL teams now are looking more and more into that, trying to get good character as well as good talent. What are they doing in that area in the pre-draft aspect?
Yeah, I mean, the team I followed the most was the Atlanta Falcons, and under Rich McKay, their general manager, of course, was the longtime general manager with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He places a premium on that. Every team this time of year says character matters, and some pay more attention to it than others. But for McKay, it really is significant. I mean, if a guy have been arrested, if he has been a troublemaker, if he's been suspended from the team, if he's an academic underachiever that's been academically suspended, you're going to have a hard time getting drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. And you may say, geez, that probably eliminates a lot of guys, and it does. But McKay's of the belief that if you draft so-called high-character guys, these are guys that are going to be more likely to make the most of their talents, that aren't going to embarrass the team on and off the field and be troublemakers in the locker room. And you look at McKay's track record, guys he drafted in Tampa along the lines of Derek Brooks, Warwick Dunn, Rondé Barber, guys like that, all of them were regarded as being too small, not blue-chip talents by any means, but McKay saw something in them. He looked at the character side, put a premium on that. Brooks and Dunn, of course, have each won NFL Man of the Year awards. Rondé Barber, a multiple All-Pro. So that's the way he looks at it. Some guys are going to slip through the cracks. I mean, guys last year who were bad character guys, rated by the Falcons and others, include Odell Thurman of the Bengals. He had a great year. Sean Merriman had a great year. There are other guys as well. Maurice Clarett rated poorly, and look what happened to him. So I think most teams don't want to take the gamble with bad character guys if they don't have to.
We got about 40 seconds before we have to break. But, Pete, what about the antithesis of that, which would be a team like the Oakland Raiders then?
Yeah, exactly. They took another guy focused on Antaj Hawthorne, who had failed a drug test at the combine, and Hawthorne ended up getting cut. So sometimes you roll the dice and win, and other times you don't.
Did you find that some teams aren't as concerned about the character issue then?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the Cincinnati Bengals, we mentioned Odell Thurman. They also drafted Chris Henry, the wide receiver, had some issues as a rookie. So, yeah, it does vary from team to team.
Pete Williams is with us. We're talking about his very wonderful and insightful book. I want you to check this one out. It's called The Draft, A Year Inside the NFL Search for Talent. And what he does is follow a handful of NFL hopefuls through the ups and downs of the 2004 college football season and the pre-draft process, culminating, of course, with the 2005. We continue with more of you and Sports Byline.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more.
800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Pete Williams is with us on Sports Byline, and we're talking about his book, The Draft, a year inside the NFL's search for talent. Pete, when you started looking at this, I'm sure that you had some preconceived ideas. What were they, and what were the ones that were dispelled by your research and then as you wrote the book?
I think, Ron, I had this sort of idea. I didn't think NFL teams had really that good of access to college campuses. I figured, I don't know, they did a lot of work on the phone and of course, the networks of people who've worked in both and talking with former colleagues and such. But what I didn't realize is just the amount of access that these guys have. For the most part, they can roll into college campuses at 7 a.m. They can watch film all morning. They can talk to everyone and anyone in the athletic department with the exception of the players and get a feel for these guys to do some serious background checks. Then they go out for lunch. They come back. And they watch practice. They stand on the sidelines. They're always dressed in their team logo gear, golf shirts or windbreakers or whatever. And you always hear college coaches talk about how they don't want their players looking ahead beyond the next game, let alone the next level. And I thought, wow, this certainly doesn't reinforce that kind of message when you have maybe 25 guys wearing NFL golf shirts standing on the sidelines. But what college coaches will say is, look, we have to open this up because we know that if we're regarded as schools that can produce NFL caliber talent, then that certainly is going to bode well when we start recruiting high school kids, trying to lure them to our programs. And obviously, what I thought would be a distraction, the players say, nope. After a while, these scouts just blend in. They're there all the time, and the coaches say, hey, if we have these scouts on our sidelines during practice, at least we know guys aren't going to be loafing.
You know what amazes me, Pete, and it really does blow me away, and I think it probably does you or anybody else that decides to take a look at this. You're looking at kids that are 20, 21, 22 years old that are having to make some very, very big life decisions. And they've got pressures and people whispering in their ears. They've got family members. They've got people that have their hands out, all of this. And yet they have to be, or they're expected to do the right thing. And I think this amazes me because I don't know about you, but at 21 and 22, I don't know that I had all the answers.
No question about it. So much pressure. I've been to certain pro days, again, these last workouts that take place in March where the NFL scouts come, and you see some of these players, they will have literally 30 or 40 family members show up to watch this workout, and you're thinking, wow, all 30 or 40 of these people are waiting for a first chunk of that contract, and what a huge amount of pressure that this guy is going to be under, not only to get drafted high, but to make the team and to make the most of his career, because all of these people feel like they're going to be part of the gravy train. And so, yeah, I can only imagine when you're 20 or 21 years old. And from the NFL team standpoint, what they worry about is they said you can never predict how a kid is going to react to suddenly having a lot of money and a lot of free time. Now, you may say, geez, an NFL player, he doesn't have a lot of free time. Well, compared to college, he doesn't have to go to class and has a lot more free time on his hands. And so that's sometimes a recipe for bad behavior, and that's what NFL teams really try and ascertain this time of year. Hey, what are we going to get out of this guy 6 months from now?
Did you find through your research, when we look about the draft, that there are certain players in certain positions that I guess you don't have to worry about? And what I mean by that is that every time I've talked to an offensive lineman in the NFL, or even the kids that are in college that play that position, they're articulate, they're thoughtful, they give you complete answers. Now, you'll get, maybe defensive backs. I think every position has a different personality, and I think that's one of the things that coaches on teams have to kind of grapple with as well, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And we know in the last 5 years, for whatever reason, wide receivers just become this prima donna diva position. And I'm not sure it was like that 20 years ago in the era of Art Monk and Steve Largent and the like, but that's what it's become. And it's interesting with, you talk about the Wonderlic test, which has been in the news quite a bit in the last week, but they say with the Wonderlic, the closer you are to the ball, the higher you should be scoring, and the higher players typically do score on this cognitive ability test. So that means to say quarterbacks and offensive linemen should be among the highest scorers, and they usually are.
Take us through the combine. Give us some real insight, things that people wouldn't know about. I mean, we hear some things, some inklings about the agility tests and the other tests, but give us the real nitty-gritty on this thing.
Yeah, it's over a week, but any group of position players, they're divided into groups, and they're there for 3 nights. And they come in the first night, and they're given a lengthy physical that can take much of the evening. They're forced to listen to an address, usually from a general manager, who implores them to not listen to their agents and sit out the workout, but rather actually participate in everything. Then the first morning, they're awoken at 5:30 to do a drug test. And then from there, it's a whirlwind of activity, from the bench press to taking the Wonderlic test, to they're brought into the media room to talk to the press, which now, this year, actually, there were more media members than combine players for the first time ever, so it's grown very big. And then at night, they go back to their hotel, and for 15-minute increments, they rotate between hotel rooms on the first floor. Each team has its own hotel room. And so they have to talk and be interviewed by these teams. It's like speed dating almost. And so they do that for 2 nights. And then on the final day they're there, they finally get to take the field, and that's when they do the things you see now on the NFL Network, along the lines of the 40-yard dash, the various shuttle drills, the 3-cone drill, the vertical leap. And then after all that, they get to go home.
In this book, you talk about the draft. The book culminates with the 2005 draft. Now, I've been in war rooms before, and so I know what they look like. Everyone is probably about the same, where they have this big board, and they have a list of players, their preferences for every position and everything. But give us some nitty-gritty on that as well.
Yeah, I spent the draft weekend with the Atlanta Falcons, who didn't let me into the war room during the draft, but before, after, and Rich McKay took several breaks, and we talked, and the post-mortem, I got to spend some time in there as well. But if you can, any baseball or football fantasy leaguer would love this. If you can just imagine sitting in a classroom and looking forward. In the Falcons' case, they had 2 identical boards with 500 magnetic strips, all about the size of a business card, and each one represents a player. It has name, agent, height, weight, Wonderlic score, and then a rating. In the Falcons' case, they give a rating from 5.0 to 8.0, and then a double letter grade from AA to FF, which is a character rating that the Falcons use, with AA, of course, being the best. And then as each player, they're rated, they have the positions listed horizontally across the board, and then the ratings going vertically. And then what happens is players are selected. They take, there's 2 sets of magnets, and each set is taken to a different board on the right side of the room. One is a round-by-round system, and then there's a team-by-team board. And so as you can see, as the draft progresses, you have fewer magnets on that front board. But as the magnets move, you can look across and see which are the highest-rated players by position still there. And so by looking at that in the Falcon system, you can see, okay, we may have a really highly rated center, for instance, but the most overall highly rated guy we have left happens to be a strong safety. So more often than not, the Falcons are going to go with the strong safety. It's actually a pretty easy process that way, and the way the Falcons do it is so that they avoid arguments, that everyone can look and see who the highest-rated guys are across the board.
Pete Williams is with us, and we're talking about his very interesting book called The Draft, a Year Inside the NFL's Search for Talent. The great cliche at that time of the year is, well, we're going to take the best athlete available. Is that actually true?
Well, yes and no. It also depends upon which positions that are needed, and that varies from team to team. With the Falcons, for instance, they obviously did not have a need for a quarterback. Not only did they have Michael Vick, but they had a very capable backup they had drafted in 2004 in Matt Schaub. They also had an all-pro tight end in Algie Crumpler. So they weren't going to draft, even though they loved Heath Miller, they loved Alex Smith, the tight end with the Buccaneers. You know, they thought the world certainly of guys like Alex Smith, the quarterback from Utah, but they weren't going to draft those guys. They even liked David Green, who was, of course, a hometown guy, raised in Atlanta, went to the University of Georgia, but they just really had no need for quarterbacks and tight ends. So in that sense, no, you're not going to go with the proverbial best athlete available. You have to take your own needs and positions into account.
Pete, we got about 90 seconds left, and I'm just wondering, at the end of the day, or 2 days in the NFL drafts case, what is the consideration among NFL teams of success and failure when they have a chance to finally evaluate what they were able to do?
Well, what teams tend to say is you can't look at it immediately. You have to look 3 years down the road and say, okay, what was our thought process at the time? Did we whiff on this guy? Did we really get his character right? Did we see something in him that just wasn't there, or did we get lucky? But even then, if you go 3 years down the road, even then you're not always able to evaluate, because maybe you've had a coaching change, maybe you've had a different defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, you've changed schemes, and so the players you drafted at that point might have been irrelevant. They might not have been good fits for where you end up 3 years down the road. So it's kind of funny. NFL teams say, well, you can't grade it right after the draft, but sometimes it seems like you can't grade it down the road either. So I guess it's always a work in progress.
Got about 30 seconds left. Happy with the way this one came out?
Yeah, I think so. The response seems to be pretty good. Some are comparing it to Moneyball, NFL-wise, and that's very flattering. Obviously, there are only so many similarities, but if it's similar at all sales-wise, I'll certainly be happy.
Anything surprise you about what you found out?
Just again, you're never surprised, I think, by all the unsavory activity that occurs in the agent room. So I can't say I was surprised, but they were good stories nonetheless.
Pete, congratulations on the book. We're going to make it a selection of the month on our Sports Byline USA Book Corner. I really like the subject, and I like the way you've written it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ron.
Pete Williams, and again, check this book out. It's very, very insightful. The Draft, a year inside the NFL's search for talent. We'll take a quick break, come back as we continue across the country and around the world with you on Sports Byline.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Do you love cats? Join me, Petra Luna, at Cat Crazy Channel on YouTube. Every Tuesday I host a new episode and we cover everything related to cats. Go to catcrazychannel.com and find out more. Why does your cat want to sleep on your head? Should you declaw your cat? Raise your cat IQ. At catcrazychannel.com we cover it all. And remember, cats rule.
It's time to play Vomit or No Vomit, brought to you by Nauzene.
Colin, it was a long night of shaking your shamrock, and now the corned beef and cabbage you ate is sloshing around sickeningly in a frothy sea of grain beer. Do you A, vomit, B, swallow the pink stuff, C, take fast-acting Nauzene?
I need Nauzene.
Correct. Nauzene's 4-minute formula quickly relieves stomach discomfort from overindulging.
Get Nauzene now in the purple box at Walmart or your favorite store.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
New ways to get the word out about your business.
Staples has all the podcast supplies you need to get the word out about your business, your pet project, or whatever else you have on your mind.
And now, select podcast supplies are 20% off at Staples.
Save 20% on select mics, desktop mic stands, tripods, and pop filters.
So get the word out and save this week at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 3/28/20. In store only while supplies last.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. Indeed will also give you this sticky frog, which will suddenly leap and stick to the face of the perfect hire. Okay, there's no sticky frog. But skills tests, that's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Visit Indeed.com/promo today and get a free sponsored job upgrade on your first posting. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
If you're into sports and you like the lighter side of sports, you might want to check out a new book called Glow, Pucks, and 10-Cent Beer, the 101 Worst Ideas in Sports History. And Greg Wyshynski is the author of this book. He's a sports writer. Greg, I always wish somebody would write a book like this. What motivated you to do it?
Well, like anybody else, I've been a sports writer for over 10 years, and before that I've obviously been a sports fan for even longer. And I watch sports on television and slap my hand against my head every time I see a unfortunate idea or a bad trend that I see in sports. But I wanted to kind of set out and write a sports history book. I love sports history. I wanted to kind of tell some stories that people might not know about, like, for example, the time in baseball when the spitball was legalized and things like that. But I also wanted to kind of bring, like you said, a bit of humor into it. It's a very satirical book. It deals with things in sort of a lighthearted way. It's a great little book for a good laugh at sports.
What did you have to pare your list down to get the 101?
Well, that's a great question, because I think when I started it could have been the 301. Once you get rolling on this thing, it's hard to stop. When you think back to all of the horrible ideas, even sports television. I could have done an entire book on sports television with the Heidi game between the Raiders and the Jets, Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football, and, of course, the glow puck and the title. There is an endless fountain of bad ideas in sports.
Greg, is there a particular sport that you think kind of lends itself to absurdity?
I think all of sports sort of lend themselves to absurdity. I think by chance or by choice, the National Hockey League seems to be the one that offers the most bad ideas or most egregious bad ideas. I think one of the underlying themes of the book is anytime sports leagues or sports teams try to make a pitch for what they consider to be the casual fan, things really go awry. And that is a time and time again a problem with the National Hockey League. The glow puck, of course, was a dumbed-down video game version of hockey trying to attract fans. And there's a number of other things that they've done in the past, marketing-wise or tweaking the rules-wise, to try to bring fans into the game that wound up even turning off the diehards.
What's interesting is I think the greatest correlation between on absurdity is between sports and politics. You take the politicians and you take politics in general, and I think that they're right up there with sports and the athletes sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. You look at the folly of the drug testing policies in sports and how Congress, stuck their nose into baseball's business. Now, granted, they did get the ball rolling a little bit with some steroid testing, but there's no question that they just added to the circus atmosphere of things. I think more so than politics, though, it's definitely finances. When finances, when greed, when avarice creep into sports, you wind up with things like personal seat licenses and the great Olympic triple cast that NBC tried to put on, where fans were paying for things that they would have gotten for free on broadcast television back in the Olympics. Whenever money becomes the ruler of decision-making in sports, things seem to go awry.
Now, when you wrote these stories about the 101, worst ideas in sports, what did you try to do in presenting them?
Well, like I said, I wanted to kind of take some stories that people wouldn't know. I didn't want to just do the greatest hits. I mean, anybody can look up Disco Demolition Night and 10-cent Beer Night and sort of do a sports worst moments kind of thing. But I wanted to go back and find some things that I didn't even know about. I mean, for example, there was a guy named Tom Lockhart who was a hockey promoter in New York who, because of some scheduling conflicts, couldn't have a full slate of games. So he decided to send fake box scores into the New York Times to pretend that the games actually happened. A true story. I wanted to go back and really analyze some things in sports. I think one of the worst decisions in the history of the National Basketball Association is giving the Los Angeles Clippers a draft pick every year. I have a chapter breaking down all of those horrible decisions. And I also wanted to kind of have fun with it. Anytime I can do a chapter in a book on Deion Sanders' rap career, it's going to be a great chapter in a book, you know what I mean? So it's sort of a chance to have some fun with some things, but also delve into some issues. I mean, I tackle the designated hitter. I tackle artificial turf. I tackle the retirement of Jackie Robinson's number as being a bad idea.
Well, the other one that I see in the area on baseball is I'm sitting here in San Francisco where our network is headquartered, and in San Francisco's Crazy Crab. Now, a lot of people around the country and around the world may not be aware of this aspect of sports. Tell them all about it, Greg.
The Crazy Crab was one that sort of broke my heart because you have to admit that in inspiration, the Crazy Crab is not the worst idea in sports history, and it's not even, I don't think, in the top. I think it's number 41 on the list. But the Crazy Crab was a mascot created by the San Francisco Giants. They wanted to kind of outdo the San Diego Chickens, so they decided to create a mascot. So they held a poll, and all of the about 2/3 of the fans in the poll say they didn't want a mascot at all. So the Giants decide to kind of take this backlash and the momentum of it and create the first anti-mascot, which is the Crazy Crab. And the Crazy Crab, if you can imagine sort of like a pancake with arms, and Google eyes. That's kind of what the Crazy Crab looked like. And the whole gist of the mascot was to draw the ire of fans. And unfortunately, the fans really took to that mission and started throwing things at it and pelting it with things. And in the final game of the '84 season, the last time the Crazy Crab was the team mascot, the guy in the crab suit was actually fearing for his life. The fans had turned on him so much. So from that aspect, it was a success, but the anti-mascot, clearly one of the worst ideas in sports history.
And I think you know, Greg, as well as I do, that the national anthem is a very special part of baseball, and everybody remembers Roseanne Barr singing it down in San Diego, but you have a story in this book about when Carl Lewis attempted to sing the national anthem.
Oh, my. The Roseanne Barr scratch and spit incident will always go down as one of the most egregious in sports history, but yes, Carl Lewis before a New Jersey Nets game, without a doubt, the single worst rendition of the national anthem, perhaps in human history. He forgot the words. He's kind of got a speaking voice like a Muppet, and at one point he tried to drop it down to sort of this Barry White baritone to kind of make up for the fact that he couldn't hit any of the notes. That added to the hilarity. The fans booed him afterwards, and the greatest moment of that whole thing was that night on SportsCenter when they showed the highlight. Charlie Steiner, who usually is a real stone-faced kind of guy, breaks up in laughter for what seemed like 25 minutes as they showed the highlight of this thing. It's a priceless bit of tape. It might be the funniest thing that's ever happened on ESPN.
One of the areas that I'm looking forward to reading in your book is called moronic media. What's your favorite story in that area?
Well, unfortunately, that's another place where you find a lot of fodder. The media winds up screwing up sports more than helping sports. That's where you find the Heidi game. That's where you find Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football. I think pay-per-view boxing has killed that sport. But one of my biggest pet peeves, without a doubt, and you find it in the moronic media chapter, TV timeouts. I remember going to sporting events and actually enjoying myself, and not having to sit there twiddling my thumbs so they can show a bunch of local commercials for car dealerships while I'm at the game. TV timeouts have ruined a lot of sports. In hockey, TV timeouts have basically given defenders time to catch their breath. And you think back in the 80s when Gretzky was scoring all those goals, they didn't have that luxury.
In the area of chutzpah, and you have a segment called Liars, a lot of our younger listeners may not remember about Rosie Ruiz and what she did in the marathon. Tell everybody about that.
Rosie Ruiz and the Boston Marathon. Now, that is a classic case of a liar trying to pull a fast one out on the sports community. Rosie Ruiz the Boston Marathon. She's 26 years old. She finished 11th in the New York Marathon. Then in 1980, she finishes the Boston Marathon in 2 hours, 31 minutes, and 56 seconds. It's the third fastest time in history for a female runner. But then there were some problems afterwards, like the fact that she wasn't exactly tired, and she wasn't exactly, sweaty. And then when the winner of the men's marathon asked her what her splits were, she answered, "What are splits?" Clearly, this was not someone who had actually run the race, and upon further inspection, folks found out she took a lot of shortcuts. She actually rode the train for a good stretch of the race. She basically cheated the entire way through. They threw out her performance. They threw out her performance in the New York Marathon as well. And, sort of in a sad side note to the story, she wound up getting into some trouble with the law after that. But, yeah, Rosie Ruiz, one of the sport's greatest cheaters, and lying to win the Boston Marathon, one of the worst ideas in sports history.
Yeah, and, of course, turning in that subway ticket at the end of the race was really her downfall, I think.
The greatest part is that she actually claimed once they had video surveillance footage of her, running off course, that she had been mistaken for a male runner because her hair was short.
I like the area in which you write Adventures in Egomania, and let's just talk briefly about a couple of them. Hulk Hogan as a thespian.
That's one of the most frustrating chapters in the book. He's number 101 on the list. And, of the sports athletes turned actors, Hogan, I think, had the most promise. I mean, you remember Rocky III as Thunder Lips. He was fantastic in that movie. But then it's the law of diminishing returns. After that, we get Suburban Commando and Santa with Muscles and Mr. Nanny. He just couldn't recapture that Rocky glory and went on to one of the worst cinematic careers in movie history.
Let's talk about the top five briefly in the time that we have remaining. Let's start with number one, the overtime shootout.
The overtime shootout's probably the most controversial aspect of the book. A lot of people have traded barbs with me about whether the shootout's entertainment value should trump the fact that it's not exactly, hockey. My biggest problem with it is the fact that it's a skills competition. It's no different than determining who makes the NBA playoffs by ending games with a three-point shooting competition. It's not hockey. There's not a single pass completed to win a game. There's not a single defenseman on the ice playing his position. And I've asked Commissioner Gary Bettman to his face if we'll ever see it decide the Stanley Cup, and he said no. And to me, that's an indication that it's not even good enough to be put in the playoffs, and therefore one of the worst ideas in sports history.
And number two on your list, instant replay abuse.
Not instant replay itself. I'm a proponent of some forms of instant replay. My biggest problem is its overuse, like marking yardage in a football game as if it's going to be able to tell, a camera on an angle is going to be able to tell something that five guys standing around the ball couldn't tell. But my biggest problem with instant replay is when it's not used. And going back to football, pass interference is the single most important call a referee can make in a game. It could change the complexion of an entire offensive drive. We see 27 replays of it at home, but they can't review it on the field.
And then you got number three, the coin toss. There's a 50-50 chance I'm right on this. I agree with you about this one.
Well, the coin toss, it's like having a game of chance to determine one of the most important things in a football game. Possession of the ball is literally what determines a win or a loss sometimes in overtime. And it's a coin toss. It's like playing a hand of poker or like spinning the giant Price is Right wheel before overtime. Why on earth is this game of Warriors reduced to two guys playing Old Maid, basically?
And the fourth worst idea in sports history, you say, is selling your legend.
Yeah, selling your legend. You go back to the Red Sox and Babe Ruth and that curse, and you go back to the Nets selling Dr. J, and then they're in the doghouse until Jason Kidd comes along. Anytime you have a player and you sell him to a rival or an opponent, just simply because you don't think you can financially compete, it always comes back to bite your franchise.
And I love this one, the number 5 one, and I agree with you here, too. The bronze medal from ancient Greece to Nagano, a symbol of futility.
Absolutely. Sports are about winners and losers, okay? You can give a trinket to second place, but why would you give one to third? He's closer to being fourth place than he is to first place. Why not have the aluminum medal for 10th place then? You know what I mean? Just give them all medals. Give them all a gold star. My biggest problem with the bronze medal is that we are rewarding third place. We don't do it in anything else except for horse racing. No one's ever going to remember who finished third in March Madness or finished third in the NFL season. Why in the Olympics do we reward futility?
What is your favorite story in about a minute in this book?
I think my favorite story in the book is real briefly the general manager of the Buffalo Sabres back in the WHA draft back in the 70s actually invented a Japanese hockey player and drafted him because he was so frustrated with how long the draft was taking. And only a couple weeks later did he come clean and tell everybody there is no Toharu Sugimoto of the Tokyo Katanas. I made him up, and I drafted him, and I'm sick and tired of these drafts taking so long.
I got to assume there's got to be another book in all of this because you're going to keep going and keep seeing these things in sports, and you got to write another one, Greg.
I hope so.
Yeah. What is it that you like about this book, and what do you think fans will take away from it?
I like the fact that it's a good balance between the chapters that really deal with some of the tougher issues in sports, drug testing, Bill Mazeroski being in the Hall of Fame, things of that nature. It's a great balance between the ones that you can debate with your friends at the sports bar and the ones that you're just going to laugh to yourself about while you're reading this book on the bus on the way to work. I think there's a great balance between those two, and the response has been really strong. Just got a great review in the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, and people seem to really dig everything in the book, and I really appreciate that.
Well, Greg, congratulations on it. It's a wonderful book. I'm going to take it with me on my trip and read it from cover to cover. We're going to make it a selection of the month on the Sports Byline USA Book Corner. Take care, Greg.
Hey, I appreciate it. If people want to get it on Amazon, do a little search for Glow Pucks, and it should be in stores near you, too, and it's been a pleasure being with you.
Okay, Greg Wyshynski, and the name of this book is called Glow Pucks and 10-Cent Beer, the 101 Worst Ideas in Sports History. Quick break. We're back on the other side as we continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family? You never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free. Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Pick up your phone and call right now. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. 800-932-5517. Once again, that's 800-932-5517.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Again, these are two books that I heartily recommend. If you want to check out Pete Williams' book, it's called The Draft, A Year Inside the NFL's Search for Talent. And then Greg Wyshynski's very funny book is called Glow Pucks and 10-Cent Beer, the 101 Worst Ideas in Sports History. Guests on Sports Byline receive NBA Live from EA Sports. Take your game to the next level with total freestyle control and dominate with the greatest players in the NBA. NBA Live is deeper than ever with Dynasty Mode and All-Star Weekend. EA Sports, if it's in the game, it's in the game. I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you with us. Check out sportsbyline.com at any time. We got a lot of neat things there. We've got you on America's Sports Talk Show.
Hey, sports fans, this is Andy Dorff. Check out my show, Dorff on Sports, Byline Sunday, each and every Sunday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Time on Dorff on Sports on the Sports Byline USA Radio Network and sportsbyline.com.
You're listening to the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network at live.heartlandnewsfeed.com. This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for March the 18th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. The polls closed first in Florida thanks to a crush of early voting. The Sunshine State saw more votes cast than in the 2016 election, despite coronavirus concerns. Networks called the race for Biden just seconds after the polls closed. By all measures, Biden trounced Sanders, picking up around 60% of the projected vote versus Sanders, who was stuck near 20%. Next up, Biden, the projected winner in Illinois, capturing 59% versus Sanders' 36%. And Biden swept the night, taking Arizona by a 10-point margin. As state officials continually review and implement measures to reduce the spread of the new coronavirus, criminal justice groups say the youth in conflict with the law should be a priority.
Elizabeth Clark with the Juvenile Justice Initiative contends Illinois needs to immediately limit confinement of children and young adults by setting 14 as the minimum age for detention. She also says detention shouldn't be an option for kids facing low-level property or technical violations and charges of failure to appear.
In other developed countries, it's used very sparingly, removing especially children from home. And this is an opportunity for us to become more consistent with these international levels of the use of incarceration.
Clark says such protections are the cornerstone of justice policy in other nations. She cites Hamburg, Germany as an example, with 1/10 the incarcerated population of Cook County. Mary Sherman reporting.
On Tuesday, about 30 elected prosecutors in various U.S. cities called for immediate action to mitigate community spread of COVID-19 among the 2.3 million adults and children held in prisons, jails, youth correctional facilities, immigration detention centers, and other places of confinement. And small business owners are on the front lines as the coronavirus extracts its economic toll. More on that from our Eric Tegenoff.
Washington state businesses have felt sharp and immediate pain since Governor Jay Inslee's order to close bars and restaurants last week. Liz Pierce is co-founder of Fresh Chalk, a Seattle-based online platform where people share local business recommendations. Fresh Chalk did a survey of business owners and found 42% say they might go out of business. Pierce says the survey also asked how community members can help, and businesses responded by asking folks to press lawmakers on relief from the federal government.
The small businesses are aware of where the support needs to come, and they're looking to their customers and people in their areas to help them push those things over the line.
The head of the Main Street Alliance, Amanda Ballantyne, says small businesses need immediate cash flow assistance to pay their workers. Ballantyne derides the airline industry's call for a $50 billion bailout when small businesses employ nearly half the country's private workforce. This is PNS. The Trump administration wants to send direct cash payments to Americans in the coming weeks to help them cope with the economic ravages of the coronavirus. The Washington Post reporting that Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said Tuesday it would be part of a massive economic stimulus package taking shape between the House and Capitol Hill. The overall price tag of the package would be around $1 trillion. Mnuchin told reporters after meeting with GOP senators, making it one of the largest federal emergency fiscal packages ever assembled. The Post also quotes 3 people familiar with the comments, saying that Mnuchin gave lawmakers a dire warning. If they fail to act, the unemployment rate could spike to nearly 20% from the roughly 3.5% level it notched in February. The Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court has halted all eviction proceedings for 30 days as many North Carolina residents face layoffs and lost income as a result of the pandemic.
Elizabeth Simpson of the group Emancipate NC says, on average, 27 people are evicted every day in Durham County, often in crowded courtrooms. She stresses that the pause only applies to new eviction cases.
New evictions that are being filed now will not be heard in the courts for at least 30 days per the order of the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court.
A report by the Durham Human Relations Commission calls it a crisis, as renters in the county saw more than 10,000 eviction filings a year in 2016 and 2017. Simpson adds that Durham County's eviction rate is the highest in the state and double the national average. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
Duke Energy there is also announcing it is suspending service disconnections for North Carolina households, and in Durham, where a moratorium is also in effect on water shutoffs. Immigrant advocacy groups are urging families to participate in the U.S. Census. This week, many in Rhode Island began getting their census forms. Mario Bueno is with the group Progressive Latino. He says he's working to reassure immigrant families in Central Falls that they'll not be asked questions about their citizenship status.
We understand that there is no citizenship question, that people's information will be maintained confidential as in the past and will not be shared. That's what we're relaying to the community.
And with more people self-isolating, James Jimenez with New Mexico Voices for Children points out it is a real good time to complete your 2020 census form.
You can do it online, you can do it by mail, you can do it over the phone, and all of those ways will ensure that no one ends up knocking on your door, and so you can continue to self-isolate.
Prior to the coronavirus outbreak, the U.S. Census Bureau said it had recruited enough people for the once-in-a-decade head count ahead of the big push, April 1st, which is Census Day. I'm Mike Clifford for Public News Service. We are member and listener supported, and we're online at publicnewsservice.org.
Jeff Rich and Jen Rich here with you from Phoenix, Arizona, and Jen, it begins a weekend, not just a day, but an entire weekend without sports. We're still here. It's Monday, 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's when you catch us here on the channels that you catch us, specifically streaming live at sportsbyline.com, but no sports. Did you miss it?
No, I really actually didn't. I mean, I took a long walk with the dog. There was a lot of naps. There was some more naps, which I guess wasn't really much different than when there were sports, but...
So there were some forgettable movies. I think that we finished the McMillions.
Oh, we did finish McMillions.
We recorded a podcast.
We did.
So a lot of things that haven't happened.
We watched The Meg for the 9,000th time.
We went to the what?
We watched The Meg for the 9,000th time.
The Meg, a disaster movie. You know, a lot of movies about calamity, either popping across our queue or being shown on basic cable over the weekend.
I started Outbreak, but then we went out for margaritas, so I never finished it.
Yeah, Outbreak is a little bit of a rough one. Hey, listen, there was no real need to stretch for stories in the sport world. We had Trevor Bauer over the weekend with the little Sandlot pickup game. That was kind of cool, but it was kind of flimsy at the same time.
I really appreciated it.
And then the NFL, just kind of business as usual with some few exceptions, but they did sign a labor agreement, so they're good until 2030. She's Jen, I'm Jeff. This is Foul Territory. You're listening to the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, and we'll be right back.
This is Sports Overnight America.
Hey, so are you the type of guy that wants to look put together, but doesn't want to spend hours at the mall finding new clothes? So you can look great at the office, on the road, or even just on the weekend with friends and family? I hear you. This is why there's Stitch Fix, your personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothes right to you. Stitch Fix is simple. Sign up in just a few minutes. Tell them about the brands that work for you, and even let them know what types of styles you prefer. Stitch Fix is convenient. You get great clothes delivered right to you, so you can try new styles on in the comfort of your own home and make a decision without any pressure. And Stitch Fix is on your terms and priced to match your budget. There's no subscription required ever. Keep what you want and send back anything you don't. So, isn't it time you got it all together? Get started today at StitchFix.com. Stitch Fix, personal styling for men, women, and kids. Stitch Fix, personal styling for everybody.
Attention to anyone that's written a book or wants to write a book. The process is not that complicated. Take a first step. Even if you write a page a day, you'll build momentum and your book will become a reality. The hard part is getting it published. That's when you need to call Page Publishing. They've got hundreds and hundreds of thank yous from different new authors, just like you. They make the process of publishing your new book and getting it sold online a simple process. You can learn how simple it is right now by calling for your free Page Publishing New Author Submission Kit. One quick 3-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get free information and learn how you can get your book published. Pick up your phone right now and call us 24 hours a day at this number. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. That's 800-603-0885.
Imagine this is your money and someone wants to take it from you. Who is it? The IRS. They want your money, and guess what? They can legally take it, all of it if they want. Remember, they sent you that letter that said, hey, you owe us a bunch of cash and we're going to take it from you. So what do? Fight back by letting our team of experts at the tax helpline work it out with the IRS so you can keep your money. And we're good at what we do. When you hire us, you get a team of guys on your side that know the IRS laws and will fight to save your money. So, if you owe the IRS a ton of cash and you want to keep it, call right now and learn for free how we can help you put it back in your pocket.
800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. That's 800-932-1749.
Vernon Davis goes in motion. Play action fake Keenum. Rolling, tosses it out. Right side, caught Vernon Davis at the 40. The Terps still on his feet. He breaks the tackle at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown, Redskins, Vernon Davis.
Play fake. Tannehill going long. Way down for Stills. And he's got it. And he gets that touchdown.
You're listening to Foul Territory on Sports Overnight America with Jeff and Jen Rich.
Who's with me? I know you're in. How about you? You're in.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are Foul Territory, Jen and Jeff Rich. You can catch us live at 10 p.m. Pacific time, Monday through Thursday, iHeartRadio, Sirius XM Channel 211, and, of course, streaming live at sportsbyline.com. We realize that we don't live in ideal times. The NFL probably hit with a little bit of the common sense bug, Jen, that they don't have any games to cancel, so their obligation to keeping the people up to date and running coronavirus updates, their obligation is very small. But they had an event coming up in April in Las Vegas that it might still happen in Las Vegas, but it's not going to happen with all the fanfare. And I think that some people are looking at it. I think that we've in the times that we currently exist, we've looked at I think at going over the top. And I think that a lot of people are like, that whole stage in the fountain at the Bellagio for the NFL draft was a little over the top.
I actually thought that it was something The Onion put out as like a spoof. It was just kind of like to make fun of how ridiculous the NFL is. And then I found out that it was not a spoof, that it was actually going to be this big, elegant, crazy event with floats and, the fountains are always there.
The fountains are always there. The water.
But to have them specifically dedicated to the NFL is a little weird.
Were they going to come in by gondola, come to the stage by gondola, or?
I thought I looked into it at one point, and that does sound remotely accurate.
I'm just spitballing.
Because I was wondering that myself. I'm like, how are they going to get out to this floating stage? Is there a long walkway? I don't know. You're not going to probably know what it is. It was some event, and that's what I think of when I was imagining them on this magical, long Lord of the Rings walkway to get to this floating stage. There's a clip of Giselle, and she's strutting across some, I don't know if it was before like a soccer match in Brazil or something, but it is seriously just 3.5 minutes of her strutting across this like field. And that's what I imagine.
We can see your stick finger,
They can feel it. They can feel the little stick finger.
But like treadmill finger runners.
But so that's what made me curious. And I believe it was some kind of boat system. I thought maybe, what's the thing that you, ziplining. I thought maybe ziplining would have been fun.
Ziplining's a little rough.
But a little injuries, I guess, if you don't land the right way. And
you don't want your $40
it's a really crappy way to. Could they pull back their draft if you get injured on the way to accept their draft?
Oh, yeah,
selection?
You haven't signed a contract yet.
Could they just be like, whoa, we out?
Yeah, the insurance policies on those college athletes would be interesting to see if they lapse when they stop playing football, or if they don't lapse until that the ink is on the contract for the National Football League. Again, the National Football League really busy. Amari Cooper, he's going to stay in Dallas, which is going to give ESPN plenty to talk about because, what's the fun if you can't argue about whether or not to pay the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, the receiver, gonna get paid $100 million. He's gonna stay in Dallas. Stephon Diggs, very unhappy in Minnesota, was traded for a whole lot of draft picks to the Buffalo Bills. The Arizona Cardinals made a deal getting rid of a running back that they didn't want to pay and didn't really desire to play. They got rid of him, and they acquired a major asset, arguably one of the best receivers in the game from the Houston Texans in DeAndre Hopkins. And, it's doesn't look good with the optics for Houston. It looks like it was a bad deal. The draft pick compensation, like none of it was equal in sending David Johnson to the Houston Texans, but there's 3 years that DeAndre Hopkins wants to get paid for that Houston wasn't really willing to cut the check for him with, just because they didn't have the payroll room to do so. Arizona is going to have the opportunity to do it, and I would think that they'd be willing to do it because, they've got to have some kind of offense after Larry Fitzgerald retires, which is probably at the end of this season.
Yeah, but I feel like we've been saying that every season for the last 4 or 5 seasons.
Do you think if they get close, that Larry maybe hangs on, gives it one, let's say that and there's going to be 14 playoff teams. Let's say that they win a playoff game and they advance into the round of 16. Actually, it's a playoff round of 14, so they would have to advance into that second round, which is of 8 total teams. And I think if they get close, I think that he would have to consider playing another year because he doesn't feel like he's washed up or anything.
No, I feel like he'll stop when his body makes him stop.
Yeah. And that could happen suddenly. I mean, you start getting
injury-wise. I think he gets an injury, and then he's finally like, okay, now it's time to stop.
Well, that's how Joe Thomas's career was not abbreviated, but abruptly ended back in 2017 during the middle of the 0-16 season. So he didn't have to ride that all the way to the end. He's probably going to be a Hall of Famer without ever having won the first game of the season, without ever being 1-0. Joe Thomas is probably just a couple years from Canton, Ohio at this point. Speaking of Joe Thomas, his Browns, my Browns, they did a lot of shopping. They figured, it didn't work the way that we had it, so let's make some changes. They're looking to protect Baker Mayfield by bringing in Jack Conklin from the Titans. They're looking to provide him with an extra weapon, bringing in Austin Hooper from the Atlanta Falcons, a guy that is now the highest paid tight end in the league. But maybe it's not all about Baker Mayfield because they brought in Case Keenum. I mean, Case Keenum has been an interesting case over the last couple of seasons. He's bounced around quite a bit since having a mega season with Minnesota, but he bounced around a little bit. He's been with the Houston Texans. He's been with the Rams, I believe in their St. Louis semblance. And he's kind of established himself. He kind of looks like a safety net for the Browns in case this Baker Mayfield thing goes belly up. I think that it's not going to be looked at this way, but I think that he's very much been brought into to compete with Baker Mayfield, not to mentor him, not to guide him, not to back him up, but to push him. And ideally Baker Mayfield starts and Keenum is your backup, and you can insert Keenum because it's really tough when your starting quarterback goes down if you've got any kind of momentum.
I feel like recently you told me that I'd be able to bust out my McCoy jersey again.
That was in the works. It's probably not as strong a possibility. I would say that pretty much falls off the table. They went after one of the backups from Washington from a year ago, just not that one. And it was listed as a possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if McCoy reunites with Pat Shurmur in Denver. I really don't know. Colt McCoy is kind of on the peripheral of everything that we needed to get to. I mentioned Hooper, I mentioned Keenum, Conklin to the Browns. Miami a little bit busy bolstering their defense. They bring in Kyle Van Noy from the Patriots and Byron Jones over from the Cowboys to make Byron Jones the highest paid defensive back. We'll talk a little bit more about the Cowboys on the other side. My name's Jeff Rich. She's Jen Rich. This is Foul Territory. You're listening to Sports Overnight America on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network, and we'll be right back.
Well, it's a bittersweet day for me. I've had 11 amazing seasons here in Cleveland, and to know when it's time to call it quits and to put a cherry on the career is always tough because as a competitor you always think that you can still do it, but there's a point in your career, like you've mentioned on the show before, that you get to that crossroads and you just say, I just can't do it anymore. I just don't have it in my body. My mind is good, but my body is not.
You're listening to Sports